Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I'm gonna start a new story. What if Naruto was the Iron Man of Konoha? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
But why can't you teach me? Naruto Uzumaki inquired in front of his sensei Hatake Kakashi in the Konoha hospital. Look Naruto, I only put you in the Chunin exam for the same reason I put Sakura in it, for experience. I never expected you to pass the second round. And the only reason you did was because you couldn't control your bodily functions and farted in Kiba's face. Deep down you know that was the only reason you won that match. You are not ready for the exams. I have asked another jounin to take this month and train you. It's always about Sasuke, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. If you spent half the time training near Sakura as you do Sasuke, I might have believed you bullshit story just told me. But I know you never cared about either of us. All you have ever cared about is Sasuke. As Kakashi walked away, leaving Naruto standing in the hallway. Well, screw you, Kakashi. I'm going to train myself and fight Neji and beat him. And then I'm going to beat everyone until I get to Sasuke and leave him lying in the dirt. Even if I have to make a deal with Kyuubi to do it, Naruto said as he turned and began walking down the hall, ignoring the terrified looks he was getting. As Naruto approached the stairwell, a hand grabbed him from an open room and jerked him inside before slamming the door shut behind him. Are you really willing to do anything to defeat the Uchiha? You would be willing to utilize the Kyuubi? A man with brown hair and brown eyes asked Naruto as he rose from the floor. As he gazed around the room, Naruto said, "Who are you? Answer the question, Naruto. Does showing you're not worthless mean that much to you that everyone who doesn't hate you now hates you for using it? Do you really feel like you have no options?" The man demanded. "Yeah, I have nothing to lose. Nobody cares about me, and nobody would care if I died tomorrow. So why not?" Naruto said, glaring. "If using the damn Kyuubi that everyone hates is the only way anyone will ever see me as anything other than the dead last idiot who doesn't even deserve to live, then so be it. What if there was another way? A method that may cost you your life, but if you lived it would give you everything you need to achieve in life and never be the failure that everyone thinks you are. Would you be prepared to accept the risk?" The guy asked after staring at Naruto for several minutes. "Good. Come to this place tonight at 8 and try not to be observed," the man added as he handed Naruto a business card after a few seconds of contemplation. "This is near the outside of the village where scarcely anyone lives," Naruto thought as he scanned the address and inquired, "Who are you?" As he started to leave the room, the man muttered, "Someone who wishes to repay an old obligation. Good day." Naruto took a glance at the address, frowned for a time, and then walked away. To 8 p.m. Naruto arrived at the address and observed a two-story house with multiple shattered windows. As he looked about, a voice said, "Oh Naruto, glad you could make it," prompting Naruto to turn around and see the man from earlier. And Naruto inquired, "So what are you looking for?" "Come on boy, I don't have all day," the man remarked as he walked to the side of the house and opened the cellar door. Naruto took one last look around before going inside and down the stairs for nearly 50 feet until he came to a large stone room with a man working at a table who said, "I am sure you are wondering what I meant earlier, and who I am. Well, I won't tell you my name because I wish to protect my family, but I can tell you what I meant. You see, I know who your father was," widening Naruto's eyes. "Who?" Naruto inquired. The man chuckled and said, "We will get to that in a moment. The debt I owe is to him. Before you were born I was a metallurgist and my wife was a cybernetic researcher. We both worked under the King of Snow Country researching for ways to save that country. His brother Dadu pulled both of us away from what we were working on to try and help protect the country by creating new type of armor for the ninja there. Since he was the brother to the king and the king had allowed his brother to help with the research in other areas, we believed he had the right to ask us to do it, so we began to work on creating just that. A new type of armor that would help protect the people of the land of snow. We discovered though that Dadu was planning to take his army and kill his brother, taking over the country, so we took as much of our data as we could and fled from the country. We had almost escaped him completely, but his men caught us a month after we had left our homeland and captured us and took our data. As they were preparing to take us out of Fire Country, your father happened to be passing by and my wife took a chance and screamed for help. He came and attacked the men who had us prisoner and freed us, but one man took a small portion of our research and made it back to Snow Country. What occurred after he saved you and who was he?" Naruto sighed as he began to fall asleep, and he remarked, "Since you talk about him in the past tense, does that mean he is dead?" "Yes, he died the same night you were born. I have no idea who your mother was. As for what happened after that, He brought us here to Konoha and helped create a new identity for my wife and me. And he sent a team to Snow Country to warn the king of his brother's plan. Unfortunately, Dadu took the small information that the ninja had recovered and created a weaker version of what my wife and I created, which he called snow armor. And while the "So what are you saying me exactly? My head hurts," Naruto questioned, dizzy. What I am telling you, Naruto, is that what my wife and I invented is what I plan to give you. The original prototype armor. I had originally planned on letting what we created be lost forever because I felt the world would suffer as a result of it. And I did not want the blood of innocence on my hands any more than it already is for what Dadu created from my work. But then I saw what happened to you. And since I knew who you were and saw what happened to you, I decided to give. Yeah, Naruto, who was leaning against the wall, answered. I'm glad, the man said. Naruto Namikaze, son of Minato Namikaze. Sleep well, Namikaze. The that's name of the Yondai, was Naruto's last thought before passing out. When the man noticed Naruto passing out, he turned around and put on a gas mask. Forgive me, the man murmured as he walked up to Naruto and laid him on the table in the middle of the room. Grabbing a scalpel from the table he was at and cutting Naruto's garments off before grabbing a new scalpel and placing it at Naruto's chest and slowly cutting it. Naruto sighed as he awoke and opened his eyes, thinking, why is it so dark? Because you need a few moments for your brain to reboot. A female voice remarked. Please remain motionless until the system check is complete. Naruto's eyes widened and he exclaimed, who's there? As he noticed a light above him and small lines with words he didn't recognize emerged in his vision, prompting him to inquire. What is this? This is the tactical display you are seeing in front of you, a female voice said, as a diagram of armor appeared in the center of the screen and spun slowly before disappearing into the corner. And the voice said, this is the prototype body armor. You Naruto Uzumaki are now the operator of this armor. I am Eva, the electronic virtual avatar. If you have any questions, please just think them and I will hear them because I am a part of you and so people do not think. Like this? Naruto thought as he blinked. Yes, Eva replied. Now slowly raise your arms. Yeah, however I do feel like they are heavier. Naruto responded as he moved his right arm and then his left. Your body will quickly adapt to the weight, Eva stated. Now try your legs. Naruto complied, and Eva remarked, good, now get up and gaze to your left in the mirror. Naruto sat up slowly, glanced in the mirror, blinked, and asked, what's going on? I thought I was wearing some super armor, but I don't appear any different save for the fact that I'm wearing new black clothes with no weapon holsters. That's because I have a built-in stealth feature, Eva explained. Think of it as a super henge, to see what you're really wearing. Speak or think stealth shield drop. Stealth shield drop. Naruto murmured as his body was abruptly changed with crimson armor with a gold face mask and gold in several other locations. Naruto took a step back, surprised, and said, whoa, as he realized he was looking at himself in the mirror and inquired, is that me? Yes, Eva replied. How do I get it off? Naruto inquired. The armor is now a part of you. There are seals all along your body that will conceal the armor so you can shower or do other things of that nature. But if I detect danger to you, I will instantly unseal the armor and restore it to you. To seal it, think seal armor and the armor will seal. And to restore the armor, think restore armor. To restore the stealth shield, think restore stealth. So, what can you do? Naruto inquired, frowning. I have many functions that I will be pleased to educate you about over the next 3 weeks, Eva remarked. However, I recommend that you close the armor and inspect yourself so that you are aware of the various changes you have undergone. Seal armor, Naruto thought, and the armor vanished. Naruto spotted black lines running from his neck, hands, and arms toward his chest, and he noticed a bulge in his chest, which he rubbed and thought, what the hell? That's one of the things I was talking about, Eva remarked. Take off your shirt. Naruto yanked his shirt off, revealing a silver circle the size of each of his fists in the center of his chest, with a blue glow emanating from it. There were also black lines flowing from his stomach to it, as well as lines running throughout his entire body, all of which were pointing toward it, prompting him to ask, what is that, Eva? That is the armor's power device. The seal lines connected to it follow your chakra network to go over your entire body, including the chakra from the kyuubi inside your stomach. I won't bore you with all the technical details because you won't understand them, but basically your kyuubi and your chakra are now one. The chakra your heart creates to go to your body now goes directly into that device, as does the chakra from kyuubi where both are merged. Naruto's eyes widened and he exclaimed, cool. I'm glad you enjoy it. Eva remarked, but you'll die if this device is damaged, so you must preserve it while you're not wearing the armor. I see, Naruto remarked, frowning. So what now? How long was I asleep? It's been 1 week since the preliminary round, and you still have 3 weeks. Eva added. I need to train in 3 weeks, Naruto yelled. Relax, Naruto, and I will assist you. I am more than simply armor, Eva stated. Alright, Eva, tell me what to do, Naruto said. Naruto stepped into the Chunin exam stadium 3 weeks later, smiling and walking toward the other genins. Wearing the same black jeans and black top he had when he woke up, Shikamaru squinted his eyes and remarked, I see you bought some decent garments, Naruto. Yet I don't see any weapon pouches. Troublesome, Shikamaru thought to himself. That's funny. Why does his shadow depict his hair as flat and curved while his hair seems like it is spiky like normal? Yeah, consider that one of countless late birthday presents from my father, Naruto remarked. Did the kid learn who his parents are after all this time? Genma wondered as he chewed his senbon. I hope he did and that they didn't just abandon him. You're different now, Naruto. Shino continued, your chakra isn't as abnormal as it previously was. Oh that, Naruto responded. Let's just say for the first time in a long time, my mind and body are actually at peace. Sakura gazed at Naruto from the top of the stand. And Ino commented, well, he's not half awful now that he's out of the orange nightmare. I'm wondering where Sasuke-kun is, and what's up with Naruto? He seems different, and I can't put my finger on it, Sakura stated. You look like a tremendous burden has been lifted from your shoulders, a guy said, smiling. I hope my gift makes up for the agony you felt. Your father would be proud of you. It would also help my daughter realize that the Hyuga is not indestructible. As he narrowed his eyes and tried to dispel any genjutsu Naruto could have on him, the third thought to himself, It appears Naruto had an interesting month off. I wonder why he came here unarmed. Or did he? No, he couldn't know who his father is. It's not conceivable. The third thought as he read Shikamaru's lips and then Naruto. He pointed to the guard beside him and whispered, please bring Naruto here a second. I'd like to interrogate him about his partner and instructor. Pardon me for a moment, but the Hokage would like to speak to Uzumaki regarding his missing partner in instruction, he stated as the guard nodded and vanished in a cloud of leaves. Naruto approached the guard, who placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder before both of them vanished in a swirl of leaves and reappeared on the Hokage box. People in the audience began to murmur. According to one, did something happen to Sasuke? Where are Kakashi and Sasuke? Did that lad do something to the Uchiha? Did that boy do something to the Uchiha? Please give us a moment, the third replied, motioning to the guard. Both guards vanished in a flurry of leaves and reappeared across the street. Naruto said so. Jiji, how are you doing? If it's about Sasuke team and Kakashi team, I'm clueless because Kakashi told me the day of the preliminary round that I wasn't worth his time. In fact, I was debating whether or not I could switch teams after this exam. Even if it's only for a little time, I could stand in for Lee while he recovers. Or I could join a squad that is short-handed. I will consider it, Naruto. But if Kakashi did not train you for the month, then who did? The third said, frowning as he heard what Kakashi said and then Naruto's request. Oh yeah, let's just say a debt to my father has been settled, Naruto explained. The third looked perplexed and inquired, your paternal grandfather. Do you have any idea who he is? I mean, I've never done. Naruto interrupts him with a snort and says, Jiji, put it down. I see why you didn't tell me or anyone else who my father was now. His assailants would almost certainly have killed me or destroyed the village by now. I've given it some thought and believe you made the correct decision. I would have probably announced to the world that my father's standing in this hamlet was equivalent to yours, but I don't care right now. He died so quickly that I'm guessing he didn't leave me anything. But I'd like to know whether my mother is still alive. If she left me anything, and who she is, the third remarked. Frowning, Kushina Uzumaki was her name, and she died of problems shortly after giving birth to you. They were modest folks who only cared about their own privacy. Any money they left for you, as well as any scrolls or other items they left for you, would be in the ownership of your godfather Jiraiya of the Sannin. His responsibilities keep him away from the village for up to a year at a period, and he couldn't care for you on the road, so he sends money to help, and he wants to take you on as his apprentice once you're strong enough for what he needs to teach you. I'm sorry, but there's nothing else I can say or give you. Naruto said it's not an issue at all, Jiji. I'm relieved to find that they didn't simply forsake or despise me because of Kyuubi. That's strange. Something is amiss with this guy as he ascends the stairwell. His skin is no longer alive. So that is your strategy, Orochimaru. The third thought for a while, then said thank you for providing me with information about your buddy and Sensei Naruto. I wanted to wish you the best of success today and thank you for the advice. I'm all set. As the two guards reappeared, one went to reach for Naruto who had simply walked off the balcony, and the Sandaime and both guards ran over and looked at Naruto who was falling to the ground below. Naruto saw the Kazekage walk up and saw the look on the Sandaime's face and said take care Jiji. As the two guards reappeared and one went to reach for Naruto who had simply walked off the balcony, and the Sandaime and both guard, Sakura cried Naruto as she watched him slide past, and other people were stunned. As he was about to touch the ground, something caused the dirt to fly around, covering the area, and Naruto emerged from the dust to say something to the other genin. It appears that Sasuke is picking up on Kakashi poor sensei's habit, and will arrive 3 hours late. Is he disqualified for wasting the time of all of our guests if this happens, or does he deserve preferential treatment? Everyone is treated the same in these exams, youngster, Genma added. Naruto said so, in 3 hours, tell me that. So, how prepared are we? Before I meet the winner of Shino and Shikamaru, I have 2 models for the homosexual pedophile weekly to deal with. Shikamaru murmured troublesome as Neji glared and a few people snickered. What makes you so convinced you'll make it to the 3rd round? Temari asked. Trade secret toots. Naruto shrugged. I can easily make it to the 3rd round. In fact, not only will I make it to the 3rd round, but I will shame you for what you did in the preliminary round. What? She your girlfriend or something? Temari snorts. I figured she was your girlfriend because of the way you swore on her blood to avenge the Hyuga girl the other Hyuga beat. And of course there's that weak pink-haired slut who you also cheered for. But I guess that means Leaf Kunoichi are easy. Hardly, babe. Women of Konoha have a class that other women can only aspire to, and they hold themselves to standards a dirt rubber like you could never claim to have. As for being my girlfriends, nope. They're all Leaf Ninja and we watch out for our own. And even Kyuubi was fucked when he met me. I was born to protect Konoha. As Naruto and Temari conversed, Genma used hand seals to ensure that everything they said was magnified for everybody to hear. When Naruto said they held themselves to higher standards, several women blushed, and when he said they took care of their own, several ninja looked at him with a little respect. When he said they took care of their own, most people paled, but a few more respected him after that statement, if only a little. Temari was furious, and Genma, smirking, remarked, well, as much fun as it was to hear you both verbally combat each other. That's not why we're here. Have to keep our visitor entertained. Naruto explained. Because Kakashi team and Sasuke team will most likely arrive 3 hours late. As Kakashi always is. Quite you, Genma replied, glaring. As I was saying, the Chunin selection exam is now underway, with the first bout between Neji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki. Would everyone else kindly vacate the arena floor? Temari gave Naruto a cold stare as she walked away, leaving Naruto and Neji in the ring with Genma. Now the regulations are the same as before. You both will fight until your opponent is unable to continue or until I proclaim a winner. And if you continue to attack after I halt the match, I will personally deal with you. Now the first match begins, Genma said. You are fated to lose this bout. A dead last like you could never hope to defeat a prodigy like me. Neji stated as Naruto walked slowly approaching Neji, making everyone blink. Sure, yeah, I'm sexy and you want to see me nude. Naruto yawned as he continued walking, causing several people to spit out their drinks. Kiba was lying on the floor giggling as Hinata eeped as she passed out. Sakura smacked her temples and exclaimed, Baka, 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 back. Tenten was taken aback and thought to himself, oh boy, he's fucked. Oh god, that was priceless, the man who assisted Naruto thought as he choked on his soda. More people burst out laughing as Neji activated his eyes and Naruto put his hands in front of his crotch and stated, do you mind? I'm straight. The youngster has the gall to disrespect the Hyuga clan. Hayashi reasoned. You are within my range of, remarked Neji, peeping. Naruto murmured, interrupting him. 2 palm, 4 palm, 8 palm, 16 palm, 32 palm, 64 palm strike. Neji remarked with a smug expression on his face that suddenly frowned as he looked at Naruto, who yawned after the attack. And he said, was that supposed to do something? Neji inquired, how did you do it? I'm pretty sure I got all 64. How did you do it? As he looked about, wide-eyed, while Neji was still stunned, Naruto smirked and grabbed him by the front of his coat. And Neji began to hit Naruto with palm strikes to the face and chest. And Naruto slowly lifted Neji off the ground until he was a foot off the ground, and Neji screamed, Why or my attacks not working Naruto drew back his hand and stated as he began slapping Neji across the face. First the left cheek, then the right, then the left, and so on. With each slap, how did you do it? Dare, you, beat, up, like Hinata, that, you, jack, ass, you, are, nothing, but, abusive, ass, hole, who, attacks, defenseless, woman, when, they, can't, even, stand, up, if, that, what is it, you, call, a prodigy, then, I am, glad, I am, a dead. In the end he drew back his fist and punched Neji in the face, knocking her 20 feet back. Neji slowly stood up and winced as he ran his palm across his face when the Naruto he had been fighting suddenly erupted, pushing Neji back into the wall and knocking him out. Across the field where Naruto had landed earlier was another cloud of smoke, revealing the real Naruto. Winner Naruto Uzumaki, Genma remarked, blinking and looking back and forth. Everyone was surprised, and Naruto strolled over to the other candidates and buffed his fingers against his chest, saying, "That was too simple." Tenten blinked as the crowd erupted in applause, thinking to himself, he won, but how? Bunshin Bakua, Genma reflected, but how could it withstand all those strikes? Hayashi Hyuga pondered what was it again. It was never intended to be a Bunshin Bakua. The Cage Bunshin absorbed the chakra from Neji's attack to power up before it exploded. But if that is what really happened, then how did he do it? He thought as he looked at Naruto with his bloodline activated and thought the Cage Bunshin absorbed the chakra from Neji's attack to power up before it exploded. But if that is what really happened, then how did he do it? Several ninja from all throughout the arena had reached the same conclusion, each praising Naruto. The Sandian pondered Naruto is extremely outstanding. No one in Konoha could do such a jutsu, so you'll have to tell me how you learnt it. There is the medical jutsu that the genin on the Kabuto team employed, but it can only absorb through direct contact with the skin and burns the amount received evenly, preventing him from having the clone explode. According to the Keisuke Hokage-sama, that is a truly outstanding technique. I was completely unaware that such a jutsu existed. According to the Sandian, neither was I. I'm curious as to how he got upon it. Perhaps we'll find out later. The Keisuke remarked, would Sasuke, Uchiha and Gaara kindly come to the arena floor? Genma requested from the arena floor. Gaara sat with his arms folded on the arena floor. Genma looked about, and Naruto screamed, "You'd be better off waiting. I warned you he'd be 3 hours late since Kakashi is always 3 hours late. I can fight him if you want." Troublesome blondes, Shikamaru muttered. "Shut up, both of you," Temari hissed with a frown. Shikamaru inquired as Naruto chuckled, "So, Naruto, how did you do that? How did you manage to absorb Neji chakra and make that clone explode?" Naruto leaned against the wall, shrugging. "I can't prolong his time because everyone heard me say nobody would get special treatment." Genma scowled. "The third idea is I don't have a choice, Kakashi." With Naruto's statement before the match about receiving special treatment, which was overheard by some in the audience, and his statement just now, the feudal lord is going to demand an explanation as to why I changed the rules for him. And with Orochimaru here, I have to keep the sharing out of his hands. And he stood up, walking to the edge of the balcony, and said, "Honored guests, Sasuke Uchiha will lose his chance at promotion in the examinations because he did not show up for his duel and dishonored himself. The community, and you, surely we might extend him some time." The Keisuke remarked, "Because I wanted to see his bout. I realized that and I do have a plan, so please wait," the third said as he turned back to the audience, which was becoming increasingly loud. "Now that so many of you have come to see him fight, I have decided that he will fight the winner of the exam but will not be allowed to be promoted," he said as he turned and sat back down. The Keisuke pondered, "This is a disaster. I wanted Sasuke to be here so that my men could make sure he didn't perish during the invasion. I'll have to put it off till he gets here." "Winner Gaara," Genma said from below. Temari scowled and Kenkuro muttered, "What should we do? I can't fight because I have to save it for the plan." Gaara glared at Genma and shushed back to the balcony. And Gaara growled at Genma and shushed back to the balcony. "Would Shino, Aburame and Kenkuro kindly come to the arena floor?" Genma said. Several people booed Kenkuro as he said, "I forfeit." Naruto, Shino, and Shikamaru all looked at the Suna genin, and Naruto stepped over to the corner, saying, "Shino, Shikamaru, can I talk to both of you for a second? I don't know what's going on, but while I was talking with the old guy earlier, I saw something wrong with the Keisuke. All the flesh on his face was dead, and I don't mean worn out or anything like that. I mean dead and starting to decompose. Naruto stated. My bugs don't like Gaara's chakra, just like yours used to be, Naruto, Shino explained. What should we do? Something doesn't feel right about this, Shikamaru stated as Naruto's eyes widened. Looks like it's time for your match, Shikamaru, Naruto replied. Shikamaru nods and says, I forfeit, eliciting boos from the audience, prompting Naruto to inquire, why? In a hissing tone, if there's something going on here, I'll need my chakra later, Shikamaru remarked, so I'll save it. Are you sure you can fight Gaara? Shikamaru asked. Yeah, Naruto answered, but I'm not sure how good I'll be after that match. You take care of Gaara, I'll take care of Kankuro, and Shikamaru will take care of Temari if things truly do go wrong here. Shino replied, right, I don't like this, Naruto remarked, but I have a sense something is extremely wrong here. Temari yelled as she returned to the balcony. Why did you forfeit, your lazy bum? Simple problematic woman, Shikamaru remarked. Leaf Ninja, keep an eye on our own. You crossed the line with one of ours, so one of ours will cross the line with you. Yes, Shikamaru, Naruto muttered as he vaulted over the rail and landed hard, causing a small crater about 5 feet wide. I just wonder if she will even get to me when Shino lets his bugs go on her. What is that sluggish bum doing? He could defeat that sand bitch, yelled Ino from the stands. It has to be male egos, Sakura stated with a shake of her head. Something's going on here, Asuma remarked, narrowing his brows as he heard Shikamaru decelerate. He didn't quit to let Naruto deal with her ... He quit to conserve his chakra ... That Kankuro guy did it as well. You think they know something we don't? He questioned, looking at Kurenai beside him. I agree, Kurenai said as she began to look around the area at each of the Suna ninja in the crowd. Look at Shino's jacket. He has uncuffed his sleeves so he can release his hive faster. And they are standing where they can see the 2 genin from Suna ... They must know about the possible attack today and suspect Suna. Shibai began to send bugs down the arm of the chair toward the Suna nins to drain their chakra. Shikaku and Shibai both narrowed their eyes at their sons and came to the same conclusion. As Naruto and Gaara stood across from each other, Genma sprang back and stated, I hope you both are ready. Fight, Mother says you powerful. Mother wants your blood. Gaara stated as the cork on his gourd popped out and into the ground, and sand began to shoot out of his gourd and circle Gaara. Naruto waited until the sand lunged at him, as it had attacked Lee, and then he rapidly raised his right arm, causing an explosion to impact the sand coming toward Naruto. And Naruto was on the move, running toward the arena's walls. Gaara, who had been temporarily halted in his attack by the explosion, sent his sand after Naruto, who was now stuck to the wall. And as the sand reached up to grab him, Naruto raised his right arm again. A faint glint was reflected, and a few people saw a Senbon needle heading toward Gaara, while Naruto was running full speed across the wall with the sand chasing him when an explosion hit where Gaara was standing. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, everyone turned to stare at Gaara, who was mumbling to himself as the sand armor around him began rebuilding itself. You were right, Eva. His sand assaults would withdraw to defend Gaara when an immediate threat is there. Those rocket Senbon needles are good. But it appears that he has a second protection that I wasn't aware of and was able to save him. What do you suggest? Naruto pondered. According to sonar readings, there is a pipe 20 yards east of your position with water in it. I'll pinpoint the spot on your HUD, and once you get the water, you can execute the jutsu, Eva explained. Naruto saw a marker appear on his vision and realized the sand was chasing him again. So he started running around the wall with the sand chasing him again. And when he was across from them, he raised his right arm again and another Senbon flew across the stadium, hitting the wall and causing the wall to blow open with water spraying lightly out of the wall. Ino, who was sitting in the audience, inquired, how is he making those blasts, Sakura? I'm not familiar with Ino, Sakura stated. As both girls glanced and saw Tenten, a voice from a few seats back remarked, exploding Senbon needles. Hey, you're the girl from the examinations, Ino said. Tenten said, and you're both the banshees who had more of a cat fight than a ninja fight. So you know how Naruto is doing it then, Sakura remarked. I know part of it. I saw them as they flew, Tenten explained. But I don't know how he's launching them or even carrying them because he's not tossing them and I don't see any weapon pouches. He could have them under a genjutsu. But I don't think so because I haven't been able to dispel one. As the water began to quickly build a mist that enveloped the entire arena floor, Naruto smirked and jumped off the wall he was running on, flashing through hand seals and saying hidden mist no jutsu. As Gaara searched the area for Naruto, the sand began to form a ball around him. A sand eye materialized in mid-air above the fog. What now? Pondered Naruto, who was hiding in the fog. Radar has picked up an object floating in the air above the mist, Eva explained. Based on the display, I assume it is a spying orb of some kind, and I believe destroying it would be good. Do you have the location of Gaara? Naruto thinks as he nods. I'm switching to inferred and UV. Eva explained. Naruto's HUD screen changed from normal to red and purple overlapping each other, and he saw two shapes, one of which was inside a dome, and he thought to himself, that must be him. Do you think that can piece that shell? Using a 40% charge should work. Eva answered after a few moments of silence. But that means I have to lose my cloaking shield. Naruto sighed as he looked at the power reading in the top right corner, which was slowly growing from 60%. You're right, Eva said. Do it, Naruto thought as he sighed. Naruto's cloak fell away, revealing him in his armor, and he raised his left arm toward the misty dome. Holding his palm up as a blue diamond in his glove began to shine with chakra. Everyone became anxious as they sensed a big chakra building up around them. As he sensed this, the third tensed, as did the Kakashi. Eva, as soon as you have enough strength to repair the cloak, do it, Naruto thought as he saw the power readout on the side drop to 20% remaining. Naruto jerked his upheld wrist and a blue shock wave of chakra blasted out of the gem. Gaara's floating eye noticed the chakra approaching Gaara's shell, and the sand around it began to thicken. When the shockwave hit the shell, an explosion rocked the entire stadium, sweeping dust and dirt into the area and blowing away much of the mist. As the dust cleared, two individuals could be seen in the dust cloud, but no one could tell who they were. Finally, Gaara's head could be seen, which was partially covered in sand and had a dull eye. As the smoke cleared, all that could be seen was blue light shining through the dirt until the light faded and Naruto's body was seen standing there panting, saying, Note to self ... get more range for 40% and strengthen my arms with chakra to withstand the kickback. As he fell to one knee panting and holding his left shoulder. Just what the fuck was that? Genma pondered as she gazed at the two. Gaara lowered his head and touched his wounded chest, asking, what is this ... is it ... my blood? As he held his head, sand began to coat his entire body. The earth began to vibrate as the dirt began to slowly spin, and Naruto exclaimed, that can't be good, as a massive hand of sand formed and attempted to close in on Naruto, who exclaimed, shit, as he stooped down and sprang into the air, the hand shooting after him. When Gaara shouted out about his blood, the Suna ninja in the audience were concerned. Temari and Kankuro were both worried about Gaara. The Sandium looked at the Kakashi, who looked at him, and one of the Suna guards moved forward to kill the Sandium's guard when something blew through the floor, intercepting the kunai that was heading for the guard, and everyone looked and noticed Naruto, who was panting, and he said look out. And suddenly the entire flooring broke apart as the Kakashi was sent flying into the air as a huge fist of all hell broke loose at that point. Shikaku's body was growing on the floor, with the arm already created. Are you alright, Naruto? Said the Sandium, who had landed on a piece of the now ruined cage box. Yeah, but I'm not sure how many more of those sand fists I can take, Naruto remarked, so I'm going to see if I can lure Gaara beyond the village to keep others from getting harmed. Are you sure, Naruto? The Sandium asked, frowning. Trust me, Naruto murmured as he sprang into the air. To the Sandium's surprise, Naruto hovered over the still forming sand monster and raised his right wrist, launching 10 senbon into the sand, causing it to erupt, deflecting attention away from the yellow eyes that had developed. Oi, ugly, follow me, Naruto yelled as he flew away from the village backwards. Shikaku, who had finished forming with Gaara awake on top of its head, screamed, I shall have your blood for mother, as he chased Naruto down the stadium wall, slowly destroying a part. If I can take out Gaara, I can't help the village, Naruto reasoned as he watched several explosions rock the village. Eva, I'm going to hit the head of that thing with every ounce of controlled chakra I have left. When I hit the ground, seal all armor and use my regular chakra. Good thing we found out that the guy who gave this to me didn't want me dying by running out of power. Huh, I understand, Eva responded, and I'll get to work on refilling the power cell as soon as possible. After that, what are your orders? Restore stealth shield and armor when fully recharged, Naruto said. Roger, 12 minutes from deactivation to full recharge. Don't die in those 12 minutes. All power to the hand thrust cannon, Eva replied. Naruto's speed began to drop as he noticed Gaara and the sand demon approaching, and he began to lose his thrust to stay in the air as his armor appeared, and he pointed his left arm at the head of Shikaku. And Eva said now, and Naruto snapped his wrist, and the glowing jewel in his left hand fired a massive ball of chakra that was over 40 feet wide at the head of Shikaku. blasting the head into billions of pieces as Gaara, faced with the choice of seeking retribution or surviving. Shikaku within Gaara soon began to try to keep Gaara alive. Naruto recoiled and began spinning erratically after firing the missile, bouncing off many trees until he landed hard. Naruto's head was shown bleeding from smashing into the armor during the fall as he whimpered "Uo" before passing out as the armor vanished. When Naruto awoke a few moments later, he grumbled and thought to himself, "Uo, my body," as he pushed himself off the ground and screamed, "Oh fuck my arm," as he grabbed his left arm and began rolling, attempting to keep all pressure off it. He finally gained enough control to sit up slowly after many minutes, and he placed his legs under him and carefully stood up, wincing while still holding his left arm. He looked around and saw a way through the shattered tree limbs, and he thought to himself, "Now I know what it's like to play pinball." "You're there, Eva?" "Yes," answered Eva's voice. Naruto sighed and pondered, "Could you perhaps be a little quieter? My brain is exploding." "Is this better?" Eva inquired, her voice becoming softer. "Yeah, so what's the status and how long have I been out?" Naruto wondered. "It's been 4 hours since your encounter with Gaara, and you're only at 25% power total," Eva explained. Naruto blinked and pondered. "Please run it by me once more. I got the 4-hour portion." "But what do you mean I'm only at 25%? By now, I should be totally recovered." After a few moments of silence, Eva spoke up. "Based on my scans of your body over the last 3 weeks, I have numerous possible explanations, but I am unable to establish which is correct at this time. However, they all appear to point to the same thing. The Kyuubi does not provide you with any chakra. The two most likely answers are that the Kyuubi is able to prevent his chakra from being transferred to you in some way, or that something is keeping the Kyuubi chakra from entering your system, and you only notice this now." Naruto grumbled as he looked about. Eva stated, "Because your chakra system was already laden with significant levels of Kyuubi chakra, I was unable to recognize this issue previously. You've been steadily using what was in your system before receiving me for the past 3 weeks, and it's taken this long to use it all up. However, there is some good news." Naruto pondered. "With the amount of anguish I'm in right now, I don't see how anything could be truly new. My recuperation is sluggish since I don't have a fox chakra, which is why I'm so damaged. How awful am I right now?" Eva stated. "Your left arm has been shattered into 20 pieces, and your left shoulder has been severed. You've got 3 shattered ribs as well as a concussion. And the good news," Naruto thought as he sweated, "now that all of the fox chakra has been removed from your coils, only purified controlled chakra will be there, increasing your control," Eva explained. Naruto winced and shook his head, saying, "To that list, I'd like to add a crick in my neck. What is the best route back to the hamlet? And where is Gaara? Wait, where is Eva's armor?" As he examined himself, he noticed the power cell hidden beneath his shirt. Eva stated, "Because of your injuries, I believe turning on the armor will only do additional harm at this time. However, if you like, I can activate the chest armor to conceal the power cell. Gaara should be a mile east of your location, and the village should be 2 miles south. Give me what you can on the armor because I don't want to divulge it if you can," Naruto reasoned. Naruto winced as he watched the armor and then the cloak appear on his chest. "Eva, you made a fantastic choice with the armor. Hold wait on anything else till I've had my arm and head examined." As he began walking eastward, he took it carefully. After 20 minutes, Naruto noticed a large field of sand and turned around to see Gaara stuck with a tree limb in his side. Grimaced as he saw the blood that had run down and dried, and Naruto exclaimed, "Oi, you dead?" Naruto remarked as Gaara sighed a little. "Not at all. Isn't it just hanging?" "Have you come to kill me?" Gaara asked as he struggled to move his head. "No, but if you stay like that for very long, you will die," Naruto remarked when he noticed Gaara staring at him. "Mother has stated the same thing, but she can't bring me down without causing me to bleed to death," Gaara explained. Naruto remarked, blinking. "You spent a lot of time talking about your mother. What happened to her?" "Mother is inside me. Mother has been with me since father sealed mother into me," Gaara remarked after a little pause. Naruto's eyes widened for a second before softening and saying, "Isn't it true that you're a Jinchuriki? You are possessed by a demon?" Gaara remarked, "Yes, really. Ikebai no Shukaku is a character in Ikebai no Shukaku." Naruto remarked, "Gaara, I understand how you feel. It hurts to see those glances and hear their remarks because I have the Kyuubi no Kitsune in me. constantly feeling alone when he fixed his gaze on Gaara's. If you really have the Kyuubi in you, why don't you just murder them all and prove your existence? Gaara inquired. Naruto sat down next Gaara's limb and remarked as he walked slowly over, because it would never change anything and would never establish my identity as myself. It would only serve to demonstrate that I was Kyuubi rather than Naruto Uzumaki. After all, no matter how powerful Kyuubi or Shukaku are, we are stronger than them since they are our captives. We are the stronger of them because we are in charge of them. We die if we die, but we do not die if they die. They require our existence, but we do not require theirs. Gaara sat there for a few minutes, contemplating, and then replied, because I am weak against Shukaku. How are you stronger than Kyuubi? He devours my soul if I fall asleep. I'm not sure how I'm going to get stronger. Naruto winced and muttered as he shifted his left arm. Look for something that means a lot to you. Protect your sibling, your community, and your friends with everything you have. Gaara, true strength can only be found when you guard what is important to you. That was once spoken to me by someone very intelligent and powerful, and I honestly believe it. Well said, Naruto, remarked a voice Naruto recognized. Naruto turned around to see the Sandaime approaching him with 4ANBU and remarked, "Hello, Jiji. This is Gaara. He's a Jinchuriki as well, but he claims he can't sleep because Shukaku will consume his soul. Do you think you might be able to assist him?" The third said. Gaara, as he stared at her, "I'll see what I can come up with." "Right, you're the Kasuke's youngest son." "Yes," Gaara replied. According to the third, "I hate to break it to you, but it appears that Suna was duped into assaulting our hamlet because after the battle, we discovered your father's face peeled away and left on the ground. Orochimaru, we suspect, was the one who killed him. Your village and the Sound Village have both gone, but your siblings have arrived and are being held in custody until we can figure out what's going on. Are you willing to hand over your seal so that we can get you some medical attention and I can examine it?" Gaara looked at Naruto, who replied, "Gaara, have faith in him. He's one of my prized possessions, and you, too, may be one. Friends, I've never had pals before," Gaara explained. "Well, you've got one now, how about it?" Naruto asked. Gaara remarked, "That's fine, but I don't have perfect control over my sand. Shukaku is yelling at me right now to kill you all." The third person turned around and said, "Find Jiraiya in the village and bring him here. Hurry, can Jiraiya help Gaara Jiji?" Naruto said once the ANBU had left. According to the third, if anyone can do it, it's him. After all, he was the one who taught your father. Naruto answered with a smile, "Then he might be able to help me as well. Kyuubi chakra has been cut off from me for some reason right now. It could have been when that snake guy punched me in the stomach in the forest of death before I passed out. Now that I think about it, let me see you seal." Naruto, the third grumbled. "Oh shit. Can we wait until later? Somewhere more private?" Naruto murmured, reaching for his shirt. "Does this have anything to do with why you can fly?" The third questioned, his eyes narrowing. Naruto said, "Yes, yes, 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 yes. I was advised not to show anyone because they would try to figure it out and I would die as a result." Eva referred to it as some type of failsafe. "Who's even Naruto?" inquired the third. "Let's just say I have a voice in my head now, but it's not Kyuubi. Hell, she's not even really alive for that." Naruto explained. "Very good." The third grumbled, "But I want to hear everything later." Naruto said, "Okay, that's it. Can you, however, slow down a little? My left shoulders were dislocated. My left arm was smashed into 20 pieces, and I had 3 cracked ribs. I'll have to bring you to the hospital," the third stated, frowning. Naruto remarked, No. I can't risk the danger that someone finds out." When all 4ANBU returned with Kakashi and Jiraiya, the third grimaced and was about to speak. Naruto grimaced and shifted his gaze away from Kakashi, his eyes becoming muted. The third noticed this and inquired, "Kakashi, what are you doing here? I don't recall making a request for you. I was with Jiraiya when the ANBU told him you were here with Naruto, so I came to check on my student," Kakashi explained. "He is being taken care of," the third stated, "so you may go and help with the cleanup." Now, Kakashi frowned and glanced at Naruto before leaving. Naruto winced as he grasped his head. "He's gone now," the third stated after a few moments of waiting. Jiraiya asked, casting a glance towards Naruto and Gaara, "What exactly do you require?" "Sensei, I was on my way to the library to conduct some study." According to the third, "I'd like you to have a look at Gaara's seal. He is the Ikabi's Jinchuriki, and the seal appears to be unstable. so I need to keep it under control for the sake of the village's protection before I can bring him medical care. Jiraiya's humorous demeanor shifted as he remarked, okay, that's it. Allow me to examine you, seal baby. Gaara stared at Naruto, who replied, if Jiji says he's fine, Gaara, I'll believe him. He is, after all, my godfather. Jiraiya locked her gaze on Sandaime, who replied before today. He already knew who his father was, so I had to tell him about his mother and you. Don't worry, he won't tell anyone. We can discuss later, youngster, Jiraiya groaned. Gaara drew his shirt to the side to reveal the seal on his chest as the sand disappeared from his body. Naruto remarked, don't be concerned. Unlike Kakashi team, who feels I'm not worth his time, you had a solid reason to not be here for me and provided money so I could live. I guess I'll have a few words with him later, sensei. Jiraiya replied, his expression scowling. According to the third, I'll do the same. Do you recall what that pale-skinned man said as he slammed his fist into your stomach? Naruto. Jiraiya, who was staring at Gaara's chest seal, listened in, and Naruto stated, let me ponder for a moment. After being eaten by that gigantic snake and using cagemanship to make it explode, I dashed to Sasuke and Sakura's location. When I arrived, Sasuke was trembling and threw our scroll to the snake guy, promising to return it if he let us live. I knew he was going to kill us, so I took the scroll and called Sasuke a coward, asking what was keeping him from killing us once he obtained the scroll. The snake guy attacked me and I blanketed the area with cagemanship and destroyed 3 mud clones of him before he decided to use this big snake that tried to eat Sasuke team and Sakura. But I jumped in front of them pissed and crushed the snake's skull with a kunai and my fist ... After that the snake guy used his tongue to hold me in the air by my neck and his fingers glowed a different color. The ANBU in the area were taken aback by what they heard, and the third said, I see what you mean. I believe I know what he used on you, and we'll take care of it when we get back to my office. Jiraiya remarked, after I finish with this youngster, I'll take care of it. It appears that whoever did his sealing did it on purpose. They combined a 3-star seal and a berserker seal. I can heal it, but it will sting for a few minutes and you will pass out, but you will no longer be concerned about the demon. I'd appreciate it. Gaara added, because I need to defend my siblings and my house. Naruto said, when you return, you should aim to become Kazekage so that when I become Hokage, our villages may once again be friends and we won't be duped. How does that sound to you? Yes, I will become Kazekage so that I can safeguard my comrade and his wonderful people, Gaara stated after a few moments of silence as Jiraiya worked on the seal. The third responded, that's great, with a smile that was the quickest peace agreement I've ever seen. Jiraiya, don't you agree? No, the fastest was when I invited Tsunade Hime out for drinks and she launched me into the air with her amazing power. Jiraiya explained. Will you ever learn? Said the third, chuckling. Jiraiya remarked, never, ever. You're all set, child. Gaara nods, and Jiraiya's fingers glowed as he slammed them into what he'd drawn on Gaara's chest, causing Gaara to scream and pass out. Jiraiya paused for a moment before saying, he's okay, but the sand that's keeping him from bleeding to death is falling away. So you better get him to the hospital and fast. According to the third, ANBU, rush him to the hospital for quick treatment and do not let him out of your sight till I arrive. That is not understood by anyone else. They all nodded, and they shushened away after cutting the limb that was keeping him in place. Meet us at my office, the third said as he placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto flinched, and the third switched shoulders and apologized. They hushed up and walked away. Jiraiya took a few steps back and shushened as well. So what's up? He inquired when he entered the Hokage's office. The third stared at Naruto, who had raised the question, I can't risk anyone finding out if you're sure no one can see or hear anything. I'm not sure if I should show you, but I don't have a choice because I require assistance. The third closed the window blinds. Jiraiya locked the door, and the third transmitted chakra to a seal on the desk, which caused the room to light for a little while before the third murmured something. Okay, Naruto. This room is now safe. What's going on? And how did you get here? Eva, stealth shield deactivate. Naruto murmured as Jiraiya blinked. When a pair of armor emerged on Naruto's chest and Naruto muttered seal armor, the Sandaime and Jiraiya's eyes tightened as they saw something bulge on Naruto's chest beneath his shirt. What is that, Naruto? Inquired the third. Both men gasped as Naruto reached for his shirt and winced as he yanked it off, and Jiraiya moved over and said, what happened to you? As he examined the seal lines that ran over Naruto's torso and into the device placed into Naruto's chest. Naruto remarked, I was pissed on the day of the preliminary after Kakashi told me I wasn't worth his time. So I said something about finding a way to beat Sasuke in the exams. even if it meant using Kyuubi or something. And as I was leaving, a guy pulled me into a hospital room and asked if I was really that pissed and felt I had to use the fox for people to see that I wasn't just a worthless piece of trash. And since he handed me a business card with the address of his house written on the back and instructed me to meet him there at 8 p.m. I obeyed. And he led me into the cellar and told me a narrative about how he knew who my father was and how my father had once rescued his wife and his life when they were fleeing from Snow Country. And how because Dad had spared them, he dispatched Kakashi team to tell the king about his brother's betrayal. I don't remember much of it because I was tired and my head hurt as he spoke, but he told me about how he and his wife created the original prototype for snow armor and how he wanted to give it to me before telling me that my father was the Yonde Minato Namikaze and calling me Naruto Namikaze before I passed out. When I awoke, I was alone on a table in that chamber, and a week had gone. I was wearing this snow armor that was both metallurgy and cyber. Robot something. I can't utter those things. Eva in his mind's ear. He heard Eva, metallurgy and cybernetic robotics, remarked the third. Yeah, those words, Naruto said. So, Naruto, what precisely is that thing in your chest? The third inquired, frowning. Naruto remarked it serves as the armor's power source, as well as purifying both the Kyuubi and my chakras, allowing me more control over my chakra. Eva, the voice that explains everything to me and helps me comprehend it better, explained that now that my body is free of any remaining Kyuubi chakra, all of the chakra from Kyuubi and me will be purified controlled chakra, allowing me to utilize jutsu more effectively without wasting as much chakra. In the last 3 weeks, she has taught me water walking and the concealed mist jutsu, as well as how to fly and utilize the exploding rocket senbon. And we have done a few test runs with the thrust cannon. How come no one has reported you using these? The third inquired. Naruto remarked, oh, that's simple. I returned to Wave Country and saw Inari and his family after figuring out the basics of flying in about 3 hours in the forests behind the Hokage Memorial. Tsunami is a fantastic cook, and did you know that their bridge is named after me? The Great Naruto Bridge. I expended 80% of my chakra getting there, but just 60% on the way back last night since I had mastered water walking. You should have told me you were leaving Naruto so I could have sent someone with you, the third grumbled. Didn't your secretary give you my letter? Naruto asked, blinking. How did I know my clone handed her that letter? He rubbed his temples. The third remarked, frowning. I see what you mean. Kagebenshin no jutsu. Naruto murmured, suffering in pain as he put his hands together several times until getting them almost in the perfect position and saying Kagebenshin no jutsu. 2 clones formed, one of whom looking sick, and Naruto said, damn, now I'm back down to 10%. You, the excellent one, go read anything quickly in a book to distract yourself. The clone walked over to the bookshelf, picked a book, and opened it, and the clone passed out, disappearing in a cloud of smoke, and Naruto's nose began to bleed, prompting him to say who wrote such nonsense. Who wants to hear about what Elaine and Carol did to John? Hey Gaki, I wrote that, Jiraiya stated as he smacked Naruto in the head, causing Naruto to wince and touch his head, before adding, you wrote that perverted garbage. Jiraiya remarked, I did it, of course. Ika Paradise is a series of books written by me. Ah, you're the person Kakashi jacks off to and why he's 3 hours late, Naruto replied, making both adults sweat. Anyway, it appears that anything a Kagebenshin learns reverts to the original ... Why don't you employ them to do your paperwork, Jiji? Naruto said. The third blinked and blinked as he slammed his head against the desk and screamed. All that time, wasted. He then generated 2 clones and had them begin reading the scrolls on the desk. Anyways, Jiraiya, inspect the Kyuubi seal and those others and see what they do. The third remarked after he made the clones. Channel your chakra, Jiraiya says with a nod. Naruto agreed, and Jiraiya agreed well. You earned a 5-star rating, which I can easily rectify. Keep your body still. As he reached out his palm, it gleamed 5 different colors before slamming it on Naruto's stomach. Naruto yelled, shit, that hurt. 20.25, 0.30, 0.35%. The filter will not let any more in until your body develops more of your chakra. Eva remarked as everyone saw the blue in the crystal on Naruto's chest turn red for a second before turning pink and then blue. Naruto also stated that's all well. I'm at 35% now, but it won't let any more Kyuubi chakra in until my body produces more of its own. Jiraiya remarked, this is really incredible effort. Naruto, whomever did this to you put a lot of thought and effort into it. They implanted an additional set of gates in your body to limit the quantity of Kyuubi chakra that enters the filter at any given time. They weren't seal masters because they utilized so many fundamental seals to perform what they did, but I can tell they wanted to serve you as much as they could. Interesting. They also installed a number of mental barriers to prevent you from being influenced by Kyuubi chakra if the Kyuubi ever managed to break free. I'd like to swap notes with whoever did this on a couple points. What was his name, and what did he seem like, according to you? As he fixed his gaze on Naruto. Naruto said he was approximately the same height as Kakashi, and had brown hair and brown eyes. But he never told me his name, just that his wife died while giving birth to a daughter, and that their father gave them new identities and lifestyles to keep them hidden from the Snow Country person. How are your injuries? Inquired the third. My head feels a little better and my ribs aren't hurting as much, Naruto stated, but I can't tell anything in my arm, Jiraiya stated. Looking at Naruto's arm, his arm is severely wounded. Sensei, I don't believe anyone in Konoha will be able to help, and it will never heal on its own. How did you manage to break it so badly? Naruto remarked the thrust cannon is a weapon used to propel a ship forward. I usually only use 5 or 10% when using it, and I can blow up a tree with that amount. But when I was fighting Gaara and Shukaku, I used 40% first, then around 55% while in the air to blow Shukaku's head off, and it worked. But then I crashed through some trees and hit the ground hard before passing out because I had no power left. But it's likely that I would have died if it hadn't been for my armor. After a brief pause, the third spoke out. Naruto is a Japanese manga series. Do you believe you have the ability to travel? Naruto said yes, but not in the sense of flying or tree hopping. Why? According to the third. First, I raised Naruto Uzumaki to the rank of Chunin for courage beyond the call of duty and strategic thought. And you are now Jiraiya's new apprentice. I'm assigning you an S-rank task to find Tsunade and return her to Konoha so she can become the Godame Hokage, as well as to repair Naruto's arm. Everything discussed here is now and will remain a secret to only the three of us. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard Chunin and then Godame, and he about to speak when Eva muttered something. It's not a good idea. Simply express your gratitude for your trust in me, and you will be accepted. But why? Naruto wondered. Because you don't want them to think you're a weak moron but a respected ninja, Eva explained. Jiraiya sighed and remarked after seeing Naruto's face change expressions multiple times, thank you for your trust in me. And I accept Chunin's promotion and the assignment. When are we going to leave Iro-sanin? Leading Jiraiya to faceplant and the third to chuckle. Don't call me that, Gaki, Jiraiya remarked, and we can leave as soon as you're packed. Naruto remarked, I carry all I own on my back. While I was gone, I was robbed again, so I have nothing in my flat but torn up furniture. Right, so hide your ... What should we name that thing? Jiraiya remarked, glaring at the third. Naruto remarked, I should warn you both that if this device is destroyed, I shall perish. Give me full armor with the exception of my left shoulder and arm. Eva. Before it hid, both adults noticed Naruto's body was clad in crimson and gold armor, and Naruto muttered, damn. I only have 150 senbon left, so I'll have to buy some more. Does it matter what kind of senbon? Jiraiya inquired. Naruto remarked, typical senbon. When the seals are launched, the launcher in my right wrist automatically engraves and charges them. However, I can only launch 10 per second. Both men's eyes widened as a result. How many can you carry? Inquired the third. Naruto said the number is 500. That seems like a reasonable trade-off for the shurikens and kunais I no longer use. At 100 yards, I can strike a target with a 2 inches accuracy. Is Eva going to teach you anything else? Inquired the third. Naruto remarked, I won't be able to do it unless I spend some time in the snow. Eva has just 20 jutsu under her belt, including water walking and the concealed mist jutsu. The remainder are snow jutsu, as this armor was designed to help Snow Nation ninja better protect their homeland. But that Dadu guy had other ideas. They didn't acquire all of the information about this suit, thankfully, but only bits and pieces from the guy who survived meeting Dad. The third took a scroll from a cabinet and tossed it to Jiraiya, saying, once you've got it on, that's your Chunin vest. There will be no research on this mission, Jiraiya. You must locate Tsunade and assist him in his recovery. I received news from Weasel, who stated that they have begun to move and that he will be inspecting the target soon. I see. Come on, kid. We've got a lot of things to do in a limited period of time. Jiraiya replied, his eyes wide. Sure, Naruto responded as he took a step behind Jiraiya. The third deactivated the security seal and said ANBU once they had left. Get me Shino Aburim, Shikamaru Nara, and Hatake Kakashi, said 4ANBU. The four nodded and walked away in a tangle of leaves while the third drew out 2 additional scrolls similar to the one he had given Jiraiya. You know, when you're not hiding like you are now in that thing, Jiraiya remarked. We need to come up with a code name for you. Like what? Said Naruto, frowning. How about Iron Man? Jiraiya suggested after seeing a photo of a man doing weights. Naruto blinked at Jiraiya and then inquired, what the hell are you on? And how much more do you have? It could alleviate the pain in my arm right now, Jiraiya said as he raised his hand to strike Naruto. Damn it. If I did it, I'd probably break my hand on that steel head of yours. Naruto laughed and said furthermore, nobody is going to find out because I am not telling anyone else. Jiraiya hit Naruto in the back of the head this time and said baka. Everyone will eventually learn about it. We live in a world where everyone is an expert at uncovering secrets, and once they have done so, they will beat your $$ every time you turn around. You have no idea what you've done by pulling this stunt, do you? Naruto noticed a few people staring at them and said, let's go find this lady, Iro-sanin. I don't want the gossip mill spreading rumors about you trying to hook me up with some hooker when I don't want to have sex. The woman nearby cast several glares at Jiraiya. Jiraiya ignored them and began following Naruto toward the gate, saying nice distraction for the time being, brat. But you'll still hear what I have to say when we set up camp tonight. Until then, I'd like to put your observation skills to the test. You remember everything you see and hear until we arrive at camp, at which point I will question you about what we saw. Naruto stated great. Jiraiya said sarcastically to the Chunin at the gate. Jiraiya of the Sannin and Chunin Uzumaki leaving for a mission. Brat, come on, as he started leading the way out of the village. Congratulations Naruto, both guards said to each other. Naruto said, blinking, damn, how come you two always get the bad jobs? First it was that stunt during the first exam, and now this. Jiraiya's voice stated, brat, come on. Remember, we're in a hurry. Naruto sighed and added, so you heard him. By the way, thank you. It's comforting to know that someone here appreciates me. Kotsu stated, when you return, let us celebrate your admission to the ranks. Then you'll discover that this is considered D rank for Chunins. Naruto stated, unfortunately, I currently hold an S rank. See, as he attempted to catch Jiraiya. When Kotsu saw Naruto flee, he frowned and asked, Izumo, what's wrong with that picture? Izumo stated, his arm. There's something wrong with the way he's guarding it. I believe he was hurt during the earlier invasion. Kotsu stated, I'm not sure, but the ANBU claim he was the one who summoned the sand creature. They're apparently spreading the word among the ranks that if anyone fucks with him, they won't wake up when the ANBU finds out. Today, he has influenced many people's opinions. Izumo stated, it's about time. I've heard he's a national hero in Wave Country right now. Kotsu stated, really? That was something I hadn't heard before. Yeah, some hunter came through about a week ago looking for bounties in that area, and they named this massive bridge that connects Wave to the Fire Country after him. Izumo explained. Give them hell, kid, smirked Kotsu. Izumo chuckled and asked, so, Kurenai or Anko this time? Actually, I think it's Yugao this time, Kotsu said, placing his hand on his chin. Perhaps this will give her a chance to blow off some steam, too, since Hyatt died, Izumo speculated. Yeah, welcoming new Chunin to the ranks with a night of drinking and then a panty raid on one of our deadliest women. Poor Iruka hasn't gone toward another woman since he raided Anko, Kotsu said, causing both men to shiver before bursting out laughing. The third Hokage had two cagemen doing paperwork in his office while he looked out over the village when two puffs of smoke appeared and he looked back and said, Shikamaru and Shino. I'd like to thank you both for responding so quickly to recent events. I'm sure you're both wondering why I called you. The solution is straightforward. Based on what I've seen and heard from the ninja in the stadium, we would have had a lot more casualties if it hadn't been for both of your actions. Your father Shikamaru sent his shadow to all the sand ninja near him, and when the battle started, they couldn't move. And Inoichi and Chusa were able to kill them quickly. Both your sensei noticed and discreetly informed other Chunin and Jounin nearby, so that when the attack occurred, nearly all of the Suna ninja were eliminated in the first 20 seconds of the battle. During this time, both of you collaborated to capture and drain the two Suna siblings, who you then tied up and secured, giving us several political prisoners. We would not have been fully prepared if Naruto had not informed us about something wrong with the Kazekage, increasing our suspicion that something was not right, Shino said. Yes, Naruto informed me as well, and I was able to send a message to Ibiki alerting him to begin the civilian evacuation, which was nearly complete when the battle began, which is why we only have a small section of the village damaged, the third said. Plus Naruto taking out that sand creature Gaara turned into, Shikamaru added. The third individual stated yes. If it hadn't been for Naruto, many good people would have died today. I know some people died and others were injured, but it's nowhere near the number that could have happened if we hadn't been informed that Suna was also involved. Which is why I'm promoting all three of you to Chunin. Naruto has already received his vest and is currently on a very important mission. Shino inquired Hokage-sama, why is his blood in this room? My hives detect his fresh blood here. The third sighed and commented during his battle with Gaara, Naruto sustained several injuries, one of which may put an end to his shinobi career if the person they get cannot repair the damage done, causing both boys' eyes to widen. Shikamaru mentioned, and you sent him injured on this mission not only to see if Tsunade, the only one with skills that exceed those in Konoha, could heal his injuries, but also to protect him in case some of the villagers decided to take advantage of him while he was weak. Correct? Shino stated that seems to be the most logical explanation. Because of their hatred for the Kyuubi, some may believe that now is a good time to exact vengeance. As he pushed up his sunglasses, the third, as well as the two ANBU present, were wide-eyed, and the third inquired, how do you both know about that? Shikamaru smirked and commented, we had only suspected honestly up until now. Shino and I both witnessed Naruto being shunned by others in the village, and after some research, we discovered his birthday was October 10th, the day of the Kyuubi attack. When I went to see Choji in the hospital for overeating, I ran into Shino, who had been visiting Hinata, and Shino hives detected Gaara's sand, and we followed the bug to Lee's room, where I used my shadow possession jutsu to capture him while Shino tried to drain his chakra because he was about to kill Lee. He then told us how he was an incarnate of sand, how his birth killed his mother, and how his father attempted to assassinate him. Then Guy-sensei arrived, and Gaara left. But as we were leaving, Shino commented on how Gaara's chakra was similar to Naruto's. And we discussed what we knew and researched. And we both believe Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. And we both believe he is the son of Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, because he is a carbon copy of him. We only had a belief until we saw and heard your reaction a moment ago. But now we know we are correct about the Kyuubi. The third sighed and commented, yes, both of you are correct. I passed a law prohibiting anyone from discussing the Kyuubi and its true fate so that Naruto could try to live a normal life. But his life has been far from normal, because it is an S-class secret. Neither of you can tell anyone. In fact, Naruto was unaware of it until the day he graduated from the academy, when an instructor duped him into stealing the Forbidden Scroll, and then attempted to murder him. Shikamaru mentioned so Naruto graduated in this manner, as well as learning Kagebenshin. Did he murder Mizuki? The third individual stated, Shikamaru, you're smarter than you let on. How did you know it was Mizuki? Iruka is still at the academy, and Naruto and him got closer after graduation for some reason. And Mizuki disappeared, Shino explained. And then there was the talk about the whole Mizuki incident that was whispered about for a while. Shikamaru said, well, you both have surprised me with what you have figured out. But the question is, what will you do with this information now that you have it? The third said, Shino stated, Naruto is no different from my family. He has Kyuubi within him, just as I have my hive, but we are both unique beings. It would be illogical to change my perception of him from what I already see him as, a comrade and possibly a friend. Shikamaru mentioned it's inconvenient, but I don't see him any differently than before. Naruto is just Naruto. The third said with a smile, perhaps you should both tell him about the Kyuubi and that you accept him at some point. He could talk to someone his own age. Now, let's talk about your promotions. As he passed each of them a scroll and said, inside is your vest. Wear it proudly because you earned it. Concerning Naruto's parents, he now knows who they were and has the option of telling anyone or not. I would ask that you not tell anyone about Naruto's promotion until he returns, because there are those on the council who will try to take it away from him, and I need to focus on the village for the time being and to NBU ... You are not to repeat anything you heard, or you will both be spending time in Ibiki and Anko's playhouse. Everyone in the room began to shiver. The ANBU nods and shushens away, grabbing both boys. After they had left, the third sighed and said, Naruto is now 2. Perhaps you will gain more, as he let his gaze wander to the Hokage monument. A swirl of leaves appeared in the office at that moment, and the third turned and smiled as he said, Kakashi, I called you because I wanted to apologize for my behavior earlier. You see, there was a situation going on that could have turned out very badly for the safety of the village if Jiraiya's focus had strayed from what I needed him to do. Kakashi stated, I see. Is there anything I should know about Naruto's activities there? Naruto was there because he was injured defending the village, and also because I discovered something that required Jiraiya's attention regarding Naruto's seal. said the third. Is everything contained? Kakashi inquired. The third individual stated, but I do have a question for you. Why did I find out about Orochimaru messing with the Kyuubi seal while Team 7 was in the Forest of Death more than a month later? Behind his mask, Kakashi frowned and said that was not something I was aware of. Nobody on my team told me Orochimaru had even touched Naruto. Then why did you sign off on Sakura report that stated Orochimaru hit Naruto in the stomach with a glowing hand? Said the third as he walked over and opened a drawer. Once I heard about the cursed seal on Sasuke, I immediately began to prepare for the containment seal, Kakashi said after reading the report. The third individual stated, very well, but in the future, please keep an eye out for these types of things and read all of your team's reports before turning them in. Fortunately, all Orochimaru did was seal off Naruto's Kyuubi chakra, leaving him with only his own chakra reserves until now. Kakashi nods and inquires, is he alright? The third individual stated no. He has a mild concussion that is now healing, as well as several cracked ribs and severe damage to his left arm. In fact, if Tsunade is unable to repair his arm, he may lose it, causing Kakashi to widen his eyes. Kakashi stated, I see. I'm going to S. The third individual stated, you simply cannot. He is no longer a resident of the village. Jiraiya took him to find Tsunade, bring her back, and examine his arm. She is his only chance. Now I have several questions for you, Kakashi, because you and Sasuke have caused me several headaches that will last for several months. My first question is why Sasuke was not present at the start of the Chunin exams. I had to ask Naruto where you were while making it appear as if I didn't have control of my ninja, and he informed me that he hadn't seen you or him since the day of the preliminary rounds, and I will ask about that later. But for now, I want my first question answered, and don't give me any bullshit answers because I am not in the mood. Kakashi stated, I took Sasuke to Fire Canyon to train. As you know, it's a 6-hour drive back here from there, and I had lost a day somewhere in our training. And I honestly thought the exams were tomorrow, and we were returning today to rest up for them. We didn't realize the exams were today until we heard the explosions. That was a human error, the third said, but it also means you weren't here for any of the invasion then. Kakashi stated, no. The sand and sound had already retreated by the time we arrived, and we had only just arrived when I ran into Jiraiya, and the ANBU came to get him. I had sent Sasuke into the village to assist where he could, and then I ran into you, the third said, shaking his head, because of Sasuke and your mistake. This village will most likely lose several customers in the coming months. I had no choice but to declare Sasuke a forfeit against Gaara. Because of the reaction to that announcement, I will have to punish both you and him to demonstrate that Konoha does not tolerate disrespecting our clients or being less than competent. For Sasuke, who should have been reminded that today was the exams, he will lose the opportunity to become a Chunin for the next 2 years. He will also have to complete 5D rank missions per week until the next Chunin exams in 6 months. It will be his responsibility to see that they are completed, because if he does not, I will be forced to seal off his Sharingan until he can learn proper respect. I understand, Kakashi says with a nod. The third individual stated, as for you, Kakashi, I have no choice but to impose a harsher punishment because I have been so lax with you that even our VIP knows you are always late. The following is your punishment. You will be demoted to Special Jounin and your pay will be reduced accordingly for the next 2 years while on probation, as well as having to perform a 12-hour guard duty at the front gate once a month for the entire 2 years. You are not permitted to arrive late for team meetings, command meetings, summons, or missions. Doing so will result in the removal and replacement of your Sharingan eye, making Kakashi wide-eyed, and the third interrupted him and said, do not. Now, if you complete your 2-year probation with no other reprimands and meet all requirements, you will be able to test for your Jounin status to be restored. Do you comprehend your punishment? Kakashi nods, and the third person says, I apologize for this, Kakashi, but you must understand that Konoha will suffer as a result of your error. Despite Naruto's outstanding performance today, we will lose some, but not as many as we could. How did Naruto do? Kakashi inquired. After a brief silence, the third inquired first and foremost, why did you not train Naruto? He didn't say anything, but I haven't seen you since that day. Because of the way he avoided talking about it, I know something happened, but he refused to tell me what. So I want to know everything that happened that day. Kakashi sighed and commented, when I went to tell Sasuke to get ready, Naruto approached me in the hospital and asked me to train him. That day, I told him the truth, and he was not pleased. I told him that with his chakra control as it was, there was nothing I could teach him in a month to beat Neji. and that the only reason I put him in Sakura through the exams was to gain real-world experience that would help them later. He only passed the preliminary exams because he lost control of a bodily function. Sasuke was the only one on the team who had the required skills to advance to Chunin at the time, and I had arranged for him to work on his chakra control with another jounin over the month so that after the exams were over, I could hopefully train him then, because teaching him now would be a waste of my time, and I refused to waste my time teaching him something he couldn't use. At this point, the third was furious and said, "I see. Tell me, Kakashi, who you assigned him to." "Ebisu," Kakashi said. The third, with a frown, stated, "That's strange, because Ebisu has been training my grandson every day this month. Did you introduce them or tell them where they should meet?" Kakashi paused for a moment before saying no. I figured Ebisu would find him, and since Naruto was causing a commotion at the hospital and losing control of his rage, I shushed him away so he could calm down. I then packed my belongings, met Sasuke at the gate, and departed until today. "Then who trained your student Kakashi?" inquired the third. "I guess he must have trained himself ... and no wonder he was so injured then," Kakashi said. The third individual stated, "Kakashi, I'm struggling to keep myself from snapping your neck for being a clusterfuck right now. If you want to know how Naruto did in his exams, I'll tell you. When I questioned him about where you were, he detected that the Kazekage coming up the stairs was an imposter and informed me as such. He then walked off the cage box and free fell to the floor, but when he hit, he created a cagebanshin and hinged himself into either sand or rock or something that no one in the stadium detected, while his clone walked over and made several bold statements that not only earned the respect of Konoha's civilians and ninja, but also made the Leaf Village look good in front of our VIPs. After that, he began his match with Neji Hyuga, and he played mind games with Neji, enraging the Hyuga by insulting not only their honor, but also their bloodline, as well as knocking Neji down several pegs that I am sure Hayashi will be in here later today demanding Naruto's head for. But the Kagebanshin then took a full 64 palm strike from Neji without being destroyed, and then he proceeded to as Neji stood up. The Kagebanshin somehow took the chakra from his strikes and transformed itself into a Bunshin Bakua that blew up, knocking him out. Naruto then revealed himself, remarking that even he wouldn't be stupid enough to fight a Hyuga head-on. Kakashi's eyes were wide, and the third said after that, "Because Sasuke was not present, I had no choice but to award Gaara the victory." And then Kankuro forfeited, which made Naruto, Shikamaru, and Shino all three suspicious. And Shikamaru forfeited so he could conserve chakra. This resulted in Naruto and Gaara meeting in the next round. The actions of those three sent a silent message to our forces in the stands, and they began to weaken the Sand Shinobi. Naruto annihilated Gaara right from the start. He was able to get Gaara's sand defense to work for him, and he was able to blow a hole in the wall right where the water pipes were, where he used the hidden mist jutsu to conceal himself from Gaara, and then based on the chakra usage of the attack, I would have to say it was an assassination jutsu. He was able to blow through all of Gaara's defense, wounding him. Gaara then let go of the demon that had been imprisoned within him. "Gaara is a Jinchuriki," exclaimed Kakashi. The third individual stated yes. That began the battle between our forces, and Naruto used the rampaging demon to attack the fake Kazekage, who we believe was Orochimaru, neutralizing him for the battle, as the Kazekage and Orochimaru were never seen again after that, except for the discarded face of the Kazekage. Naruto then told me that he would lure Gaara away from the village by using himself as bait, and he flew ... Yes. Naruto actually flew and attacked the demon head-on, leading it to where you found us, where he defeated the demon in battle but not without injury to himself. And he did it all without the use of Kyuubi chakra. "Kakashi, you're quite impressive for someone who wasn't worth your time," the third said, as Kakashi winced and looked down. "Naruto, Shikamaru, and Shino have all been promoted to the rank of Chunin by me. Without their actions, the Leaf Village might have fallen today. You will not discuss the promotion with anyone, including your students. As of now, I have removed Naruto from Team 7 and placed him temporarily under Juria's apprenticeship. One more thing you should know. Over the course of a month, Naruto not only trained himself, but also traveled to Wave Country to train, and he discovered who his father was. He won't tell me how he found out, but all he cared about was knowing who his mother was. I informed him, and for the time being, he is content, but your actions toward him have hurt him more than anything else. If he loses his arm as a result of this, he will most likely blame you because he believes you played favorites and left him alone, just like everyone else in this village. The fact that he knows you're his father's student probably makes matters worse. I'll do everything I can to keep him from doing anything bad for everyone, but I'm curious what you've taught him since he joined Team 7 with you and your other 2 students. I'm curious about everything. Kakashi stated, I taught the entire team about teamwork and tree walking. I taught Sasuke Lee Taijutsu so he could correctly use the Chidori, which I also taught him. I taught him some firefighting techniques as well as wire traps. The third individual stated, so you didn't teach Naruto or Sakura anything ... KAKASHI ... Get out of my way before I kill you. I hope you have your affairs in order because Jiraiya will come after you if he finds out. Kakashi nods and walks out of the office. The third flashed through hand seals and sets fire to his desk, and the 2 clones scream, hey ... We were done with all that paperwork. The third glared at them and threw a kunai at both of them, completely destroying them. Hayashi knocked and opened the door without waiting to see the Sandame standing behind the burning desk. And the third glared and said, if it's about your whiny ass bitch nephew, shove it. I'm not in the mood ... Or would you like to spar with me for the next few hours? As he slammed his fist into the spiderweb-like wall behind it, Hayashi paled and quickly left, saying, it can wait, have a good day sir. When the door began to open again, the third glared for a few more moments before saying, if you value your life, come back tomorrow or I will summon the fucking Shinigami to take your and my soul. The third quickly shut the door and sat down in his chair, saying, let it burn. After leaving the Hokage office, Kakashi was still in shock from everything he had heard, and he was walking through the village when the voice of Sasuke caught his attention. With a scowl on his face, Sasuke approached Kakashi and said, so, what did you discover? Do I have another chance to become a Chunin now that the exams have been cancelled? Actually, you are going to be punished for embarrassing the village by missing not only your match but the entire exam, Kakashi said. Sasuke glared and said, why? It was your fault that we were late. Kakashi stated, that is correct. But it was also your responsibility to keep track of the days because it was your promotion at stake. Now the Sandame has decided that you will lose your chance to become a Chunin for the next 2 years. And you will also have to do 5D rank missions a week on your own until the next Chunin exams in 6 months. It will be your responsibility to see that they are completed, as failure to do so will result in the sealing of your Sharingan. You can't do that, Sasuke said. Kakashi stated, Sasuke, I have my own punishment, and it is not my choice. It belonged to the Hokage. Sasuke scowled and pondered, perhaps it's time I accepted Danzo's offer. He proved to me that day that the Sandame is nothing more than a figurehead and that the real power in the village lies with the council. That's it, council, and stated, then I'll consult with the council. In any case, the Hokage is nothing more than a figurehead. As he turned and began to walk away, Kakashi blinked and pondered, not with the look he was about to kill me. I can't allow him to speak to the council and start a massacre, and stated, I believe you are mistaken about the Hokage being nothing more than a figurehead, Sasuke. You do realize, however, that if you are correct about the Hokage being a figurehead, then the council decided on your punishment. Sasuke came to a halt and thought for a moment before saying, I suppose you're correct. But I can't believe they would actually threaten me. As he began to rub the curse seal and recalled Kabuto's words from the day in the hospital. Flashback. Kabuto stood over the bodies of 4ANBU, looked at Sasuke in the bed, and said, as can be seen, most people underestimate my strength. My master taught me that Konoha will only slow me down, and they are doing the same to you. They believe you are too weak to assassinate your brother and avenge your clan. They're already holding you back ... Why else would they give you the laziest sensei there is, who is always late ... Rest now. As he prepared for Kakashi, he placed his glowing hand on Sasuke's head, causing Sasuke to pass out. Finished the flashback. Has he always been so conceited? Kakashi wondered. He frowned as he watched Sasuke rub the curse seal, and after a brief thought said, it's probably because of all the VIPs who were upset about your absence as well as the invasion. Everyone is furious right now, and Konoha needs those VIPs to be happy so that we can stay strong. Consider this. By completing D rank missions, you will become stronger and will not be required to take the Chunin exam. Sasuke blinked and asked Kakashi, what do you mean? I assumed that passing the exam was the only way to advance. Kakashi stated, the exams are mostly advertisements for the various villages displaying their best genin. In reality, roughly half of the Chunin in the village rose through the ranks by excelling on missions. That is most likely what the Sandame will do to you. Sasuke stopped rubbing the curse seal and thought for a few minutes before saying, fine, I don't like it, but you're right, and considered Konoha is holding me back because they believe I am too weak to kill him. You're the same, Kakashi. You purposefully delayed my promotion and prevented me from becoming stronger enough to kill him. For the time being, I'll play along. As he started to walk away, Kakashi reflected after he had left. That seal is starting to have an effect on you mentally. Sasuke, I need to keep you calm until Jiraiya-sama comes back and asks him to look at it. Maybe my sealing method isn't strong enough to keep it at bay. Across the village, people were working to recover from the earlier in the day invasion, with no one realizing the journey that began today for two different boys. But where will those boys' journey lead them? To destiny or to annihilation? When Jiraiya and Naruto arrived in the gambling town of Hiko, it was already dark. Jiraiya took a look around the town before pulling out a black notepad and skimming a few pages before sending chakra to a page, and a key popped out. Jiraiya said as Naruto looked perplexed, I spend so much time on the road that I simply decided it would be easier to purchase a hotel room in almost every major city. It's less expensive, and I don't have to worry about finding a room if there's a big event in town on the day I'm there. As he was serious, he led Naruto to a room near the red light district, and after a flight of stairs, they arrived at room 219. When they entered the room, there was a king-size bed and a fold-up bed beside the closet. And Jiraiya closed the door and took out 6 pieces of paper, placing one on each of the 4 walls, one on the ceiling, and one on the floor before sending chakra into the last one. And all the papers glowed, and Jiraiya said this room is now soundproof, and no one can hear us. Now, as I said in Konoha before, you avoided my speech. Once people discover you're wearing armor, they'll target it to get to you. You have no idea what you gave up when you received that armor. I don't even know what you gained from it, but I'm sure it wasn't worth what you lost. Naruto frowned and pondered. I gained more than you know, Iro-sanin, Eva said in his head, and if you want, Naruto, I can explain exactly what you now have under your control to Jiraiya because you seem to trust him and he needs to know so he can properly train you. I can only do so much. When Naruto noticed Jiraiya preparing for a long speech, he sighed and said, do it, prompting Jiraiya to look at him and ask, do what? Naruto's body briefly shimmered, and strange shimmers of light began to gather in the center of the room. Jiraiya was on the defensive for a moment as all the shimmers concentrated together before a woman appeared with brown hair going to her mid-back and brown eyes. And Jiraiya took one look at Naruto and then the woman and said, so what is this brat? The lady stated, Eva, the electronic virtual avatar. Here, I am a holographic representation of my creator. Since my master has agreed to inform you, if you have any questions about the prototype, I can answer them for you. Jiraiya looked at her and dropped his perverted habit, saying, so, you're a hologram, right? Yes, I am connected to Naruto as his direct interface to the prototype, Eva said. Jiraiya turned to face Naruto, who had walked over and sat on the bed before lying back and saying, you are free to ask her whatever you want. I'm going to get some rest. He tried to sleep by placing his good arm over his face and closing his eyes. Jiraiya took a moment to look at Naruto and said, so, what exactly is this prototype? What can it and cannot it do? What long-term effects will Naruto's suit have? Another image appeared, this time a floating version of the full armored suit spinning in a circle. And Eva said this is the prototype suit designed for the Snow Country ninja to help them protect their homeland. It's a hybrid of metallurgy and cybernetics. The suit's metal is a new type of metal invented by the creator of this prototype and dubbed the chakra metal. Chakra metal is a metal that consumes chakra and stores it for later use. According to records, only 2 known productions of chakra metal were ever made. This suit, along with the same Hada sword, were made as a gift for the feudal lord of the Land of Mist, but were later stolen when he was assassinated. Now the main difference between normal armor and the prototype is that this armor is basically alive. Jiraiya nods, and Eva says. Jiraiya blinked and looked at Naruto, who was already fast asleep. With narrowed eyes, Jiraiya inquired, what exactly do you mean alive? Eva stated, that's exactly what I mean. Every part of the suit is essentially me. My creator made me to be a part of the ninja to whom I was assigned. As with any living creature, I can heal myself over time as long as I have chakra to do so. I drink water to keep my body going. And like any wife, I support my husband or partner Naruto. You think like a human, not a machine, Jiraiya said, because I was given a copy of my creator's memory with some minor editing to help me understand my functions and learn to control my body. Eva explained. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes once more and said, I see. So, what does your body actually do? Eva stated as previously stated. I have the ability to absorb chakra and store it in my suit to give to Naruto or power the suit in order to avoid draining chakra from Naruto. I use this chakra to heal myself from any injuries, to power my internal functions, and to power my own brain functions. Jiraiya inquired, what else can you do for Naruto besides protect him with normal armor and possibly give him some chakra? So far, I'm unimpressed. Eva stated, you've already seen his cloaking ability to make it appear as if he's not wearing me. I cleanse his chakra, giving him greater control over it. I can let him fly, and I have several weapon features such as the exploding Senbon launcher. Several detection abilities such as being able to pick up body heat at various levels. Facial recognition software, being able to detect concealed objects or objects underground through sonar sound waves, night vision, and rangefinder, and the hand thrust cannon, which allows the user to fire a concentrated burst of pure chakra at a distance. Because of Naruto's ability to absorb and give chakra, no genjutsu can affect him because I absorb the chakra that cast it, and if it is still strong enough to reach him, I send a small burst of chakra into his body to disrupt it. Jiraiya stated, I see. Everything else. Eva stated, the suit is completely self-contained. It generates its own oxygen, so smoke, airborne poison, or anything else will have no effect on him while he is wearing the suit. He can also stay underwater for as long as he has chakra. How does the suit create its own air? And how can he stay under the water until he runs out of chakra? Jiraiya wondered. Eva stated, no, because there are no joints. When activated, the suit's sections merge together, making it completely sealed. One of the reasons I absorb water is to produce oxygen for him to breathe. The suit has seals and filter systems that allow the water I absorb into the seal to be used as a cooling agent for my body so that it does not overheat. Water is slowly filtered to remove any potentially harmful contaminants so Naruto can drink it without carrying a canteen. There is a small layer of water throughout the suit that helps to keep the suit at the same temperature regardless of how hot or cold it is outside. Some water is broken down into its constituent elements, which include hydrogen and oxygen. That oxygen is what he can breathe while the hydrogen is converted into fuel for the boot's flight system. Jiraiya was impressed at this point and stated, I can see how Snow Ninja could use that, keeping them from freezing to death in the cold, being able to detect anyone who is trapped in the snow with your detection ability, and surviving if a ninja falls through the ice into the water. The ability to fly allows you to move quickly in water and get to your destination. The thrust cannon was used to allow the ninja to escape by blowing a hole in the ice, and the exploding Senbon needles were used to weaken snowbanks for controlled avalanches in order to prevent uncontrolled avalanches. Eva stated, yes, those are my creator's original plans. Alright, I can see how that would be useful to Snow Ninja and could help Naruto, but what I want to know is what effect ninjutsu will have on him. Jiraiya said. Eva stated, fire will try to heat up the suit temperature in order to penetrate it, but the water in the suit will keep it cool while absorbing the chakra from it. Water will be absorbed and filtered while still absorbing the chakra up to 5,000 gallons total. Following that, the water simply hits the suit as if it were a stone. Wind will be weakened by absorbing chakra, and any damage done will be gradually repaired. Any part of the suit can withstand pressure of up to 2000 psi before breaking, whereas fire would have to waste the water in the suit before it could start to heat it up enough to burn through. Water would have to be condensed to increase the pressure over a long period of time on a specific spot in the suit before it could reach him. Wind attack would have to work on slowly cutting their way through the suit in a single spot to get through while it is being weakened by losing the chakra, making it that much more difficult to have enough pressure. Earth jutsu are the suit's only true enemy. Earth would also begin to lose the chakra that holds it together, but if spike attacks hit a specific spot, it would be a matter of whether the force was sufficient to penetrate the suit. What about lightning? Jiraiya inquired. Eva stated, I would absorb the chakra as usual, but electricity is dangerous to me but not to Naruto. Any electric attacks will immediately remove the stealth shield, revealing the actual armor. And if the charge exceeds a stun level, the section of the armor will stop working for 60 seconds while the system reboots. The suit is intended to protect the person wearing it from electrical attacks, so the water cooling system for the suit is another method of protecting the user. Any attack that is able to connect with the suit is absorbed by the water and channeled to the feet, where it can be harmlessly passed into the ground without harming the user. What about an electrical attack that hits the entire suit? Jiraiya inquired. Eva stated, for 60 seconds, the suit would be immune to the attack while I was reset. The suit will still keep him safe from the electricity, but he will be unable to move. Jiraiya paused for a moment before asking, what about assassination jutsu like the Chidori and the Rasengan? Eva was there for quite some time and said, I don't have any information on those jutsu. I was tested with a few C and B rank jutsu from all 5 elements that the ninja of snow was familiar with, and this is how I became aware of the effects. Jiraiya stated, not bad, I suppose. You have a lot of little surprises that would help someone, but I see several things that make you a disadvantage. The first is a loss of mobility and speed. Eva stated, actually, aside from the initial loss of speed from becoming accustomed to me, there is none. I was designed so that my weight would not crack the ice or snow banks, so I am actually very light, weighing only 60 pounds total. Concerning the loss of mobility, as I previously stated, when the entire suit is worn, it merges to form one body. This was done to avoid any gaps, kinks, or weak spots in the suit, and it actually increases a user's mobility by 10%. This is possible because I am linked to Naruto's brain and receive the same signals as his body. So when his body moves, so does the suit. Jiraiya rubbed his chin and commented, I see. I must admit that whoever created you was a genius at considering all possibilities. But there are other things that hurt Naruto. I notice he doesn't have shurikens or kunais because he has senbons. The main concern I have is that he no longer has close range protection from taijutsu and kenjutsu, as he would with a kunai. Eva stated this is due to Naruto's lack of knowledge of close range weapons other than the kunai. I understand that even with me, he is still potentially vulnerable, but what you fail to realize is that I am upgradable. I was originally intended to be tailored to my user. Instead of carrying a sword with you at all times, if my user knew kenjutsu, you could use the chakra saber or chakra scythe. I currently have both devices stored in me, but until Naruto learns to use a sword or scythe, they could cause him to injure himself just as easily as not, which is why I have not given them to him yet. No kunai can penetrate my armor to reach him, and as for taijutsu users, Naruto's taijutsu level is currently far below what it should be, but once he improves with my protection, he will easily be considered high chunin to low jounin simply because it would take so much effort to make contact with him. Jiraiya said, shaking his head, I've seen taijutsu masters break through armor like tinfoil. And while I admit that you provide him with better protection than anyone else, he'll have to improve if he wants to live ... But I do have a question. If you can protect Naruto as well as you claim, why was his arm so badly injured? Eva stated, oh, that's easy. Naruto told me to concentrate all of my strength into a single attack to stop Shukaku. When he did, I deactivated the safety shock absorbers in his arm, which would have reduced the kickback from the thrust cannon, making it feel like he punched a wall rather than breaking his arm bones. Jiraiya shivered and said, wait, you mean he's hurt because ... That idiot. First, he trusts a complete stranger who could have been an enemy. Then he engages in combat with a new weapon that he does not fully comprehend how to use. That's it. When he's healed, I'm going to kick his $. Eva stated, inquiry. Do you have any knowledge of human anatomy? Jiraiya paused his rant and replied, a little. Why? The image of the armor vanished, and another image of an arm appeared, but the arm zoomed in to show the bones inside it. And Eva said, as you can see, the sections in pink are nearly healed already thanks to his healing ability. But if you look at the red section, you will see why he is actually in so much pain. Jiraiya frowned and said, as he looked at the hologram, I can see everything except the wound, which is nearly healed, but I'm not sure what we can do about it. Is this correct? As of 4 minutes ago, yes, Eva replied. Jiraiya examined the arm and said the radius and ulna appear to be broken about 2 inches below the elbow, with about an inch of each bone pulverized into dust. Is it therapeutic? Eva stated no. It appears that his body is unable to determine what is wrong and how to correct it. Jiraiya stated, I see. I'm not sure what we can do for him. Let him sleep for the time being. I'm going to lock him in this room while I go out and try to find out where Tsunade is. Do not let him leave the room, and do not let anyone in. Is there anything else you think I should be aware of? Jiraiya said, good, then let the boy rest, and I'll see you both later. Eva shook her head no. As he left, he put a seal tag on all the windows and the outside door, sealing the room. When Naruto awoke the next morning, he saw Jiraiya sitting at a small table, holding his head, and he asked, what's wrong with you? I have a hangover, but I found out some information after you fell asleep last night. Jiraiya said, Tsunade visited about 2 months ago. She went to a town 2 days drive away. We'll go there next to see if we can find her trail. So what am I supposed to do besides sleep in hotel rooms? Nods Naruto. I have one of your father's jutsu you can learn while we travel. Jiraiya said, I've got a scroll full of water balloons waiting for you to learn it. In disbelief, Naruto blinked and asked, water balloons? Yeah, water balloons, Jiraiya said. Watch, he said as he held up a water balloon in his hand, which began to bubble before bursting. and he said, what you have to do is use your chakra to move the water inside of it until it explodes. That's all I can tell you because you'll have to figure it out for yourself. However, this is only the first step. Don't be disappointed if you can't do it quickly because it took your father 3 years to create it and me a year to learn it. What is the jutsu supposed to do when I learn all the steps? And how many are there? Naruto inquired. There are 3 steps, and it's called the Rasengan, Jiraiya said, holding up his hand again and forming a perfect Rasengan. Well, let's eat and get on the road, Naruto says, nodding. I feel better now that I've gotten some rest, though my arm still hurts. From the display Eva showed me last night, your arm will not heal on its own, Jiraiya said. You'll have to consult with someone about it. When you told Eva to use all of her power for one attack, you made her turn off the safety devices in her suit. That is why your arm is twisted. I already know, Naruto sighed. She told me about it on the way here yesterday. Let's go eat. I'm hungry. Jiraiya nods, and they leave to eat breakfast before continuing on their journey to the next town Tsunade was heading toward while Naruto worked on the Rasengan first stage. 2 days later, Naruto frowned and looked down at the water balloon in his hand. He looked around the hotel room and thought, stupid Iro Sanin. How does he expect me to pop this balloon when all I can do is make it go nearly flat? Naruto groaned as his latest attempt to pop it failed, and he slumped back on the bed, looking up at the ceiling, thinking, stupid balloon. I just want to rip it apart into millions of tiny Wait a minute, he said as he sat up and looked at the ball. Eva replied, yes, good, show it to me please. Naruto smirked. The hologram particles appeared and showed Jiraiya, who said now watch closely, as he held the balloon up and it began to bubble and explode in various places. Do it again, Naruto said. Eva just the part where he's actually using it. Again. As he watched, he moved closer and began to trace the hologram balloon's bumps, thinking, there are multiple bumps appearing all over the balloon in a pattern at the same time and it did not go flat. Could those multiple bumps be different rotations? Eva, can you edit this any further? He asked, looking at the ball in his hand. I can try, Eva said. Okay, this scene where the bumps are appearing. Start with this bump here and see if you can track the rotation direction with that bump. Make a new hologram of it, but this time change the color of each bump and show it moving. Are you capable of doing that? Using thermal heat sensors and sonic waves, I should be able to give an example of what is happening, Eva said. Though there may be a 40% error. That's fine, Naruto said. Just do your best. Naruto watched as another ball appeared and said, so there are at least 10 currents based on the information you show me. Not the one I was expecting. Thanks Eva. I think you just helped me figure it out. As he looked at the balloon and returned to work, experimenting with different rotations, the balloon exploded after the 5th rotation. And Naruto exclaimed, yes. Now let's see if I can get it to all 10 like Iro Sanin. Naruto groaned about 4 hours later as he tried to flex his hand, but it was too tender. And he thought, well, that's it for now. My hand is almost completely depleted, and I am also hungry. Stupid Iro Sanin forcing me to stay in my hotel room all day. I wonder if they have room service here. As he started checking all the drawers, he finds a small book with the hotel name and reads it. He walks over to the phone and picks it up, saying, according to this, I just press the blue button on the bottom and then type in the number for the item I want. There is no ramen but this looks good. He then hung up the phone. He leaned back in his bed, and about 20 minutes later, there was a knock at the door, and Naruto walked toward it, saying, who is it? Through the door. Room service, a male voice said. Naruto smiled to himself as he unlocked and opened the door, blinking and saying, I don't remember ordering sushi. A picture of the man appeared inside Naruto's vision, and Naruto heard Eva say in his head, Kasama Hashigaki. The monster of the mist, former member of the 7 swordsmen, S rank missing nin, carrying the same hata he obtained after killing the previous owner. Sasuke. No. Too old, Naruto thought as he looked at the other person. Uchiha Itachi, former ANBU captain, S rank missing ninja from Konoha, Eva said as another image appeared, except for his younger brother Sasuke. He killed the entire Uchiha clan. Be cautious of the Sharingan. Everyone is a critic, Kasama said. Can I cut off his legs, Itachi? We don't need them. Naruto Uzumaki, please step out of the room and come with us, Itachi said as he looked into Naruto's eyes. And why would I want to go with a pair of S-rank missing nins? And what do you want from me? Naruto inquired. Strange, Itachi thought. Why did the force hypnosis fail? Naruto's gaze darted around the area, thinking, Eva, do you have any escape plans because I know I can't beat both of these guys? Seems like you're losing your touch, Itachi, Kasama said. Okay, kid, let's get going. I don't have all day. As he reached out for Naruto's arm. Don't touch me, Naruto said as he jerked his right arm back, and then a senbon needle hit the ground in the middle of Kasama and Itachi, blowing both men aside. Naruto quickly turned and launched 3 senbons at the wall where the window was, which exploded and blew a huge hole in it. And he ran and jumped out the window. As he stood back up, Kasama asked, "What the fuck was that?" As he grabbed his sword. It appears that we underestimated him, Itachi said. Come quickly, because these explosions will undoubtedly attract Jiraiya. When 10 senbon needles flew into the room from the roof across the way, he jumped into the room where Naruto had been and ran toward the new door Naruto had created. When Itachi notices this, he quickly replaces himself with the bed mattress, and the needles explode, scattering smoking feathers throughout the room. Where the hell is he getting all these exploding notes? Kasama asked as he entered the room. It's not notes, Itachi explained. Senbon needles are exploding. It appears that our information on him is incorrect. Come, as he jumped out the window toward the roof across the street where Naruto had been moments before, Kasama close behind. As Naruto ran across the roof, he noticed the pair catching him and thought, come on, Iro-sanin, where are you? He jumped over as he shot a senbon into the alley, and it exploded against the trash cans. As Kasama and Itachi got within 10 yards of Naruto, another explosion hit the roof where Naruto was, and Kasama charged through the explosion only to be cloth-lined by Jiraiya's arm, causing him to gasp at his throat, and Naruto, who was standing behind Jiraiya, pointed his right arm at Kasama, and a senbon needle launched from it. And Itachi replaced Kasama with a rain gutter, and Itachi. Kasama screamed, but what about my sword? As he looked at his sword, which had slid away when he fell from Jiraiya's surprise attack, and Jiraiya, who was glaring at him, nearly failed to duck, pulling Naruto with him as the same hata was thrown from behind them by an Itachi cagemanship that went up in smoke. Kasama smirked and jumped away, and Jiraiya sighed as Naruto asked, what the hell were Kasama and Itachi? A pair of S-rank missing nin coming after me for, and where were you? Jiraiya inquired. How did you find out who they were and what rank they held? I never heard them say their names except for Kasama, who said Itachi, and you referred to them by their rank. As he gazed at Naruto, Eva showed me who they were, and wait, you were there? Naruto rubbed his chin. I could have been murdered. Why didn't you show up? A ninja must know when to strike, kid, Jiraiya said. Before attacking, I waited for the best opportunity. Eva had no idea who they were. According to her, when I was still passed out, the guy who gave her to me tested her memory program by having her scan the bingo book, and she recognized him thanks to her facial recognition ability, Naruto said, hearing Eva in his head. She stated that all she requires is a photo to scan in order to look for people. Jiraiya pauses for a moment before pulling out a photograph of Tsunade and stating, this is Tsunade, the woman we are looking for. Scan it, by the way. Good job getting away and calling for help. Come on, I've got a lead on Tsunade a few days travel from here, he said as he jumped away. And Naruto followed but winced as his arm jarred. Time skip. It has been 3 days since the attack on Konoha. Because the attacking force was stopped so quickly, the recovery was nearly complete, and the ninja in the stadium were awake to help defend the village. Sakura Haruno walked toward the bridge where Team 7 always met after receiving notification that she would be meeting them today. I can't believe we were actually attacked like that, Sakura thought. At the very least, there wasn't much damage. They had all of us genin gather in the damaged area, and the chunin there told us what to do. I'm curious about Sasuke-kun and Naruto. I haven't seen Naruto since the exams, and I haven't seen Sasuke-kun since the preliminary rounds, she said as she came to a halt on the bridge and looked around. Sasuke approached Sakura a few minutes later, hands in his pockets, and said, hello, Sasuke-kun. How are you feeling today? Sasuke simply humped and turned away. After about 5 minutes, the sound of footsteps caught both of their attention, and they both looked at the source and blinked, and Sakura said, hey it's you Tenten right? Tenten approached in her regular clothes and said, yeah, that's me, she huffed, crossing her chest. Before anyone could say anything, a puff of smoke appeared, and Kakashi was seen standing there, saying yo, Kakashi-sensei you're on time. Sakura exclaimed. I can be on time, Kakashi said, sweating. Tenten replied. Not according to Guy-sensei. Sakura blinked. You must be Tenten, Kakashi said. This is our temporary replacement. That's what Guy-sensei said. Tenten sighed. He told me that because you are only one person short and our team is 2 people short due to Lee's injury and Neji's flash burns from the explosion, it would be easier to join your team for the time being and Guy-sensei can do jounin missions. As she looked at Kakashi, Sakura asked, Kakashi-sensei, what about Naruto? And what is this temporary stuff? All 3 genin turned to face Kakashi, who said, Naruto is currently on a mission. I'm not sure when he'll return. Why does the dope get a mission and we don't? Sasuke inquired. You'd have to ask the Hokage Sasuke, Kakashi said. There will be no missions today because it is the funeral for all those who died in the attack. Why don't you 3 spend the rest of today getting to know each other in preparation for teamwork? And then we'll start missions tomorrow. I'm on gate duty for the time being, he said as he walked away in a flurry of leaves. Each genin's sweat dropped, and Sasuke began to walk away. When Sakura looked at Tenten and Sasuke and said, Sasuke-kun, don't you want to get to know Tenten? Sakura frowned as Sasuke continued to walk away, saying, sorry about this Tenten, but I haven't seen him since the preliminary round. I'd like to check in on him. Can we meet later to get acquainted? I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss Guy-sensei, Tenten thought, and added, I guess. The Wolf Claw weapon shop is owned by my family. I'm going to train here for a little bit before heading home, which is above the weapon shop. Did you ever figure out how Naruto was able to launch those senbons? Sakura asks, nodding. Tenten replied, no. Okay, I was just wondering, Sakura explained. I'll see you later, she said as she chased after Sasuke. Tenten sighed as she looked around the clearing and began working on her target practice. A few hours later, as she was gathering her weapons, she blinked as she saw where someone had engraved into a tree and read, in memory of a hero, even if he was an enemy, you will always be one in my eyes, Haku Mamachi, Zabuza Mamachi's adopted son. I, Naruto Uzumaki, hereby bestow upon you the closest thing I can come to being recognized as a village hero. Because of you, I learned that true strength comes from protecting what is most precious to you. My friend, may you rest in peace. Strange ... but nice, Tenten thought. Naruto looked at the rubber ball in his hand 2 weeks later and asked, so, how many steps are there to this Iro-Sannin? You'll find out when you finish it, Jiraiya said. Now, listen up. Tsunade was seen heading this way 2 days ago. According to my contacts in the previous village, Eva should use that face she made to see if she can find her in the crowds from the picture I showed you. Yeah, Naruto said. It's been the same thing in every town we've been to since you discovered she could do that, he said, looking at the rubber ball in his hand. I'm just testing your abilities, kid, Jiraiya explained. You have to admit that having the entire bingo book scanned into memory for easy access is extremely beneficial. We got that bounty in the previous town because of it for that guy in the bar where we stopped for a drink. I would never have guessed that someone who looked like shit could be a B rank missing nin. You're just upset that Eva found him when you were sitting right next to him and couldn't tell who he was, Naruto explained. Jiraiya dismissed the remark and said, come, let's find her. As they entered town and began looking for Tsunade, Naruto said, whatever Iro-Sannin. After about an hour of searching for them, Naruto heard a voice say, Tsunade-sama, we should quit while you're ahead, prompting Naruto to look over and say, oi, Iro-Sannin, is that her? As he points toward a woman wearing a green jacket with the kanji Forsaker on the back. Yeah, that's her. Come, Jiraiya said as he walked over to her and said, it's been a while. Tsunade had just pulled the handle on a slot machine that said tilt. Now I know why I was winning, Tsunade groaned, looking over her shoulder. Whatever the case may be, the answer is no. Good one, Tsunade-heim, Jiraiya chuckled. So, you see, the problem is. Good one, Tsunade-heim, Jiraiya chuckled. So, you see, the problem is. Tsunade shifted in her seat, grabbing Jiraiya by the front of his shirt, lifting him off the floor, and saying, look, I washed my hands with Konoha a long time ago, and of anything that reminds me of it, just leave me alone, she said as she shoved him away, causing him to collide with a 20 feet high wall. Naruto turned to face Tsunade, then to the girl next to her, and asked, then what are you doing traveling with a Konoha ninja? If you washed your hands of Konoha, what is she doing with you? He wondered. According to Jiraiya, that is Shizune, Tsunade's official apprentice, which means she was a Konoha nin? He reasoned. Shizune said, I am Tsunade's apprentice, as Tsunade flinched. Then, by the laws of the Leaf Village, you are accepting the duties of a Konoha shinobi. Naruto said. What is your rank? Shizune flinched at Naruto's words and said, I. To Tsunade, what rank are you, and who the hell are you, Gaki? Tsunade inquired. Naruto Uzumaki, Chunin of Konoha, Naruto said. And I am a Sannin, and Shizune has traveling rights as my apprentice. So don't even think about finishing your argument, Tsunade said. As long as you are a loyal Konoha shinobi and refuse to return to Konoha under the orders of the Sandaime who sent us. You are a missing nin, and if your assistant also refuses, she is one as well, Naruto said. That's enough, Naruto, Jiraiya said as he stood back up. Enough, Naruto said. I mean, on our way to find the old hag here after Konoha was attacked by Orochimaru and his army and Suna's army. And because the old man sent for her and she. Tsunade clenched her fist and exclaimed, what the hell did you call me, Gaki? Before unleashing some Kai. Please, Zabuza and Orochimaru both had more Kai than that and Shikaku had more than both of them, so yours doesn't affect me. And as for the old hag part, you look like one with all those wrinkles, Naruto said. Tsunade rubbed her face and said, what wrinkles? To the other three people present. The ones you have on your face and hands, Naruto explained. Genjutsu doesn't work on me, he thought as he heard Eva mention a genjutsu on Tsunade, so that suit can even penetrate Tsunade genjutsu, Jiraiya reasoned. Tsunade crossed her arms and said, so what if you see what I really look like? Chunin, I'm still a Sannin. All I see is an old has-been drunk who lets her past control her, Naruto said. The bingo book details your brother and fiancé being killed in the war, and you leaving Konoha vowing never to return. You may have been a great Sannin once upon a time, but all I see is an old decrepit has-been who drinks too much sake, has a massive gambling addiction, and, as a punch hit him right in the head and he flew back 20 feet through a wall. As Tsunade lowered her fist, Jiraiya screamed, Naruto, and began to move. To everyone's surprise, Naruto walked in and said, damn, Sakura punches harder than you do, Granny. And she's a weak fangirl. And here I expected more from a Sannin, but I guess you were the weaker of the three then, because I fought Orochimaru before, so I know how tough he is. And I can beat a Sannin here with a single jutsu just like I beat the old man. The suit must have absorbed most of the chakra from Tsunade's punch, which is why he wasn't hurt, Jiraiya reasoned. Be careful, kid, Tsunade is losing it. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and said, this kid is just as stupid as your previous student Jiraiya. At least my father had the balls to protect what was precious to him, Naruto said, but maybe that's your problem. Since you weren't born with them, perhaps no one ever gave you any either. Perhaps it was because your body was so old and your boobs were so saggy that you couldn't attract anyone after your fiancé. He had to feel sorry for you. Tsunade flushed, and Jiraiya exclaimed, oh fuck kid, you just had to go there, didn't you? That's it kid, you're dead, talk bad about me all you want, but don't ever talk bad about Dan like that, Tsunade said, as she charged towards Naruto. Tsunade chases Naruto as he snorts, jumps backwards, and glides out the hole in the wall he went through earlier. Shizune, who was stunned, began to pursue them when Jiraiya grabbed her shoulder and shook her head, saying, don't worry, the kid can take the punishment he's about to receive, and his left arm is broken, so he can't really use any jutsu, so he can't hurt her. But, Shizune said, come on, but let this play out, Jiraiya said. Perhaps this will work out. I hope, I thought. Naruto led Tsunade outside the village and stopped in the field, and Tsunade said, finally decided to stop running, Gaki. No, unlike you, I don't like seeing others suffer because they got caught in the middle, Naruto replied. You attack Jiraiya and me for simply talking, and you don't care who gets hurt in the process. Old hag. Perhaps that is why your entire family is now dead, because you never cared. Tsunade screamed, you don't know, as she froze as she saw blood running down Naruto's left arm from going through the wall with an inch piece of wood sticking out of his arm, and Naruto saw her freeze and blinked and looked around and followed her eyes and thought my blood ... What made her freeze? As he raised his arm that had a trail of blood going down it as he walked toward her, and he saw so the sight of blood makes her freeze ... Must be because of what happened during the war, Naruto thought. When Jiji talked about the bad battles he was in when he was younger, he always had those distant looks in his eyes. When Jiraiya and Shizune arrived, Naruto turned to them and said, come on, Ero Sannin. I was wrong. She's not a coward, but she's useless to anyone. If a small amount of blood from a scratch causes her to freeze, she cannot heal anyone and will never be Hokage. She lacks the willpower to defend herself, let alone what she holds dear. She lacks the strength to be Hokage because true strength comes from protecting what is valuable to you. A Hokage must value Konoha above all else and be willing to go to any length to protect it, including sacrificing their own life. A person who cannot bear the sight of blood cannot send someone to fight and possibly die in battle so that their loved ones back home can live on in their honor. She never realized it was for this reason that her brother and fiancé died. You said they wanted to be Hokage, so they knew they had to protect what was important to them, even if it meant risking their lives. They valued her and died so she wouldn't. My father did the same thing, sacrificing his life to instill Kyuubi in me in order to protect me in Konoha. My life may have been hell, but I now understand why and accept it. My name is Jinchuriki. I will give my life to protect what is important to me because my ambition is to become Hokage. I swear I'll become Hokage one day, and I never break my word. That's my nindo, my ninja way. He turned and began to walk away. Jiraiya approached him and asked, "Where are you going, Gaki?" "Home," Naruto said. Because San and Tsunade died a long time ago, the missions were a failure. All that remains is an elderly woman who is lost in her memories. We all lose people we care about. You lost my father, who was like a son to you according to Jiji. Jiji lost his son and wife, and I lost both of my parents before I ever had a chance to know them. But we at least live on in their memory ... or at least Jiji and I do. Perhaps you spent all that time away because, like Tsunade, you never actually got over my father's death. I'm not sure, but she's not the person we came looking for. In her eyes, there is no will to live, let alone the will of fire. She'll never be able to heal my arm if she can't even heal herself. I got the key to the hotel room, so I'm going to eat and sleep. We can return home tomorrow. As he strode away, Shizune, who was holding Tsunade, saw Naruto leave and thought, he is so much like my uncle ... Tsunade. As she felt Tsunade shake, Jiraiya sighed and took out a scroll, unsealed some sake, and sat across from Tsunade, saying, "Go on, get something to eat, Shizune. I'll stay with her," he said as he began to deal the cards. Shizune looked at him and Tsunade slowly reached for the sake, while Shizune sighed and walked back toward town. In town, Naruto pondered, so what now, Eva? Tsunade can't heal my arm, and both Jiji and Iro-sanin said she was the only one who could fix it. My career is over without my arm, and I don't know what to do now. Eva remained silent for several minutes before displaying a picture of his arm's bones in Naruto's HUD display and saying, "According to the current information I have based on scans of your body before and after the injury as well as comparing to that of your right arm, the broken bone will never be able to be healed because your body does not have the necessary material or information on how to recreate an entire missing section of bone, let alone two. The only possible explanation I can think of is replacement with a compatible component. But what can be a replacement part for a bone other than another bone? And if so, how can it be done?" thought Naruto. Eva turned the bone in his vision horizontal and displayed a view of the right arm's armor and two pieces that looked like springs with metal couplers highlighted before being removed. And he saw how after sawing the bone in his arm to a smooth set length to slowly attack those two pieces to his arm. And he Eva said, "Based on the current information, I believe that transferring the shock adapters to your arm from the suit that your arm could be repaired, but your body no longer has trace amounts of Kyuubi chakra flowing through it to neutralize the poison or infections, as it did when you were poisoned by the demon brothers. You still have an advanced metabolism as well as a healing factor from adapting to the Kyuubi chakra, and you are immune to any poisons your body has already been infected with, as well as any viruses that you have encountered. However, you will have to fight normal infection like everyone else, which increases your chances of dying from this process because the type of virus you will most likely come into contact with results in the loss of people's limbs or death." Naruto came to a halt and pondered, "Are there any other options?" At the moment, with the exception of some form of medical treatment from Tsunade with basic human anatomy knowledge and your own body, I can find no other alternative," Eva said. Naruto bit his lip and looked around, thinking, "Can you demonstrate the process to me while it is happening? Like you did to help the Rasengan. If you intend to do this operation yourself, your chances of survival drop to less than 10% because all I will be able to do is demonstrate the process," Eva said after a few seconds of silence. "I won't be able to assist you if you pass out due to blood loss or pain." "I understand," Naruto said, looking up at the sky. "Show me a list of everything I'll need to do this." "Well, all you got to do, kid, is follow the ball and you win if you can pick the cup that has the ball in it," said a man with a small booth set up. causing Naruto to look at him. Huh? Said Naruto. Didn't you just ask how to do this? Said the man. Yeah, show me how to play real quick, please. Naruto thought for a moment. The man displayed a ball beneath the middle cup of 7 cups and began to move them. Eva highlighted the cup, and he stated, just choose the right cup and win if you pay to play. 3-to-1 odds. Kid, you bet 5 and win. You get 15, get it, he said, pointing to the cup Eva had highlighted. As Naruto reached into his sleeve pocket on his broken arm and pulled out his frog wallet, the man commented, funny place to put your money. I guess, let's start over, and I'll put all my money on the game, Naruto said, and the man responded, seems like you my kind of player. An all or nothing type, huh? Let's see. 0.500. Alright kid, you win and I pay you 15-0. So either way one of us will have 2,000. But I won't have enough to play another game after that for today. So you sure you want to play? Sure, Naruto replied. The man placed Naruto's 500 and the 15-0 together, showed the ball, and moved faster this time as Eva tracked the right cup. When the man finished, Naruto pointed to the right cup, and the man said, guess luck is on your side today, kid. See you around, he said as he showed Naruto the money he had won. I feel bad about winning, Naruto admitted. Trust me, kid, I'm glad you actually won, the man said with a chuckle. You see, I haven't always been a reliable dealer. If you were one of the snobbish nobles or a dickhead, I would have cheated your ass like this. As a small slot appeared under one of the table's circles where the cup goes. I see ... so why tell me? Said Naruto. I know you cheated in some way, the man said. I'm not sure how, but your eyes never bothered to track the cup, so you knew. I've been doing this for a long time, kid. And anyone who can fool me deserves to win. Relax, everyone cheats at gambling in some way, whether with dirty deals, trick dice, marked cards, or even food and liquor. The man said, it all comes down to who can do it better. Naruto squinted and inquired, how can you cheat with food or liquor? Several ways. Actually, the man explained. 1. The waitress who brings the items can either have a shiny tray to show the other players your cards. Look at your cards while setting the items down and signaling a dealer or another player. Or the best way is to make you enjoy yourself while gambling. People who are drunk spend more than they realize and don't pay as much attention. And good food will make you hungry, so you will want another bite before it gets cold to distract you from the game, and why the same way that entertainment draws you there to spend your money and treat you special. You will act like a king spending more than you normally would, and soon you will be broke and the house will win. It's all cheating. But it all comes down to who is better at it in the end. If you ever play me or anyone else with my game again, make sure to follow with your eyes so they think you're an easy mark, and keep an eye out for traps. Bye, kid, he said as he turned to leave with his fold-up table. I see, Naruto said. Though next time, unless there's a reason, I won't help you cheat, Eva said. I don't know how much it will cost to get the items we require, so I assisted where I could because you were in pain because of me. Naruto pondered. No, Eva. It was my fault for not understanding what I had ordered you to do in order for me to save Gaara. If I lose my arm, I won't blame you. Everyone had been correct about me. I'm a moron who jumps into things without thinking. When Naruto felt someone touch his left arm, he looked around and saw Shizune with her eyes narrowed and asked, how come you did not feel me touch you until I touched your broken arm? I have my reasons, Naruto explained. Can I assist you with something? Shizune slapped him and winced as her hand hit his face, saying, your face feels like metal. You think, how else do you think I survived that punch from the old hag? Naruto said. You really shouldn't have said that to her. You don't know what she's been through in her life. Shizune frowned. Her brother's and my uncle's deaths hurt her more than any kunai wound. Actually, I think I know exactly what she's been through, Naruto said, his eyes narrowing. I understand the anguish of losing someone you care about. I lost someone I wished had been my brother. I understand what it's like to have no one in your life to console you. She has you by her side, but she is unaware of how much pain she is causing you by being the way she is. I might be an idiot, but I can read people's eyes better than anyone else, and I can see how you look at her. I understand why you care about her, but I also see how it causes you pain, regret, and pity. When was the last time you did something for yourself? When was the last time you smiled or felt like you were making a difference in the world? Your eyes should have little crow's feet beside them from laughing and smiling, but all I see are the beginnings of wrinkles. And you're only 10 years older than me. If that, you are far too young to have wrinkles. You should be turning heads, breaking hearts, and living a normal life with your family, not being weighed down by your only link to your deceased family. Do you think your uncle would want you or her to spend your life the way you are? Or would he want you to spend your life telling your children and grandchildren about the amazing man he was? If you think I despise Tsunade or you, you're mistaken. I pity you both because you both represent what I could have become if I hadn't met Haku. Now excuse me, I have some business to attend to. As he walked by her and began to walk through the town looking at the stores but stopped and said over his shoulder, just remember Shizune. Tsunade isn't going to live forever. Nobody does. What will you do when she's gone and you're too old to begin living? I hope you find exactly what you're looking for. Shizune stood there thinking, how can he know how I feel in my heart despite never having met me before? I know Uncle Dan would be disappointed in the way Tsunade and I live, and I know I want to start a family after finding someone to love. But I can't abandon Tsunade in her darkness. How should I proceed? 2 hours later, Naruto unlocked the hotel room door, closed it, and sat the bag on the table in the room. Sighed as Eva appeared, and he began to unpack the bag on the table before going into the bathroom, grabbing all the towels and the metal ice bucket, and filling it with hot water before walking back to the table. He placed a chemical burner with a small bottle of kerosene on the table and sat the ice bucket on top of it as it began to heat the water. He then unpacked several knives and a bone saw blade and placed them in the water, thinking to himself, good thing hunting is popular here. And they had a bone saw to cut the bones in the animals. He then dragged the other table over to the one with all the items on it, set the towels on it, and stepped back over to the bed, saying, alright Eva, let's get those 2 pieces. Eva nods, and the armor appears on Naruto's left arm, causing him to wince as he felt the weight of it. He sets the arm in his lap, and Eva says, just follow my lead, as she showed Naruto a holographic screwdriver she scanned. A small compartment on the left side of the arm opened and she said, as you can see, this is the safety shock absorber to help protect your arm from the damage of the thrust cannon. These, I believe, are the parts that will work to repair your arms. Are you sure you want to continue, or should you ask Tsunade or Shizune to do it? No, Tsunade can't do it because she'll freeze from the blood, and Shizune won't do it because she cares too much about Tsunade. Naruto said, frowning. You can't save those who don't want to be saved, and they can't save others if they're trapped themselves. When I got you, Eva, I realized I had to rely on myself and you. I can't be shielded for the rest of my life. I'll repair my arm and get stronger. I will learn how to use you properly, and I will demonstrate to the person who gave you to me that their trust was not misplaced. Nobody had ever believed in me before, not even Gigi. I don't know where I would be without you in my life right now, but I am grateful for you. At least I won't be alone again with nobody who cares about me, I reasoned. Eva noticed his thoughts and frowned, saying, very well, do as I say, and we'll have the parts out in 20 minutes, and the blades should be sterile by then. So we can get started, she said as she demonstrated how to remove the 2 pieces. When they were finished, Eva reinserted the armor into the seals on Naruto's arm, and Naruto inquired, what about the armor? It will take 24 hours to replace pieces, Eva said. Exactly how do you do that? Naruto inquired. This suit is filled with nanite technology, Eva explained. Billions of tiny machines, each designed to serve a single purpose. Repair and replace a piece of armor. Seals in your shoes absorb minerals in the dirt as you walk, storing them in separate seals. Then, as the suit is powered, they are converted into new nanites, which are then stored in various parts of the suit until a section of the suit requires repair. When that happens, they will go to the damaged area and replace that section. So these little machines repair the suit with themselves. Naruto scrunched his nose. Yes, but the more damage you receive, the longer it will take to repair the section of the suit. Eva replied, it takes 24 hours to completely replace one piece. It would take 72 hours to replace an entire section, such as an entire arm, if it was completely destroyed. It will take even longer if more than one section is destroyed. What if the entire suit was destroyed? Thought Naruto. What would occur? Naruto felt the armor leave his body, and he noticed the blue power cell, which Eva approached and touched with her finger, saying, do you see this? This is my picture. I am connected to you on the inside through your chakra network and your spine, which allows me to hear your thoughts. I was also created using the same technology as the suit. If the entire suit was destroyed but this was left, I could replace it in 3 months. But if that is destroyed, it won't matter because I and you will both be dead. We're all Naruto. I am as much a part of you as you are of me, because I am your heart and you are my body, and we share the same soul. I am learning alongside you. I have my own ideas and knowledge, but so does a Kagebenshin who has been around for a while. It will be different from who you are now before it dissipates, but it is still you, just as I am now. I think I get it, but there's so much I don't understand. Naruto rubbed his chin. That is the joy of being alive, Eva chuckled. What is the point of living if you know everything there is to know? I guess you're right, Naruto said, blinking. To have you, your husband must have been a wonderful man. My creator was a wonderful person, as was her husband. But I am not her, Eva explained. I have her memories, but they have been edited, and you are my husband Naruto to me. Without you, I'd be nothing more than a piece of metal collecting dust. You make me whole. I see ... Does that mean you love me? Naruto blinked. Eva looked perplexed and responded, I am unable to answer that question because, while we are connected and together, we can never truly be together. I can only be who I am right now. A hologram or a voice in your head. I will protect you because you are precious to me because there would be no me without you. But I can't say I love you because I'm not sure what love is. I'll never be able to provide you with physical comfort or love. I can only offer you emotional support. Eva, I understand what you're saying, Naruto said after a few minutes of silence. I realize we can never be physically together, but we can be mentally and spiritually together. Without you, I would not be who I am. I know there will come a day when I will find someone to love the way you can't. But you will always have a place in my heart, because you are my heart. I'm not sure what the future holds for us, but I adore you. I will always love you because no one else has ever loved me like you have. You will know me better than anyone else ever will. I hope you understand. I believe I understand what you are referring to, and if that is your decision, then I will love you always as well. Even if we are separate but the same, I will be here for you always, but ... But I want you to promise me something. Eva said again. Your Nindo will never let you down, so I want you to promise me that you will not use me as an excuse to avoid finding your own happiness with a real person someday. I don't want you to become like the two women we met today, who are clinging to something they can't have. If you do, I will delete myself, resulting in my death. Even without me, the nanites will continue to do their work, and you will live. If you truly love me, promise me that you will not let me keep you from true happiness. I promise, Eva, Naruto said, looking her in the eyes. Good, now the water is as hot as it can get, so those knives are ready? Eva said. Go wash your hands with antibacterial soap and then neatly arrange the knives on the towels for easy access. Then we'll get started. Naruto did as he was told, and as he sat down by the table he prepared. He tied his broken arm at the wrist and elbow with wire to keep it from moving, and Eva demonstrated pouring some betadine on the arm, which Naruto mimicked. She then took a knife and carefully cut into Naruto's arm, and he winced as he cut a 6 inches line down his arm as blood began to come out of the wound before cutting a 3 inches line across the top and bottom of the first cut. And he then took a cloth pin and pinned the skin he cut back onto the towel as he saw all the blood coming out. As she demonstrated the section to clean, Eva said, use the baby nose pump to suck the blood out of the area around your bone as I do. Naruto was sweating profusely as he felt the suction on the sensitive tissue on the inside of his arm and screamed OOWW. I know it hurts, but we have to keep going, Eva said. Your body is already reacting to the blood loss and pain, and you are in the early stages of shock. Naruto clenched his teeth and yelled, just show me what to do. You must be careful here, Naruto. Naruto, Eva said as she looked up at him as he began to sway. Naruto. Naruto, pay attention or you will die. It's the loss of blood. You must remain focused and look at me. Naruto, look at me. Eva frowned as she looked around, and the suit of armor appeared around Naruto's body, including his arm, with Eva saying, redirecting liquid hydrogen from propulsion system to left arm, starting freezing process. Eva thought to herself as the suit of armor was covered in white frost. This will only give him an hour. Naruto, you have no choice but to forgive me. Activating remote control. As Naruto's body began to stand up, breaking the ninja wire that held the arm, and it began to walk toward and through the window. People on the street began to scream as a suit of armor began to walk down the street, a red light scanning everyone's faces as they fled from the strange metal monster. As the suit walked down the street, a man holding a pitchfork appeared and screamed, "What are you and what do you want?" in a terrified voice. "I am Iron Man," Eva said in a male voice. "I'm looking for Shizune, the apprentice to Tsunade Senju of the Sanins, to help with a medical emergency. I mean no harm, but please assist me in locating this woman. She has shoulder-length black hair and black eyes. She may be caring for a pig and was last seen in this area about 3 hours ago. It's a medical situation. How can I be sure you're telling the truth?" The man inquired. "I am a Konoha ninja who has been traveling with Jiraiya of the Sannin and another ninja," Iron Man explained. "We were sent here to find Tsunade and Shizune. but the other ninja we brought with us is injured and dying from blood loss. Please tell her to find me if you see her." As the suit began to move, Shizun's voice rang out from the crowd, asking, "Who is hurt? And what is wrong?" "Naruto is currently suffering from blood loss nearby. Please come because I believe he has less than an hour to live," Iron Man said. "Okay, show me where he is," Shizun said, frowning. "Climb on and I can get us there faster. Please trust me and hurry," said Iron Man as he approached. As Shizun approached Iron Man, she frowned and sat taunting the pig on the ground, saying, "Please get Tsunade-sama." Iron Man wrapped his arms around her, the left arm away from Shizun's body contact so the frost on it would not harm her, and said, "Hold on." They flew into the air before Shizun could say anything, leaving a shocked group as Shizun screamed. They soon landed on the roof of the hotel where Jiraiya and Naruto had been, and when Iron Man let go of Shizun, Eva appeared, shocking Shizun, and the armor surrounding Naruto fell beside his right arm, which was still frozen white. And Shizun asked, "What's going on? And who are you?" as she looked at Naruto's passed out form and then at Eva. "I don't have much time," Eva explained, because Tsunade couldn't help him and he assumed you'd be unwilling to help him with his arm. "I told him about an experimental procedure to replace the missing bone in his arm with armor pieces. He attempted the procedure himself and passed out from blood loss. I'm currently freezing his arm like frostbite to slow the blood loss, but I need you to finish the operation on his arm in the room below. Please pick him up and follow me. I'll show you how to save him." "If you know how to save him, why don't you do it?" Shizun asked. Eva slapped Shizun, but her hand passed through Shizun, and she said, "I would if I were real. Please, he doesn't have a lot of time." In a pleading tone of voice, Shizun frowned and said, "Okay, show me where I should go and what I should do." As she lifted Naruto's body and noticed the glow from the power cell, she followed Eva down to the room and, after fixing the hole in the wall and placing Naruto on the bed, she asked, "What now?" "Do exactly as I do, and I will show you how to replace the missing bone," Eva said. "As I am not a doctor, you will have to heal the injured veins in his arm on your own." Shizun frowned and inquired, "How are you sure this will work then?" "I don't have a choice," Eva explained. "Please believe me because if Naruto dies, I die." Shizun looked around, taking inventory of everything, then sanitized her hand and asked, "All right, what now?" Shizun thought, "Shit, this is not good," as Eva grabbed the items from the table and moved over, and the armor vanished and the bed was instantly covered in blood. As she did a quick scan, she said, "I need to work on the bleeding first or he'll die. Give me a few minutes." As she began to heal the veins as best she could, she said, "That should give us a little time. Now show me what to do and hurry." Eva then demonstrated how to saw the bone and then connect the two pieces by inserting them where the arm's support rods would have gone and bonding them to the bone with a screw that began to move into the bone, reinforcing it and making a stopper so the bone could not come out of the shock absorbers. When she was finished, Eva said, "That's all I know. The replacement parts have already begun to connect to his arm, so they should be as good as his own bone in 24 hours. It's up to you to fix the rest." As the armor reappeared on Naruto before disappearing, and Eva vanished, Shizun began assisting him with her medical knowledge, and she wondered, what the hell is going on? Why didn't he ask another doctor to perform that procedure? Both he and Jiraiya-sama have a lot to answer for. She finished about 20 minutes later, wiped the sweat from her face, looked at his nearly healed skin, and said, I wonder if he has a bloodline or something. I've never seen such advanced cellular regeneration as his. I ran a test on his motor skills after repairing the damage to his arm, and the results show that he will be able to return to normalcy with minimal rehabilitation ... or none at all, depending on how he adapts to those metal pieces. However, the chances of infection are moderate, so he will require antibiotics. I suppose I could go to the local pharmacy and see if they have what he requires." As she stood up, cleaned herself up as best she could, and exited the room, Jiraiya and Tsunade came running up after about 20 minutes of searching. Tsunade saw Shizun in the blood and froze again, and Jiraiya asked, "Are you okay, Shizun? What happened?" For some reason, Taunton came running up to us. "Are you in pain?" "No, the blood belongs to Naruto," Shizun said, looking down at herself. He attempted to perform the operation himself because he believed Tsunade would refuse to perform it, and that I would refuse because of my connection to Tsunade-sama. After he passed out from blood loss, a girl named Iron Man came and found me. Jiraiya paused for a moment before saying, "A suit of red and gold metal." "Yes, and I have a lot of questions about that, as well as whatever the hell that woman was," Shizun said, glaring at him. Anyway, the operation appeared to be a success, and the metal replacement parts were grafted to his missing bone in his left arm. And it appears that with his unique regeneration abilities, he should make a full recovery as long as he receives a couple of antibiotics, which I was on my way to get. If that woman was able to show me how to heal his arm like she did, why did you have to come find us instead of going to a doctor in Konoha? Someone had to have done it. Shizune, I know you and Tsunade both know the truth about the Kyuubi. Think about it, Jiraiya said, frowning. Shizune blinked, her eyes widening, and she said, so he's. Yes, what you saw is something only the Sandaime, myself, Naruto, and one other person were aware of before now. Jiraiya said, I can't give you any more information right now. But anything else he had planned to say was cut short when an explosion occurred at the hotel where he and Naruto were staying. Jiraiya turned and dashed in that direction. Shizune frowned and began running after Jiraiya, but she came to a halt when she noticed Tsunade was still frozen and the words Naruto spoke to her came back to her. Flashback. When was the last time you did something for yourself? When was the last time you smiled or felt like you were making a difference in the world? Do you think your uncle would want you or her to live your life the way you do? Remember, Shizune and Tsunade will not live forever, nor will anyone else. What will you do when she's gone and you're too old to begin living? I hope you find exactly what you're looking for. End flashback. Shizune turned to Tsunade and said, Tsunade-sama, you used to tell me that it was my duty as a medic to do no harm and to help those in need. Earlier, assisting Naruto reminded me of why I wanted to be a medic in the first place. Uncle Dan would not have wanted us to live our lives the way we had. Because of the pain of losing him, I have stood by you when no one else would. Someone recently reminded me that no one lives forever. He asked me what I would do once you were gone and I was too old to begin living my own life. Tsunade-sama, I love you because you are the only living family I have, but I can't continue on this path. Uncle Dan would not want that, and neither would you. Can you face him as you are now when you die? Or do you want to face him as he remembered you? I hope you find what you're looking for because Naruto was right. That Tsunade my uncle loved and asked to marry him died a long time ago. But she didn't die on the battlefield, but in a bottle running from her past, she said as she looked sadly at Tsunade one last time before jumping away after Jiraiya. Tsunade rose to her feet after Shizune left, holding her head as flashbacks of her brother and fiancé appeared, along with Shizune's words. And then she remembered what Naruto said. Flashback. She never realized it was for this reason that her brother and fiancé died. You said they wanted to be Hokage, so they knew they had to protect what was important to them, even if it meant risking their lives. They valued her and died so she wouldn't. My father did the same thing, sacrificing his life to instill Kyuubi in me in order to protect me in Konoha. My life may have been hell, but I now understand why and accept it. My name is Jinchuriki. I will give my life to protect what is important to me because my ambition is to become Hokage. I swear I'll become Hokage one day, and I never break my word. That's my ninja way. Finish the flashback. Tsunade reached up and grabbed the necklace around her neck as tears streamed down her cheeks and more Naruto words returned. Flashback. In her eyes, there is no will to live, let alone the will of fire. She'll never be able to heal my arm if she can't even heal herself. End of flashback. Tsunade looked up at the sky, thinking, Dan, Nawaki, what should I do? My dream is to be Hokage so I can protect Konoha and those who live in it, just like Grandpa and Granduncle did, her brother said in a flashback. Another flashback of Dan appeared, and he stated, my dream is to be Hokage because I want to protect what I hold dear in my heart. Another flashback, this time of Naruto saying, I will sacrifice myself to protect what is precious to me because my dream is to be Hokage. I swear I'll become Hokage one day, and I never break my word. That's my ninja way. One more appeared in her mind, and she heard Naruto say, she lacks the strength to be Hokage because true strength comes from protecting what is precious to you. A Hokage must value Konoha above all else and be willing to go to any length to protect it, including sacrificing their lives. Is that what you both believe? That Konoha was so precious to you that you both died to protect it. You both thought I was precious to you, so you both died to protect me. Oh, what a fool I have been. She clenched her fist. As she closed her eyes, she said, please forgive me. Tsunade stood up slowly and looked in that direction as an explosion rocked the side of town where the others were. And a new fire burned in her eyes as she thought, I will not hide and be weak any longer. I will regain my true strength. Just keep an eye on me. she said as she jumped onto the roof and charged toward the forms of Gambunta and Manda. Prior to the first explosion, after Shizune left the room, Eva noticed the door opening and quickly activated Naruto's armor as well as the stealth shield, making it appear as if he was sleeping. But the blood on the bed remained. A pair of figures entered the room, one of whom laughed and exclaimed, my Kabuto. What have we here? It appears that the Kyuubi child required medical attention for some reason. It was fortunate that our informant recently learned of his battle with Itachi and Kasama, and we decided to follow. I wanted to repay him for thwarting all of my plans. He not only stopped and defeated Shukaku, but he also ruined my carefully planned surprise attack to kill Sensei. I couldn't get him away so we could fight after I was knocked out. It appears they went to a lot of trouble to make a field hospital, Kabuto said, looking around the room. However, who was that figure in the strange armor we saw flying to this hotel? It doesn't matter at this time, Orochimaru said. Let's kill the boy, he said, sending snakes at Naruto's body to bite him, but none of them could penetrate his skin. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as Kabuto threw a kunai that bounced off Naruto's skin. Orochimaru walked over to Naruto and touched his skin, saying, strange ... it feels like iron skin. Could it be some kind of bloodline or perhaps a gift from the Kyuubi, like Gaara defense, said Kabuto, lifting Naruto's arm and letting it fall. Orochimaru appeared to think for a moment before saying, perhaps so, since the fox would give him some sort of way to protect him. I didn't notice it in the Forest of Death, but it could be something he just got. He took a kunai and tapped Naruto's body a couple of times, hearing the sound of metal on metal. He would have been an interesting test subject, Orochimaru said, but I can't take the chance that Jiraiya comes and saves him or that he escapes later. He has already interfered far too frequently for my liking. Even if his skin is made of metal, I doubt it can withstand being crushed and blown up. As he walked away, he said, set the place on fire, and I'll summon Manda to crush the building remains. Kabuto smirked as he placed the Bunsen burner on Naruto's chest and placed the fuel canister on top before exiting the room quickly. Eva reappeared, frowning, and activated the remote control again, dropping the stealth shield and knocking the burner away. Unfortunately, the flames landed near the curtain and the fuel hose ruptured, causing the kerosene to explode. Outside the building, Orochimaru chuckles as he sees the explosion, but Iron Man shoots out of the roof and lands on it, and Orochimaru narrows his eyes, bites his thumb, wipes the blood off the seal on his arm, and begins flashing through hand signs. Jiraiya arrived just as he was about to finish and began the same process. A few seconds later, the sound of Kuchiyo's no jutsu was heard, and Jiraiya looked up at the building's roof and asked, Iron Man, how is Naruto? He is currently safe. Though Orochimaru and Kabuto attempted to kill him, Iron Man stated. A chuckle could be heard, and Kabuto appeared, saying, I had no idea my name and exploits were so well known. Please excuse my intrusion, but who are you? I've never seen anyone like you before. I am Iron Man, said Iron Man, as he raised his right arm. A Senbon launcher appeared and fired 10 Sendons, followed by another explosion as Kabuto replaced himself. Shizune arrived as Iron Man flew into the air, and Iron Man said, watch out for Kabuto Shizune. He had already attempted to kill Naruto after you had left. He is employed by Orochimaru. Shizune looked around when a pair of hands appeared from the ground and slashed her calf muscles, causing her to scream as she fell to the ground. When Tsunade appeared, kicking him in the back and sending him flying toward a small pile of rubble, Kabuto cried out in pain as the right side of his face was burned from the explosion. Tsunade looked around and inquired, are you alright, Shizune? Shizune, who was attempting to heal her legs, stated, I will be there shortly, Tsunade-sama. Shizune said, he's a friend, as Iron Man landed. Tsunade nods and asks, where's the Gaki? He's safe for the time being, said Iron Man. Good, then take Shizune and go guard him. Neither of you are ready for this level of fighting, Tsunade said. It appears a reunion of the Saiyans. Huh? She said as she summoned Katsuyu and Orochimaru. How are you, Tsunade? He asked as he cut his finger. Time to die, Orochi-chan, Tsunade said, her eyes narrowing. As the battle bellow began, Iron Man picked up Shizune and flew into the air. Shizune looked down at her glowing hand as Eva whispered through the suit, Shizune, I only have 10 minutes of power left, and Naruto will be defenseless. Could you show us somewhere safe? I can take you to our hotel room, Shizune said, frowning and looking down. Head east, and I'll tell you when to turn around. Any longer and Naruto might die from chakra exhaustion. Eva said as Iron Man flew towards Shizun's direction and landed on a hotel roof. Sorry. As the suit came undone, Shizun acted quickly and caught him before he fell to the ground. She went to pick up Naruto after looking around when she heard a kunai approaching and, on instinct, turned drawing one of her own and deflected it. She then took a defensive position in front of Naruto, hiding him as much as she could. She narrowed her eyes as she saw Kabuto's face restored, but one of his eyes was white, indicating blindness. And she said, "So you're back, huh?" "Yes, Lord Orochimaru sent me with you and the other man, but where is he?" said Kabuto. "I know he can't be Naruto because I saw the signs of blood loss, so he couldn't have been the one fighting. So there must be a third person. So where is he?" He wondered as his eyes darted around. "He's gone back to deal with Orochimaru," Shizun explained. "I see," Kabuto said, frowning. "Then I'll have to deal with you quickly before." As he was knocked to the ground and a 2 feet tall old toad with a cane landed where Kabuto had been. "Young whippersnappers these days, always forgetting to watch their backs," said the toad. "I believe that boy over there is Naruto." "Hi, did Jiraiya-sama send you?" Shizun asked. The toad said yes, as he tapped his cane 4 times on the ground, and 4 6-foot-tall battle toads appeared on the roof. "I seem to be at a disadvantage right now," Kabuto said. "But tell Naruto-kun that it will only be a matter of time before Orochimaru exacts his revenge for ruining his plans. And I will deal with this Iron Man myself the next time we meet." As he melted into the earth, after he left, the old toad approached Naruto and said, So this is Minato's son. I can tell the Kyuubi has arrived, but for some reason, the Kyuubi power is not in the boy." He tapped Naruto's stomach. "I believe it has something to do with this," he said, tapping the blue glow leaking through Naruto's shirt. Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived moments later, and Jiraiya looked at Naruto, prompting Shizun to inquire, "What happened to Orochimaru?" He retreated when Jiraiya entered Sage mode, though he sent him to aid you and Naruto for some reason. Tsunade said, cracking her knuckles. "Why did you flee when you could have been safe in the air? And where is Iron Man?" Jiraiya looked around and asked, "Eva, how is he?" When Eva appeared, Tsunade looked suspicious and said, "He is currently down to about 13% of chakra. When I was forced to use the suit's remote control to find Shizun and then to save his life when Orochimaru and Kabuto planted a bomb on his body, I had to use a third of his chakra both times, with the rest used to fly and attack with senbons." Tsunade's eyes widened when he saw the hologram, and the elder toad inquired, "Who are you?" "She is now a part of Naruto," Jiraiya said. "The armor, her, and this are all linked," he said as he lifted Naruto's shirt to reveal the power cell in his chest. As she faded away, Eva said, "I must leave now because using this holographic form uses his chakra as well." "Thank you for coming to protect them, Pa," Jiraiya said. "I am grateful to you." "It's nothing, little Jiraiya, but I want the full story about this later." Somehow that device is purifying his chakra of all the Kyuubi power, the now named Pa said. "Except for the seal, he has none in his body." Jiraiya nods, and all the toads burst into flames. Tsunade approached Naruto and Shizun picked him up, saying, "Let us take him to our room." "Tsunade-sama, and thank you for coming to help us. I take it the Gaki here was the one who gave you the advice," Tsunade said, biting her lip. Shizun nods as they enter the hotel room, and Tsunade inquires as she shuts the door, "Tell me, Jiraiya, can you tell me what kind of chunin I have under my command in the Gaki?" Jiraiya and Shizun both looked at her with wide eyes. "Does that mean you're going to accept Sensei's request to become the Godame Hokage?" Jiraiya inquired. Tsunade reached up and took a look at her necklace before walking over to Naruto and tying it around his neck. "True strength is found when you protect what is precious to you. Each of the Hokage has realized that believing in Konoha and her people is what is most important to them. I had no idea until today that Dan and Nawaki had both sacrificed their lives not in vain but to achieve their dream, which they had already accomplished. They mustered the courage to ensure that others live when they could not. That was something I never realized until this Gaki shoved it in my face. I must now redeem myself in the eyes of both of them and of him. I'll take another chance to believe in a dream. I acknowledge his dream of becoming Hokage one day ... and I will kill anyone who tries to derail that dream." Jiraiya smiled, and Shizun said, "So we're going back to Konoha." Shizun shed a tear as Tsunade said, "No ... we are returning home, Shizun." Naruto slowly opened his eyes and looked at Tsunade with a small smile on his face, saying, "So this is Tsunade Senju of the Sanins." Tsunade smiled, leaned forward, kissed his head, and said, "Rest Gaki. Everything is fine now. Naruto slowly raised his left arm, moving his fingers and turning his arm as he said, "Yeah, everything is going to be okay now. Thank you," he said as he fell asleep again. Tsunade turned and said, "Now Jiraiya, tell me everything about Konoha and him." Jiraiya rubbed his chin and began to tell them what he knew, saying, "Well."
When Naruto awoke, he reached up and rubbed his face, thinking what the hell hit me. I feel like Choji sat on me. Again, he blinked and looked at his hand in front of his face, turning it right, then left, before moving it back and forth. Eva ... What happened while I was out? Everything is really fuzzy. How did my hand get fixed? He thought as he touched each of his other fingers. Eva's voice came into his head and said, "I'm sorry." She then showed him a video playback of everything from when he passed out to when he woke up after Tsunade gave him her necklace. Naruto reflected after the battle, "Eva, thank you for saving me. I also need to thank Shizune. How long was I out? Are you mad at me?" Eva inquired. "No, you did the right thing after I was an idiot." Naruto thought, "It has been 2 days since then. You have slept that time, and Shizune gave you some soup broth to help you regain your energy, as well as the medicine she thought you would need to prevent any infection. During that time, Jiraiya and Tsunade have gone off doing something that I am not aware of. I have been in standby mode, giving Shizune access to your body to ensure your health." Eva said cheerfully, "Well, I'm glad Tsunade decided to heal herself and become Hokage. But why has Shizune healed me and not Tsunade? Not that I mind or anything, but I thought Tsunade was the more experienced medic." Tsunade started to, but Shizune said she was going to be your official doctor from now on. Eva explained, "I don't know exactly what happened, but Shizune and Tsunade seem to have some sort of conflict between them. I believe. I could be wrong, but I am not sure." Naruto nods and slowly sits up, saying, "Let me take a shower and ... Shit, do I have any cloths?" As he looked around the room, wearing only his boxers. "I'm afraid all your supplies were destroyed in the explosion," Eva said. Naruto sighed and said, "Maybe they have a bathrobe I can use. I need a shower." As he slowly got out of bed and went toward the open door, he soon discovered it was the bathroom and he took a shower, washing his boxers and drying them with a blow dryer he found in the bathroom. He then discovered a pink bathrobe on the back of the door and sighed, thinking, might as well look the part. As he clasped his hands together, Eva asked, "What are you going to do?" As he was covered in smoke, Naruto exclaimed, "Sexy no jutsu." Eva screamed when the smoke cleared. "What did you just do?" Her biology just completely changed. Scanning, Naruto quickly grabbed the bathrobe and slipped it on, covering his ears and breasts. As he walked out of the bathroom, Naruto thought, "That's just my sexy no jutsu." A henge. Calm down. Jiraiya turned to the sound of the door opening and said, "Well, hello miss, what are you doing?" As he was punched by Tsunade and pushed into a wall. And Shizune asked, "Who are you and have you seen a blonde hair boy around here?" "What's with you all? It's just a henge, damn it. I didn't want you all making fun of me because of the bathrobe, so I used my sexy no jutsu and Oro-san over there gets all perverted and Eva is screaming something about changing my entire biography or something." Tsunade blinked, clasped her hands, and said, "Kai." Naruto replied, "Sorry granny. When I made this jutsu, I made sure a simple release would not dispel it. By the way, I like your genjutsu now that it is not dispelled. It makes you look ... well. I guess you could say a BBB, a big bone blonde." Shizune approached Naruto and grabbed his arm, saying, "Come with me Naruto," as she dragged him into the bathroom before Tsunade could murder him. Shizune entered the bathroom and said, "All right Naruto. Can Eva come out for a moment?" "Yes," Eva said when she appeared. Shizune looked at Naruto, who had crossed his arms and pouted, and asked, "What exactly were you trying to say about this jutsu he's using?" "I don't know exactly what happened, but the moment he did the jutsu, his biology completely changed from male to female," Eva explained. Shizune began making hand signs, and her hand turned green as she moved them along Naruto's body, and Naruto said, "Stop that. It tickles," as he giggled slightly. "Naruto, can you release that jutsu and let me check you again to confirm something?" Shizune asked, as he was covered in smoke and revealed his regular body with the power cell in his chest. Naruto sighed and said, "Geese, you all act like you've never seen someone use a henge before. Do your scans show him back to normal?" Shizune inquired. "No, somehow by him doing that jutsu it changed his chakra network enough to allow some of the fox's chakra to enter his system again. Not more than 2% but enough that it will take me an hour to change it back to normal." Eva scanned. "What are you all acting strange about? I've been using that jutsu for 3 years now," Naruto said, scrunching his nose. "Naruto, what do you know about the difference between a male and a female?" Shizune inquired. Well, I know what I saw in a magazine that had pictures of women in bathing suits what women look like, and I saw a gross picture in Gigi office of what the inside of the human body looks like once before he took it away, and I know what I look like, and there is supposed to be something different, but I never really thought about it. Shizune blinked and blinked again before getting up and leaving the room, saying, Naruto ... Stay right here a moment. I will be back. Naruto looked at Eva, who was sweating profusely, and asked, what? Eva closed her mouth, which she was about to open, and she burst into particles and faded away. Shizune exited the bathroom, shut the door, and walked over to where Tsunade was healing Jiraiya's jaw. Tsunade asked, so, did you figure out what kind of trick the kid is playing? Jiraiya told me he has a reputation for being a prankster. Shizune looked at her, blinked, and said, that's it. I wish it was a joke. Jiraiya-sama, how was his education at the academy? I know he was the last of his class, but other than that, I really don't know. I only met him right before we came to find you both. Shizune rubbed her temples and asked, what if I told you that what you just saw was an actual shapeshift? What would you both say? Jiraiya became solemn for a moment and inquired, do you think it has anything to do with the fox? I don't know. I do know Eva said that when he did the jutsu it altered his chakra network enough to allow a little bit of the fox's chakra to enter him again, and she was going to change it to normal now that he is a male, but that's just it. He actually doesn't understand the difference between males and females, so how can he change his biology enough to include a woman's entire reproductive tract? Tsunade frowned and asked, Shizune, are you sure he isn't lying to you about what he knows and Eva isn't assisting in a prank? No, Eva is just as shocked as I am. Do you both mind going somewhere for a couple of hours? If Naruto doesn't know the difference between males and females, he probably hasn't had the talk either, and I don't want him getting it from Jiraiya, and I don't want to embarrass him, Shizune said. Okay, you feed him and talk to him, and Jiraiya and I will go get him some new clothes. You already gave me a list of his measurements, so it won't take us long, Tsunade said. Give me about 0.3 hours so I can find the medical books and the scrolls I have to help me, Shizune said. Come on, pervert. Take me shopping, Tsunade says. Nodding, Jiraiya joked. Be careful breaking him and Shizune, before Tsunade hit him in the head and dragged him away by his ear. Shizune locked the door, sighed, walked to the bathroom door, opened it, and said, come on out, Naruto, eat. You and I have a lot to talk about. Shizune said, yeah, that's yours. We knew you'd wake up today sometime and be hungry, but we didn't know when, so we went to the restaurant across the street to eat earlier. Go ahead and begin to eat and I will talk, okay? Naruto came out still wearing his pink bathrobe. Where are Granny and Oro-sanin? Naruto inquired. Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama went to get you some new clothes because her old ones were destroyed in the explosion, Shizune explained, as he sat down and began to eat rice and sushi. Naruto said, good, I was worried I'd have to wear this all the way back to Konoha. Alright, Naruto, first and foremost, how are you feeling? Shizune asked. Alright, I guess. Thanks to you and Eva, thank you for saving my life. Naruto said, no, I should thank you for reminding me why I wanted to be a medic in the first place and for forcing me to face my past. Anyway, can you feel any problems with your arm or anything else you need to tell me? Shizune said, I decided that I am going to become your official doctor from now on because I figure with the way Jiraiya-sama talked about your armor, Eva, and that thing that you are trying to keep as secret as possible, but you're not going to. I know, Naruto sighed. Eva told me about how I can actually get sick now that Kyuubi chakra isn't going to be in me to cure it like before, among other things. Are you sure you want to be my medic? Yes, I believed Tsunade-sama wanted to as well. But ... well, let me put it another way. Tsunade is what people call technologically impaired. Most of the medical procedures she created and taught over the years were so she wouldn't have to mess with X-ray machines, lab equipment, heart monitors, and things like those that any doctor who does not know how to use chakra uses daily, Shizune says. I hope you won't hold that problem against Tsunade-sama. Naruto nods. I won't. But thank you for explaining it to me. Eva and I thought you both had a fight the last couple of days while I was out. Well, we had a few words, but it was over something we had already resolved. Now I understand enough about machines to be able to understand some of the things that pertain to you and Eva. But on the way to Konoha, I will want to talk with her so I can better treat you if and when you need it. All right, Shizune said, as he took a bite. Naruto said, okay. Shizune waited until he had finished his meal before asking, now Naruto, I have a question. What was your education like in Konoha, because I am sure they should still teach basic anatomy to academy students. Trust her, Naruto. If she is going to be your doctor, she needs to know. Besides, she is trying to be a friend to you, Eva said in his head. Naruto said basically it sucked. When I was in the academy, I was always picked on by the teachers and the other students. The teachers would ask me questions on things that we never even covered or stuff that I was sent out of the classroom for, and since I couldn't answer the question I would get Fs and the kids would make fun of me for not knowing it. At first none of the teachers liked me, but then Uruka-sensei changed a little, but ... It wasn't until I had gave up trying at the academy to be anything more than the class clown that he actually saw me as a person instead of Kyuubi. By that time I didn't really trust him and started skipping classes to do pranks. I figure if I am going to be treated as shit and not learn anything, I could use my pranks to train myself ... My stealth got good enough that I was able to paint the Hokage mountain in broad daylight without getting caught until the end when I screamed, drawing their attention. I wore an orange jumpsuit since that was all I could get, and I was able to lead 4 teams of NBU, 16 Jounins, and 30 Chunins on a chase through the village for 2 hours until Uruka-sensei came and found me. I didn't graduate the regular way either. I can't make bunshin. My chakra control sucks too bad to do them. I failed the exam 3 times because of that jutsu, and nobody would help me to figure out why. Then Mizuki, Uruka assistant, told me about a makeup test. I broke in and stole the forbidden scroll from the Hokage tower, knocked out Jiji with my sexy no jutsu, and then in less than 3 hours I learned the Kagebenshin no jutsu before Uruka found me, and Mizuki tried to kill us both, but not before telling me about the Kyuubi and the reason I was treated the way I was. I see, Shizune said, frowning. But that was the night Uruka-sensei recognized me as a person and not the Kyuubi after I defeated Mizuki. He gave me his own hiat that night and became something like a big brother or something. Though I don't get to see him very often now, Naruto explained. Shizune said, I think I understand now why you don't know anatomy. Finish eating while I get some things. As she began searching through her bag, frowning, oh great, I don't have those scrolls any longer. I forgot I sold them to pay off one of Tsunade's debt. Sama's. She returned to where Naruto was sitting a few minutes later and said, well, Naruto, I don't have the book that I was going to explain it to you, so I'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way. As she created 2 mud clones. When there were 3 Shizune left, the original Shizune took out an ink pen, and the mud clone changed their appearances so that one was a male and one was a female. And they both undressed, and Naruto turned his head as the clones undressed. Shizune said, relax, Naruto. I created the clones and had them change the body enough so it won't be my body. See, even though their face is similar to mine, it is different, so look as I explain the male and female anatomy to you so you can understand why your sexy no jutsu is so shocking. After an hour of questioning, Naruto nodded his head, and Shizune said, so you finally understand what is unique about your sexy no jutsu. Yeah, I see now. I had no idea I was changing that much. I won't use that jutsu again, even as a joke. No wonder the girls were always mad at me. They must have known it was real somehow. They probably didn't know it was real because they never actually checked, but the appearance was good enough to throw any woman's dignity out the window. Shizune explained, women have had to fight hard over the centuries to be recognized as more than sex objects. And that jutsu is basically reinforcing the belief that we are, unfortunately. There are a lot of people in the world who will always see us women as just that. Iro-sanin is one of them. Naruto explained. Shizune laughed and said, yes, he does show a little respect ... Very little. Well, thanks for explaining that to me. Naruto said, that was the easy part. Now that you understand, I need to explain what is known as the talk. I am sure someday you will find some woman you love and don't want to ruin it with misunderstanding on what is appropriate and what is not. Right, Shizune said. Shizune begins to explain it to Naruto as he nods. Naruto was passed out on the floor by the end of the talk because Shizune had the 2 mud clones demonstrate certain parts. Shizune asked after Naruto awoke, so, any more questions? No ... Just promise me that you will never give me that talk again, please. Naruto said, I won't, and relax. Shizune said, but since you were such a good student, I'll tell you what, tell me what chakra control exercises you know and how frequently you perform them. And I'll help you with them. I know tree climbing and water walking. And I mastered both. Naruto scrunched his nose. Shizune blinked and inquired, how often do you do them? Shizune explained to Naruto, your sensei did tell you that you need to keep practicing those to get better, right? Naruto frowned and said, Kakashi sensei only showed my team the tree climbing exercise and he said too much chakra you blow off, too little and you fall off. Mark the tree with a kunai to show your progress before you fall off. Sakura got it on her first try and he sent her to guard the client at the bridge while he recovered, leaving Sasuke and me to do it. Shizune frowned and inquired, how about the water walking? Well, Eva taught that to me after Kakashi sensei told me I wasn't worth his time to train for the Chunin exams before he left me without even a helping hand. Naruto explained, and I learned it in a day from her before learning the hidden mist jutsu and how to use the suit during the 1-month break between the semifinals and finals of the Chunin exam. Shizune slapped her on the head and said, alright Naruto. Here is the best advice anyone can ever give you to get good chakra control and to keep it. Even if you master the exercises, do them to keep getting better. You know the tree climbing, learn the leaf balancing, and combine them a few hours a week. You know the water walking, learn meditation, and combine them while walking on the water. Can you teach me how to meditate and balance a leaf? Naruto inquired. Shizune looked around before sitting in the lotus position and said, Yeah, to meditate. Sit down like I am and then focus on your breathing. Learn to stay calm and don't let anything bother you around you. Just concentrate on keeping your breathing at a set pace. Shizune remained silent for nearly 20 minutes before dismissing her clones. And Naruto slowly opened his eyes and smiled at her, saying, Thanks Shizune. I think I understand what you were saying ... Once I was able to get my breathing under control, it felt like I could feel my heart trying to tear out my chest. And as I calmed it down, I felt, I don't know, my chakra doesn't normally feel that way to me. Shizune looked perplexed and inquired, like what? Have you ever seen a water hose that has been held with a kink in it and then suddenly let go? How the water just shoots out real hard for a second. Well, it feels like it was going out real hard constantly, Naruto said. Shizune and Naruto were both startled when a voice from across the room said, It's not surprising if you think about it, Naruto. Your body had to adapt to the Kyuubi chakra flowing into you so that you have more of your chakra than the Kyuubi harmful chakra in you at the same time. Then your body would have to get to make your own reserves fill up faster than Kyuubi chakra. As he stood up, Naruto inquired, When did you both return? As Shizune mud clones dissolve. But why did you need mud clones? Tsunade explained. To demonstrate something. Nothing important, Shizune explained. Then I have a question. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. If my chakra is coming out so fast from my heart, why am I hitting a wall that is going back toward my heart ... Or so it felt. Naruto. I know Shizune said she's hermetic, and I suspect I know why, Tsunade said, glaring at Shizune, but let me check something, please. Shizune said to Naruto. Go ahead, Naruto, she has more experience than I do. Naruto approached, and Tsunade made a few hand gestures. And her hand glowed green as she moved it over Naruto's heart and then toward the device in his chest. And she narrowed her eyes and asked, Since you got this thing, how have your chakra reserves been? Actually smaller. I used to be able to make nearly 1,000 Kagebenshin, but now I can't even make 50. Why? Naruto frowned. Jiraiya's eyes widened for a moment before he approached and said, Take that robe off and let me check something. Jiraiya said, Well, the seal that is drawn here is adding chakra from his heart to the device. I can't see anything wrong. Naruto frowned but removed it, leaving him in his boxers. I do, though, and I can understand how Shizune missed it as well. Tsunade said as she took a step back. Shizune blinked, then inquired, What did I miss? Follow the actual chakra network from his heart and across his body. Not just the seal that traces the chakra path, Tsunade advised. Shizune's hand began to glow green after a few seconds, and she concentrated, her eyes widening and saying, No way. After a brief moment of fear, Naruto inquired, What? Naruto ... How did you get this device? And who gave it to you? Tsunade asked. Someone who wanted. Naruto frowned. Tsunade inquired, I mean, was it a doctor? He said he was a metallurgist. Why? Said Naruto. Tsunade shook her head and said, Listen, Naruto. Whoever gave you this may have been a brilliant person in metalworking with other skills. He must also have had some basic understanding of the human body and seals. Otherwise, he would have realized that what he did was disconnect the main chakra network, and the only thing actually keeping you alive is this single seal line right here. Shizune said, I'm afraid she's right. Naruto, I can't believe I missed that. Naruto frowned. Naruto, have Eva come out for a moment? Jiraiya said as Naruto looked down. Eva appeared without being asked, and Jiraiya exclaimed, Did you know this? No, I can't scan his chakra network. All I can do is control the flow of chakra through the power cell and the seals that are connected to it, Eva explained. Wait, Jiraiya said, You can control the seals connected to the device. Yes. How do you think I am able to control the seal gates for Kyuubi chakra to ensure that Naruto chakra is always the dominant one? Eva said, The same technology that is used to repair the suit is added to any seal that is connected to the Naruto. I simply send commands to the nanites that embed themselves into the seals, and they relay any command I send down them instantly to make the appropriate one do what it is supposed to do, such as activating or deactivating a. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and then at Tsunade, saying, Oh, nothing, just curious how she did it. Tsunade said to Naruto, Listen, Naruto, we need to fix that chakra connection or it will cost you trouble down the road. Great, just when I wake up. Frowned Naruto. Don't worry, it won't be too difficult to fix. And I can have it done in less than 2 hours, with a small cut and then using chakra to mend it together before sealing it back, Tsunade said. And your fear of blood? Naruto asked, cutting his finger with a fingernail and holding it up to show him bleeding. Tsunade confidently walked over to the blood and said, I am over it. Well, I guess I'll show you some respect. Hokage-sama ... at least when I have to granny. Naruto said. Tsunade punched him in the head, causing him to fly backward into the wall and pass out. Tsunade chuckled, and Shizune said, "You know that jutsu only calls for a light tap to the head, not a forced punch." After noticing Tsunade's discreet hand signs, Tsunade glared at Eva and said, "I know. But he had that coming, and I doubt I'll get many more chances without her stopping my punches again. Now Eva, you and I are going to talk while they work on the Gaki. I don't like the idea of his life revolving around a metal device in his chest that if damaged means his death. I studied the seals on him every chance I got since I met him, and I see you care for him. You may be a hologram, but you do have some human emotions. Most likely from your creator, so you must understand that you are a risk to his life. I am aware of this. But I can't do much more than I already am to protect and assist him," Eva said. Jiraiya said as Shizune moved Naruto to the bed and Tsunade washed her hands. "Then we are going to discuss a few new seals you will have under your control to help him. I am going to create several failsafe seal lines like around the device in his chest that will have safety cutoffs like the Kyuubi gates that if that device is damaged he can still access his regular chakra by having you quickly turn them on. Yes. I understand the concept because I had been thinking about something similar. But I lack the necessary knowledge and ability to properly perform it myself," Jiraiya replied. "Good. That shows her willingness to do whatever it takes to ensure my godson's life. Now, on top of that, I have a problem with his own speed and strength and enhancing them. I will place 5 seals on his back, arms, and legs that will act as artificial weights. They can only go up to 200 each for a total of 1,000 pounds and will increase by adding 10 pounds starting with the first 10 pounds. You will send a small burst of chakra. Is that all?" Eva asked neutrally. "No, there is one more thing," Jiraiya said. "How much are you able to record around Naruto, because I noticed when you were able to show him a replay of the Rasengan first stage to help him. I constantly monitor the area for any threat to him and can replay whatever I monitor, including any battles we see," Eva said as a scene of Orochimaru and Jiraiya summoning appeared. "I see. That was all I needed to know. Now go ahead and rest or whatever it is when you disappear, as I have work to do," Jiraiya said. As she faded away, Eva frowned and thought, "Jackass," Tsunade said as she grabbed her coat and walked out of the room with Jiraiya and Shizune. "Everything seems to be better now and you should have more chakra than ever before. Since it is too late today to head back, we will leave at first light tomorrow. We are going out to eat, so grab your cloths there and try them on and meet us down in the lobby," Eva said after they left. "I don't know if you want to know, but some other stuff was done while you were asleep," as she replayed her and Jiraiya's conversation. When it was finished, he said, "I see," and wondered, "Can you still hear me? I want you to keep an eye on what everyone else does. I don't care who they are. Right now, the only one I actually trust is you, because you have never betrayed me or given me a reason to doubt you. The Rosanin was never really there for me ever before I got you." As for Tsunade, she may be changing her spots, but seeing Kabuto like that showed me that even someone who appears to want to help can shed their skin like a snake. Just. What about Shizune? Eva inquired, with a frown on his face. Naruto thought, for now, her as well. Eva nods and fades away as Naruto changes into black pants and a blue shirt. And then the armor appears on him, cloaked except for his head, and he slips on his Chunin vest. Tsunade said to him in the lobby, "I see you're finally ready. Come on, Gaki. So, everything okay?" Jiraiya said, "Of course. Why wouldn't it be?" said Naruto. "Oh, nothing. Just wanted to make sure you were okay considering all the medical needs you had." Jiraiya explained. "I see. Well, thanks for looking out for my godfather," Naruto said with a smile, thinking, ironic it's only when the Hokage orders him to. "Don't become cold, Naruto. He may have had a legitimate reason," Eva said in his head. "I know," Naruto sighed. "But I don't like how he treats me like an idiot and those I care about like crap. Don't worry about me, Naruto. I have no feelings. I am just a hologram and a machine. These are real people trying to care for you," Eva said in his head. "Don't make excuses for them. I'll give them a chance, but I won't let them hurt me like Mizuki did," Naruto said as he followed the group into a small bar and restaurant. Eva was deafeningly quiet for the rest of the night. The next day, as the group was walking back to Konoha, Jiraiya tossed Naruto a scroll and said, "Here you go, Naruto." Naruto opened the scroll and unsealed a rubber ball, frowning as he sent chakra to it, causing it to explode, and Jiraiya said, "I see you got through that even faster than I. What are you both up to?" Tsunade inquired. "He's teaching me the Rasengan. That was the second stage. But what he's not telling you is that what I did was only half as strong as his, because he uses 10 different rotations as the first part, and I already have that down. But the second stage is supposed to make all 10 equal in power as you power up the jutsu. But I only have 5, isn't that right?" Naruto said, looking at Jiraiya. "Eva helped you understand the jutsu better than I thought she could, but you also just revealed the secret behind it." Jiraiya frowned. "Tell me what the last step is so that I can just go on to it after I finish getting all 10 up to the right level." Naruto shrugged. Jiraiya frowned when he noticed Shizune and Tsunade staring at him, and sighed before blowing up an air balloon and saying, The last step is containment. You must put the first and second stage together without popping the balloon, while holding a finished Rasengan and the balloon in both his hands. Naruto frowned, looked at his hand, and asked, "Why?" All three of them looked at him. "What do you mean, Waigaki?" "That is just how the jutsu is done," Jiraiya inquired. "But then the problem with the Rasengan remains. Your target has to be standing still in order for you to hit them. Why can't you just do this instead?" Naruto said as he held up his hand, and everyone watched as energy began to gather in his hand, and instead of forming a ball like the Rasengan, it formed into a thinner, wider disc. And Naruto turned his arm and made a throwing motion, and the disc shot out of his hand and went toward a tree. And Jiraiya asked, "How did you do that?" As all three adults gaped. "Well, I was thinking back after I learned the secret to the first stage was multiple directions, where before I was only going one way and it made the balloon go flat," Naruto said, scratching his head. Jiraiya nods and inquires, "And, well, that got me thinking. What would happen if you added multiple currents all going in the same direction instead of different?" Naruto said, "That was only 5 currents, the amount actually needed to burst a water balloon and a rubber ball. I still want to try and get it to the same 10 rotations as the regular Rasengan. But at least it doesn't take as much chakra as the Rasengan and it can be thrown." Jiraiya put his hand to his chin and said, "I see where you're coming from, but do you realize you took the Rasengan principle and created a new jutsu? Really cool I guess I'll call it a Rasen Shuriken because that's what it looks like." "A Shuriken spiraling," Naruto said. "Kid, you just fulfilled one of your father's 2 dreams for this jutsu. One was to be able to throw it. I see now that the fact the energy is going in the same direction keeps it stable enough as long as the core is moving faster like gravity to hold it together in flight." "Well done," Jiraiya said. Naruto wrinkled his nose and inquired, "Well, if that was one of my father's dreams, what was the other?" "To add elemental manipulation to it," Jiraiya explained. "What is elemental manipulation?" Naruto inquired. "Do you know what your primary element is?" Jiraiya inquired. "No, should I?" said Naruto. Jiraiya asked, "What the hell did Kakashi teach you?" Naruto. Shizune stated, "All he taught Naruto was tree climbing, and even that was half-ass. When we get back to Konoha, I'll get the things I need to teach you elemental manipulation," Jiraiya growled. "That reminds me, we still need to go by and get me some senbons." "I only have 50 left," Naruto said. Jiraiya nods and says, "We will, kid, but I am more concerned with improving your overall skills, not just those gained from the suit. Well, in the meantime, I'm going to keep working on the Rasengan to try and completely learn it so I can make the Rasen Shuriken stronger. If possible, I'd like to make it as wide as a demon windmill Shuriken. That would be a major assassination jutsu, Naruto, if you could throw it fast enough." Jiraiya said, "Assassination jutsu ... You mean like the Chidori of Kakashi?" Naruto inquired. Tsunade inquired, "You do realize the Rasengan is an assassination jutsu, right?" "No. All I know about it is the steps so far and that my father created it," Naruto replied. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya and said, I know, I'll explain it to him." Naruto sighed as he pulled out another rubber ball, focused on his free hand, then on the ball, and it exploded once more. The mission to find Tsunade and return her to Konoha took a little more than 6 weeks in total. A week and a half longer than Naruto thought it should have, because instead of going straight to Konoha after convincing Tsunade to return, they stopped in 2 gambling towns and 2 towns known for hot springs. During this time, Naruto worked on the Rasengan and completed the final step alongside him, meditating for an hour every evening before going to sleep, as well as working on tree climbing or water walking with the help of 100 Kagebenshin, who also learned the leaf balancing, increasing his chakra control to high Chunin or low Jounin levels thanks to Eva and the suit filtering his chakra. He was still working on the Rasen Shuriken, trying to increase the number of rotations so he could increase its size, but he had only gotten it up to 6. When Naruto became frustrated in his head, Eva and Naruto talked, as Jiraiya had requested. Eva increased Naruto's weights and informed him that he was now up to 80 on each weight seal, adding 400 pounds to him. In the gambling towns, Naruto discovered that even without Eva's assistance, he had a high level of luck in some scratch-offs and a slot machine where he picked a coin up off the floor and played, winning him a total of $101,000, much to the surprise of the adults. The $1,000 came from the slot machine, and the $100,000 came from the scratch-off. Jiraiya tried to explain how Naruto would be tempted by the world's sins to spend the money, but Tsunade sent him flying only to try and convince Naruto to let her use it to gamble, even going so far as to order him to give it to her. Naruto looked at them both and told them that he was saving his money to change his life when he returned to Konoha. Shizune advised Naruto on the chakra control exercise as well as how to maintain it with the balance of doing the exercises on a regular basis. She also examined him several times and declared that he had fully recovered. Tsunade and Jiraiya discussed Konoha in general, as well as Akatsuki, the attack on the village, and the political situation when they left to better prepare her for the position of Goddamn Hokage. Finally, Naruto thought as he approached the Konoha gates. Look on the bright side. It was a successful mission. Eva said in his head. True, I guess that's a plus. Naruto thought as he saw Kotsu and Izumo approaching the gates, and Kotsu said, Finally Naruto, you're back. I was beginning to think you went missing and on us. No, just had to go get the old hag here to come back to Konoha. Naruto said, motioning over his shoulder at Tsunade, who cracked her knuckles and asked, What did you say, brat? With a smirk on his face. Naruto said, Chill, Granny. I don't want you having a heart attack in your old age. Izumo turned pale as he recognized Tsunade and thought to himself, He has a death wish. Just wait, Tsunade said. I'll bust your $sign back to Genin when I take over. Really? Then I guess that gives me a chance to finally kick Sasuke team ass. Naruto said. Seems you are still as surprising as usual, Naruto. A voice said, causing Naruto to scowl and look at Kakashi, who was sitting on the wall. In a strict tone, Naruto said, Naruto Uzumaki returning from S-rank mission with Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama, and her apprentice Shizune, requesting permission to enter. With a smirk, Kotsu said, Granted and welcome back. Izumo and I are about to get off when Kakashi takes over in a few moments along with Shino. After you get out of the Hokage office, come look for us at Red's Bar on the east side of town. Can't miss it because it is the only building with a red roof. We will do that night of drinking. We promise to congratulate you on being Chunin. Your orders, Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto said. Jiraiya frowned and said, Let's go, kid. It's been a long trip. Before walking into the village with Tsunade and Shizune following. Kakashi frowned as they walked away. And Naruto ignored him. He jumped down when Shino walked up moments later. And Kotsu said, Come on Izumo, let's go get ready for tonight. It looked like he needs a night to relax. You both ready, right? Shino leaned against the wall as a few bugs flew out toward the surrounding area. And Kakashi said, Yeah, as he pulled out his book and began to read. Naruto had a scowl on his face as they walked through the village. And Jiraiya said, You know, if you don't pick that lip up, you might step on it. In a neutral tone, Naruto said, I forgot while I was away that I have to grow up now. I am not some worthless area of space who is not worth people's time. I am a Chunin of Konoha and I need to act as such. Shizune and Tsunade exchanged glances. And Tsunade said, Drop the act, Gaki. I am sorry Tsunade-sama for my earlier disrespect. Naruto said without looking back. Tsunade sighed as she followed the rest of the group up the steps to the Hokage tower. As they approached the floor where the Sandaime office was, Shikamaru exclaimed, So you're finally back, Naruto. Huh, drawing everyone's attention. Hey Shika. I see they promoted you as well, Naruto said with a small smile. Wait, you made Chunin. Where have you been at, Naruto? Ino blinked as he walked by. Naruto said, Sorry Ino, classified. All I can say is it involved those I am in the company of. If you would excuse us. We need to see Hokage-sama. When Ino saw Naruto and the others enter the Hokage office, she turned to Shikamaru and said, You knew he was promoted, didn't you? Shikamaru began to walk away with his hands in his pockets, saying, Troublesome blonde. The Hokage informed Shino and I both. But we were both ordered not to tell anyone until Naruto returned. Ino growled and looked at Choji, who was holding up his hands, and then at Asuma, who was smirking with a cigarette in his mouth. She huffed and stomped away, her arms crossed. After she left, Choji looked at Asuma and said, If she's upset about not knowing about Naruto's promotion, I wonder what she'd do if she found out about Shikamaru and the examiner lady. Asuma laughed and said then she'd blow a gasket. I wonder if those two idiots at the gate will try to capture Naruto like they did Shikamaru and Shino. Choji said with a shrug, I'm not sure. But if they do, who will it be? Shikamaru was captured by that ankle lady, who used snakes to capture him and then tied him to her bed. Yeah, Shikamaru is actually motivated now, trying to stay busy because Anko told him that if she found him not busy, she would have a repeat, Asuma said. However, what did Kurenai-sensei do to Shino? Choji inquired. Asuma laughed and said, Oh. She was so ruthless with him. I'm not sure how she caught him and neutralized his hive, but she did, and then she sentenced him to death. She photographed him in his boxers and plastered them all over the village. Shino now has a fan base comparable to Sasuke's. Choji blinked and inquired, but why? Because of Shino family bloodline they have no body fat, and since they can't use other type of jutsu besides their clan jutsu, they have to focus on taijutsu, so they actually wear those coats to hide their bodies, not out of embarrassment but to keep from having fangirls. Kurenai said sweetly as Choji paled when he saw Kurenai standing there. Kurenai looked at Choji and Asuma with a sickly smile and asked, So what were you wanting to know about my punishment for Shino? Asuma lit his cigarette and said Naruto has returned, and he is also a Chunin. We were wondering if those two would set him up like Shikamaru and Shino. Kurenai stated. I wonder who they'll set him up with now. I've got to go. I just stopped by to let you know I wouldn't be able to make it tonight. Asuma stated. Okay. I hope everything is fine. Yeah. But Anko asked for my help with a problem. So I have to cancel getting drinks tonight, Kurenai explained. Asuma stated. That's all right. If my guess about what's going on is correct, I might need to talk to Dad. What's going on? Kurenai inquired. Just then, the door to the Hokage office blew open, and Asuma and Kurenai took defensive positions in front of Choji. Naruto walked through what was left of the door, saying, "Told you, good as new," as he passed Choji, Asuma, and Kurenai, who were wide-eyed as they saw the door completely destroyed. A few minutes ago. On Naruto, it's good to see you again. I can tell your mission was a success. The third said as Naruto, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune walked into the Hokage office. Yeah, just had to wait for a Rosan in here to show up when I was in trouble from Kasama and Itachi. But other than that, finding her wasn't that difficult. I already told you, Gaki. I was waiting for the right moment to strike, Jiraiya said, as Jiraiya huffed. Naruto smirked and said, well, I'll want to hear all about it later, Jiraiya, and I'm sure you're wondering what I called you here for Tsunade. Actually, the kid here already informed me of what I need to know. You want me to take over your job as Hokage. We ran into Orochimaru and one of his men. So I understand what is at stake, Tsunade said. The third asked Naruto, who was standing at attention. And what of your injury, Naruto? As he moved his left hand, Naruto said, had a few setbacks. But I am as good as new. That is a bold claim considering how damaged it appeared to be before you left. The third said, we were able to replace the missing bone with metal pieces that adapted to him perfectly. Shizune said, really? Are you sure these pieces will not cause future trouble? Said the third. Is there anything else you need me for besides just asking about my health? It's been a long trip, and I have a couple of things I'd like to attend to before dark. Naruto inquired. That is all, the third said. But until I can see that you are as good as you claim, I am going to put you on the injured list. Naruto raised his left hand to gather chakra, and a Rasengan appeared, which he slammed into the doors, saying, told you, good as new. As he began to walk out, the third was wide-eyed as he looked around the room at the three adults. And he said, I want a full explanation. Well, the first thing you should know is that he has already invented his own assassination jutsu. He created a new version of the Rasengan that can be thrown like a shuriken, and he calls it a Rasen Shuriken, Jiraiya explained. The third pulled out his pipe and said, I see, that is surprising. As he lit it and took a puff before leading them to a side room and ordering a few ANBU to guard it, Naruto walked to the first floor of the Hokage Tower, where he saw no one and henged into Eva. He entered an office and saw a woman behind the counter who said, yes. Can I help you? Naruto said in Eva's voice. Yes, I wanted to buy this house and property and was wondering if you could help me, as he handed over a business card with an address on the back. As she walked into the back, the woman looked at the address and said, let me check the records for a moment. Well, I looked up that address and I am sorry to tell you that it is not actually a building that is for sale. At least not through the village. It is owned by the Wolf Claw Weapon Shop. If you want to buy that place, you would have to talk to them, she returned after a few minutes. I see, thanks, Naruto said as he turned and left, dropping the henge when the cost was clear. After about 20 minutes, Naruto was looking at the weapon shop and asked himself, what do you think, Eva? Should I go in as myself or as you? Eva paused for a moment before saying, how about going as yourself first and getting the senbins, and then asking about the house if you don't get thrown out? Okay. Naruto thought as he crossed the street and entered the shop. Tenten was sitting behind the counter when the bell above the door rang, and she said, welcome to the Wolf Claw Weapon Shop. How can I assist you? As she looked up and saw Naruto. Hello, I remember you. You're that girl from the exam, right? Naruto said. Enter Naruto Uzumaki. The guy who beat my teammate and embarrassed that Suna bitch, Tenten added. Yeah, that's me. Well, I was wondering if I could get some supplies. Naruto said, well, this is a weapon shop, so you came to the right place. Tenten snorts. Yeah. I need 500 standard senbins, Naruto replied. Tenten approached a shelf, grabbed 10 boxes, and said, well, that's easy. What else do you need? Well, I was also wondering if I could talk to the owner of this place about something. Naruto said, looking around. Well, I am his daughter, so I could probably help you, Tenten explained. Naruto frowned for a moment and said, well, I wanted to talk about the house and land at that address, as he handed Tenten the card with the address on it. Tenten frowned as she examined the address and asked, defensively, what about it? Are you going to complain about how it looks? Actually, no. I was wondering if it was for sale. I'm interested in buying it. Naruto replied. Tenten blinked and inquired, why, may I inquire? Let's just say the day I first saw it, my life was changed. I currently live in a little apartment a few blocks from here, and I want a place to call my own where I don't have to worry about my neighbors and can train without much worry. There aren't really anyone over near that house, and I thought I might be able to get it and clean it up a little, making a nice little home for me," Naruto said, scratching his head. Tenten frowned and said, "I understand, but the house is not for sale. My mother is buried on that land." Naruto's eyes widened for a moment before he said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. Don't worry about it. I never met her because she died shortly after I was born," Tenten said. "My mother also died from complications because the doctors were busy healing the wounded from the Kyuubi attack," Naruto said, looking down. "I see. I guess you can understand," Tenten said. "Yeah. How much do I owe you for the senbons?" said Naruto. "Nothing," a male voice said, drawing both teens' attention to the stockroom door, and Tenten inquired, "What do you mean, Dad?" "Those cost a total of $110. Hello, Uzumaki-san. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dustin, and I see you've already met my daughter Tenten," the man said to Naruto. "Yes, sir. Do I know you?" "I mean, you look familiar, but I can't seem to place you," Naruto said. 4 years ago, you came in with the Sandaime to get some shurikens and kunais for the academy after someone broke in and stole yours," Dustin explained. "I remember, you took a picture of me and the Sandaime together. And I still have that picture in my apartment," Naruto said, blinking. "I'm glad you remember me. I had no idea you were interested in senbons. But I saw what you did in the exams, and that was impressive." "How did you throw those exploding senbons?" Dustin said. "I wish I could tell you, but I promised the person who showed me how I wouldn't tell anyone if I could keep it a secret. So I hope you understand," Naruto said, squeezing his left hand nervously. "Yeah. A ninja has to have some honor, right?" Dustin said. "So you said your mother died at birth. Do you mind if I ask who she was?" "I might have known her. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. She came from the land of Whirlpool. That's really all I know about her," Naruto said. "Redhead, green eyes. Her personality was that of a tomboy, but her beauty was actually well known. She broke the hearts of many a man, if I remember correctly. I am afraid that I only knew her in passing once, though," Dustin said. "Thank you. At least I know what she looked like. I must be going," Naruto said as he set some cash on the counter and walked out, grabbing the boxes of senbons. Dustin frowned, and Tenten inquired, "What was that about, father? And why were you going to give those senbons to him for free?" A female voice caught both of their attention and said, "He feels he owes a debt that has been paid," causing both to turn and gasp. Dustin said softly, "Mikoshi. It can't be." Tenten looked at the person in front of them and asked, "Mom, I am but an echo of the woman you think I am. I just wanted to say the debt you feel you owe has been paid, Dustin. You have paid it back tenfold, though you do not realize it. Please move on with your lives and thank you." "What are you talking about?" Tenten inquired. "You're Eva, aren't you?" Dustin asked, frowning. Tenten looked at Dustin. And Eva said, "Yes, I am here by my own choice, without the knowledge of the others. I don't have much longer. And I would like to thank you for giving me this life. This is a hologram of your mother. She was a brilliant woman. Before you were even around, your mother copied her mind into something that we both worked on in hopes of making the world a better place. I can't tell you anything else, but I hope that this gives you a little bit of what you lost, dear," Dustin said to Tenten, who was perplexed. "How are you here? Are you connected to Naruto since you heard what I said to him?" Tenten asked Eva. "I am something unusual. I did not come here to cause you any pain, and I was nearby when you and he were talking. And I heard what you both said." "How did you know it was me?" Dustin inquired. "Heat recognition," Eva explained. "Because each person's body heat is unique." Dustin asks, "Is that all you wanted to say and do?" "I am but an echo of the woman you knew. I can't and won't ever try to take her place because I am not her. But a part of me is. That part is what I wanted to give you by appearing here. I must go now." Tenten shed a tear as Eva broke up, and as she faded away, she said, "Goodbye." Dustin frowned as he walked over to the closed door and turned to Tenten, who was crying, and said, "Don't. I know there is something going on here you can't or won't tell me. But whatever it is, at least at least I got to hear my mother's voice and see what she looked like, and if what you said about that being memories, then I know she is proud of who I am. I can live with that." Dustin nods and says, "Good. I hate to tell you this, but you can't tell anyone about what you saw. If people find out about my connection to Eva and what she represents, people will come for me and will use you to get to me. What Eva represents is my sins. What your mother and I created was something we wanted to help save people. But in the end it ended up destroying hundreds of lives in a country." Tenten wiped her tears away, thinking, What could you consider your sins, Dad? What have you never told me about you and Mom? And what exactly have you done? As she looked where her father had gone, Naruto returned to his apartment after leaving the weapon shop, surprised that no damage had been done while he was gone. When he opened the door, he blinked and saw an ANBU sitting at his table, as well as an ANBU wearing a hawk mask, and he asked, "Can I help you?" ANBU appreciated what you did at the exams, Uzumaki-san, and we wanted to make sure that since you protected our home, we could repay the favor. Welcome back, Hawk said as the ANBU vanished in a swirl of leaves. No wonder my place wasn't destroyed. I am finally getting acknowledgement, Naruto thought, and Eva said in his head, "You deserve it." Naruto smiled as he walked through his apartment, noting that it had been cleaned up a little but not too much, and that he had fresh groceries in the fridge and cabinet, thinking, must have made sure they had something to eat while they were here. After eating deli sliced ham on white bread with cheese, he went to take a shower and wash his clothes before quickly drying them and leaving his apartment. 20 minutes later, he was walking into Red's, and before he could even look around, Izumo appeared, grabbing his vest and dragging Naruto over to a table where Kotsu was. Naruto sat on a stool and looked around, and Kotsu said, "Welcome to Red's. This is a shinobi-only club, and you also have to be a chunin to get in here because they don't want genin getting drunk and causing trouble. Chunins do enough of it themselves." Izumo joked. "So, why did you invite me here?" "I don't drink," Naruto inquired. As he poured Naruto a saucer of sake, Kotsu said, "Yet. You don't drink yet. By the end of the day, you'll be either under the table passed out or proving your fitness to wear that vest. Good thing you convinced me to unseal my head, Eva," Naruto thought. Eva remained silent as Naruto reached for the saucer, pouring the drink into his mouth as both Izumo and Kotsu screamed "Kanpai." Naruto coughed again as his throat burned, and Izumo patted him on the back and said, "There you go. We wanted to do this sooner. You already missed Shikamaru and Shino. Both of them proved themselves." As Izumo poured another saucer full for all three, Naruto said, "Really? I find that hard to believe." Kotsu raised his and said, "Kanpai," as he downed his, followed by Izumo, who both looked at Naruto, who gulped and drank some more. Please keep in mind that for the next few scenes, Naruto, Izumo, and Kotsu will be stone-ass drunk. After about 3 hours, Kotsu was swaying in his seat, Izumo was giggling every few seconds, and Naruto was up on a karaoke stage singing a very drunk version of "I'm Blue." When he was about halfway through the song, Kotsu and Izumo joined him on stage to sing it. After they finished throwing peanuts, glasses, and a shirt from a female chunin, they were led off the stage by the owner of the bar, who said, "You guys have reached your limit. Time to go home." When they got to the street, Naruto looked perplexed and asked, "What now?" in a drunken voice. "Now it is time to prove you are a man, my young friend. Come," Kotsu said as he led Naruto through town. After a few wrong turns and a few times throwing up, the three of them were on a roof when Izumo said, "Now for your final test, Naruto Uzumaki. To prove that you are both a chunin of Konoha and that you have the balls to stand up for the leaf, you must complete a mission. Are you ready?" As he saluted, Naruto stated, "Naruto Uzumaki read. Why to kick names and take ass, sir." "Good. Your mission is item recovery from hostile territory. You see that house? Inside it is your objective. In the master bedroom, in the top drawers, you will find the items that you are to retrieve. Your mission is to recover the items without being detected. Do so, and you are on your own." Naruto swayed slightly and said, "Of course I am. Naruto Uzumaki is always ready." Before falling backwards on his ass and laughing, "I fall down." Izumo assisted him in getting back up and said, "Good luck, chunin, and make us proud," as he and Kotsu both saluted him before collapsing and passing out with smiles on their faces. Naruto looked at them and huffed before falling over the side of the building he was on and beginning to make his way across the street, knocking over a trash can and swaying and saying, "Now what?" as he looked around and saw a window open on the second floor. Forgetting that he could use chakra to climb to the window on the second floor, he began stacking trash cans and attempting to climb them, only to fall and laugh. Kurenai and Anko were both holding their own laughter across the roof where Kotsu and Izumo were being passed out. And Anko whispered, "You think Yuugawa is going to give him what he deserves?" "Oh, I think she might go easy on him," Kurenai said as she calmed down. "After all, he's making more noise than an army right now, but he's persistent." "What should we do about the boys here?" Anko inquired. Kurenai turned to them and said, "I have the perfect solution. Kakashi is still on gate duty for a couple of hours. What about we drop both of them off in his apartment and destroy Kakashi's collection where he will blame them?" As she picked up Kotsu and Kurenai, Anko smirked and said, "Yeah, then we can come help Yu-chan clean up the mess with Wonder Boy." Naruto finally entered the room through the open window after about 15 minutes, only to find himself in a bathtub of cold water. After that, Naruto tried to sneak through the house and found the master bedroom. When he got to the dresser, He pulled out the top drawer and blinked, thinking what kind of item are these, as he pulled out a 3-foot-long wooden stick. Before he could react, the room was suddenly flooded with light. And he covered his eyes as a female voice said, "What do we have here? An armed intruder. I believe I should teach you a lesson about breaking into a woman's home." Naruto blinked several times and said, You say something," before bursting out laughing. Yuuga blinked and grumbled, "Oh god, he didn't just pull a Kakashi, did he?" as she marched over to Naruto and said, "Let's get you out of here. Bastard, I don't want blood odor in my bedroom," as he tried to pull away. Naruto said, still clutching the wooden stick, "You're just like that crazy bitch from the exams, wanting my blood in your bedroom." Yuuga's eye twitched as she threw him into the laundry chute. And she heard Naruto exclaim "Oh" as he landed on the basement floor. When she arrived, she saw 4 Naruto fighting each other, with one screaming "You bastard," another "You want some bitch," and another saying "Hold still so I can beat you," while panting and leaning on the stick he was holding. Yuuga smirked as she walked to the wall near the stairs, grabbed a stick similar to Naruto's, and said, "First and foremost, assholes, you don't use a Bakken like that," as they attempted to attack her. Each Naruto turned to face her and screamed, I am going to kick your ass." Yuuga was actually laughing as she destroyed the 3 Kagebunshin. And she said to the last one, "What about you, Mr. Intruder? I'm going to make you wish you'd never been born," as she gradually began to attack him and he attempted to defend himself. Finally, Yuuga struck Naruto's body. And she blinked, thinking, "What the hell, how can he take a hit like that and not be affected?" as she narrowed her eyes and began to attack his body with some actual skills. Naruto was starting to come around by this point, thanks to a small amount of Kyuubi chakra Eva had released into his system to fight the Sake. And he had begun to defend himself. Yuuga finally smirked and said, "Not bad, kid, let's see how long you can last," before launching an attrition war on him. 2 hours later, Naruto was panting, as was Yuuga, but he was mostly sober and asked, "So how long are we going to keep this up? You seem to recover quickly from being drunk." Yuuga observed, "Or was that all an act?" As he jumped back, Naruto blocked and said, "Getting the shit beat out of me by a pretty lady is not on my to-do list." Yuuga said, "Flattery won't save you though. Do you know what you did when you broke into my house?" Naruto took a look around and said, "To be honest, I have no idea where I am or who you are, lady. The last thing I remember is Kotsu and Izumo holding a drinking contest to see who could drink the most in 20 minutes to help celebrate my chun. Though I do have a major headache ... So who are you?" As she went to hit him in the arm, Yuuga said, "I'm Yuuga Yuzuki. And this is my home." Naruto, who was gradually improving, blocked the strike and said, "So, if it's worth anything, I apologize. I'd never drank before, and I just wanted to pass this test to prove I had what it took to be a chunin. Not some insignificant kid who isn't worth your time." While frowning, as she prepared to hit him in the head, Yuuga asked, "Who told you that shit?" He rolled away. "Kakashi team the bastard. I asked him to train me and he said I wasn't worth his time ... Too busy being Sasuke bitch, I guess," Naruto said as he began to attack, and Yuuga easily defended. "I can't see Kakashi-senpai doing that," Yuuga said, recalling her one former ANBU captain. Naruto stated, "Then you've never met the real Kakashi ... The bastard. He stuck his fingers up my ass the first day we were a team." He was about to hit her in the side when he realized she was doubting the worth his time thing. Not being a Sasuke bitch. Yuuga ducked beneath the blow and exclaimed, "Really? 1,000 years of death, huh?" as she realized what he was talking about. More like the secret handshake of the pedophile weekly. Naruto snorts. Yuuga actually laughed when he heard that, as he ducked under a head strike. Naruto said, "You have a nice laugh. You have a tough body to take those hits." Yuuga said, "Not really, armor," Naruto said as he pressed his fist against his chest, and Yuuga heard the sound of metal hitting metal. "But I can't see it," Yuuga said, despite my suspicions. Naruto went to hit her in the head, and she went to block when he kicked her hand and slapped her Bakken away. And she charged and locked arms above his head with hers. And he looked at her in the eyes and said, "I see you're hurting. I guess that is all any of us feel anymore, huh?" as he stopped trying to overpower her. And she tripped his feet out from under him and held the Bakken at his neck, and, as he sat up, Naruto swatted the stick away and said, "Your vision. They demonstrate your anguish. I've seen that look enough times to recognize it," as he drew his knees up to his sternum. Yuuga was enraged and yelled, "Get out," as he swayed and passed out. Naruto said, "I would ... but I don't think I can." Yuuga glared at him and huffed as she picked up her discarded weapon and Naruto's before putting them both away and sitting against a support beam to wait. After a few hours, Yuuga heard someone groaning and opened her eyes, thanks to her ANBU training to sleep lightly, to see Naruto looking at his hand and saying, "What the hell happened, Eva, and where am I?" Yuuga blinked at him. And he replied, "You're shitting me, right? Why the hell didn't you stop me when I was falling into those trash cans?" I did. What do you mean? I see. So that was supposed to be a panty raid. Never heard of it. I see. Got my ass kicked by a nice looking woman. Damn, she good. Well, that was interesting. Wonder what her story. Hey, wait a minute. Go back and play that video. The way that picture looks, she must have been close to him. Hope she doesn't follow Tsunade and Shizune's lead and go all depressed and shit. Hate to see someone dishonor the memory of someone they lost by giving up or going all Avenger like Sasuke does. Maybe, but she'll most likely kick my ass again. Hey, I resent that. I've never been a coward. So if everything else fails, I've got one more person to despise me. As he rubbed his chin and began to sit up. A few moments ago, inside Naruto's head, Naruto's words, Eva's words. A video is currently playing in the Naruto HUD display. Naruto stated, "What happened, Eva? And where am I? You got drunk last night and embarrassed yourself." You're absolutely correct. His HUD display showed scenes of him singing at the bar and then falling in the trash cans while trying to get in. Why didn't you intervene when I was falling into those trash cans? Because you said I couldn't stop you unless you died. I guess I did. In any case, you failed your true mission. What exactly do you mean? This is referred to as a panty raid, in which you steal a woman's panties from her clothes without being caught. I see. So that was supposed to be a panty raid, which I had never heard of. The scenes of him meeting Uugao and then fighting began to play. I see. A nice looking woman kicked my ass. Scenes in which she became more serious appeared. She's a badass. Him. Scenes in which they were locked arms and he gazed into her eyes. That was intriguing. I'm curious about her story. She recently lost someone. The picture on the dresser revealed scenes of Uugao in Hayat arms. Wait a second. Go back and watch that video again. The scene is repeated. I recognize the man in the photo. He was the proctor for the preliminary examinations. You appear to have liked him. I'm curious as to where he is. He died. What? His name was engraved on the memorial stone. I guess I didn't notice his name when I was looking at Dad's name on the stone. And I'm curious about how he died. It was before the exams, so it was probably during the 1-month break. Oh. That explains why she had that hurt look in her eyes. The way the picture appears, she must have been close to him. They appeared to be engaged because she was wearing an engagement ring in the photo. I hope she doesn't follow in the footsteps of Tsunade and Shizune and go all depressed and shit. I hate seeing people dishonor the memory of someone they lost by giving up or going all Avenger like Sasuke. You could try to assist her as you did Tsunade and Shizune. Maybe. But she'll probably kick my $$ again. You're afraid of getting your $$ kicked. Hey, I'm offended. I've never been afraid. Demonstrate it. If everything else fails, I've gained another person who despises me. Return to the standard view. As Naruto sat up, he looked around and noticed Uugao staring at him. So he said, hello. Have you had many conversations in your head? Uugao inquired. More than you would know about last night. I wanted to say sorry for everything. I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. Naruto explained. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Uugao replied. Look. What is your name again? Said Naruto. Uugao Yuzuki. Uugao said. Look, Yu-chan. I see you and Hayat were engaged. I honestly didn't know until just a moment ago that he had passed away. I actually thought he was cool the way he tricked everyone into underestimating him with that cough. But I saw when he slipped the powder on his lip to make it where he would cough. And how can you claim to know something now that you didn't know before because you didn't talk to anyone or go anywhere to learn the truth? Uugao inquired. Would you believe I have a woman in my head who helps me to be a better man? Said Naruto, frowning. Not likely. Uugao snorts, but it doesn't matter. Can you please leave? No, Naruto said. Uugao narrowed her eyes and asked, and why the hell not? Before unleashing some Kai, as he stood up and walked over to the wall where the Bakken were. Naruto said, you and I got off on the wrong foot last night because I got drunk and listened to those two idiots Izumo and Kotsu. Remind me to kick both their asses later, Eva. Do you really expect to beat me? I am now the best swords master in Konoha with Hayat death. You can't even hold a weapon right. Uugao said, as Uugao watched the armor appear on all of Naruto and then disappear. Naruto said, beat you know, earn your respect. Yes, Eva, armor and stealth shield deactivate. That's ... that's redemption. I guess you could say, Naruto said. That's how you beat the Hyuga, isn't it? Uugao said, her eyes narrowing. Yeah, but power doesn't come cheap, Naruto said, frowning. And what price did you pay for this power? Uugao inquired as she began to pace around Naruto. Having already noticed the blue glow through his shirt. I am a memory of pain for those who died because of Kyuubi and those who died in the name of making a difference, Naruto said, as he began to move slowly in a circle to keep facing Uugao. And that thing that's glowing in your chest? Yuugao inquired. Naruto charged and took a slice. But Yuugao blocked and counterattacked, and Naruto defended himself by saying, "My life." Over the next 3 hours, both attacked and defended each other, and both were sweating profusely, though Naruto was in worse shape due to the sake burning out of his system. Finally, Naruto made a critical error, and Yuugao slapped his wrist as she twisted by his extended arm, driving an elbow into his stomach and before sweeping his legs out from under him, causing him to fall. And she placed the bakken at his neck, saying, "Do you yield?" Naruto scissored her feet, causing Yuugao to lose her balance. And the bakken landed beside Naruto's neck, where he leaned up and caught Yuugao bridal style and said, Draw. You were right about one thing, Naruto. You did earn my respect if only for the fact you proved you could go on even when you should have lost." Yuugao chuckled to herself. "You told me your name, but I haven't properly introduced myself." "Naruto Uzumaki, and this is Eva," Naruto said as Eva appeared beside Naruto, making Yujiro wide-eyed. Before she faded away, Eva said, "Pleasure to meet you, Ms. Yuzuki. You were telling the truth," Yuugao said, as he turned away. Naruto said, "Yeah. Why did you show her to me in your armor?" Yuugao inquired, as he raised his shirt to show the power cell. Naruto said, "A sign of trust. My life is in your hands. You have information now that would cost me my life if it was learned. Destroy this and you destroy me. That still doesn't explain why you showed me, if that thing is truly a weakness. As you claim, why tell me? I could use it and kill you," Yuugao said. "But you won't. I may not know you very well. But I can tell you one thing for sure. You're the same as me. You're willing to do anything to protect what's precious to you. And you're an honorable person who could have killed me in my sleep or for breaking in or any number of other times when we spared, but you didn't. I respect that. And I know hiatus was precious to you, but do not let his memory cause you to live a life of. You're too naive to trust someone like you just did," Yuugao said. "That may be why I consider someone who was my enemy one of my first true friends. And I have vowed to live my life in honor of his memory," Naruto said sadly. Yuugao slapped Naruto upside the head, and Naruto exclaimed, "Oh ... what was that for, kid? You are hopeless. One moment you are all wise, the next you are an idiot, and the next you are hopelessly wise," Yuugao said. "You forgot I am ravishingly handsome and have a magnetic personality," Naruto said. Yuugao burst out laughing. And Naruto smiled and said, "Well, I guess I should probably go now. It's already 8 a.m. Damn, I can't believe it's been that long," Yuugao said, looking at the clock. "I bet those two idiots are still on the roof across the way waiting for me to return with your panties." Naruto groaned. "Really? So you came to steal my panties, huh?" Yuugao asked, his eyes glinting. "I guess." Naruto said, "I was just told to take whatever was in the top drawer of your dresser from the Eva video. How would you like to play a prank on them?" Yuugao inquired. "Yu-chan, I think I'm going to like spending time with you." Naruto smirked. "To what extent?" Yuugao inquired. With a smirk, Naruto said, "Well, consider it an investment. You get the company of my charming self to use as a sparring dummy, and I get to learn to try a thing or two about swordsmanship. How long have you been planning that?" Yuugao inquired. With a smirk, Naruto said, "Since you kicked my ass, sneaky little kid." Yuugao inquired. "Hey, I'm not a kid," Naruto said. "Well, you're not a man yet, either. Anyway, about that prank," Yuugao said. About 20 minutes later, the door to Yuugao's house opened, and Naruto walked out without his shirt, but his armor was activated, so he still appeared to have a normal muscled chest and washboard stomach. And he was holding his shirt. Yuugao entered the doorframe wearing a silk bathrobe that came to her knees and said loudly, "That was an amazing Naruto-kun. How did you keep me going all night long?" in a seductive voice, when you have someone as wild as Yuugao. "It's easy to find ways to achieve a desired effect," Naruto said, his voice sounding husky. Yuugao leaned forward, her arms crossed over Naruto's shoulders, as if kissing him, and whispered, "There are 2 chakra signatures still on the roof." Naruto wrapped his arms around her back and moved his head slightly, saying, "So, should we continue the little act?" Yuugao drew back slowly and said, "Come back sometime so we can do it again. How about later today if we don't have missions?" Naruto suggested. "Give me a day or 2 to recover first," Yuugao said, rubbing her leg. "I'll be walking with a limp the rest of the day." "I aim to please," Naruto said. "And you did. Believe me, you did. I haven't had that much fun in a long time. And you helped me work out some frustration," Yuugao said. "Anything for you, Yu-chan," Naruto said as he leaned forward. Yuugao smirked as she leaned forward and grabbed Naruto's head, kissing him and saying, "See you later, lover boy." As she walked back inside and shut the door, Naruto turned and began to walk away from his apartment with a huge shite-eating grin. When he arrived, he crawled into bed and passed out, 2 women were gaping across the street from Yuugao's house. You don't think she actually? Kurenai said. I don't know, Nya, Anko admitted, but from what she was saying, she might have. But, Kurenai said, as she looked back at Naruto. Anko licked her lips and said, he kept her going all night long. Not bad. Well, if she did, she can clean up the mess herself. I wasted a night with Asuma for this. Kurenai sighed. Don't feel too bad, Nya. You always have your boy toy on your team whenever you want him, Anko said. Kurenai gave Anko a glare before fleeing in a flurry of leaves. And Anko followed her with laughter, not far away. 3 males were wide-eyed, one lowering his hiat and the other 2 holding their heads, and Kotsu said, see Kakashi. I told you he was there. Damn it. He was only supposed to steal her pants. Not getting them, Izumo said. I can't believe Yuugao would do that, but I guess she misses Hyatt more than anyone realized. Oh well, nothing else to see here. Kakashi said as he pulled out his book and walked away in a swirl of leaves. I wonder how long it will take for word to spread about this. Izumo said to Kotsu, only as fast as we tell people. Kotsu said, his grin matched by the other, and they both giggled as they jumped away. Someone knocked on Naruto's door the next morning. Waking him up, he sighed and rubbed his chin before rising and walking toward the door. When he arrived, he noticed Shino standing at the door and blinked before asking what's going on. Shino, in a neutral tone. Shino said, may I come in for a moment? Naruto said, blinking sure. Come on in. I apologize for the shambles. I hadn't had much time to do anything since I got back. He opened the door wider and stepped aside. As he walked in, Shino raised an eyebrow and said, I don't see why you should be concerned about what I think of your place. Naruto, after all, it's your home, not mine. As he looked at the clock on the wall, Naruto said, I guess I didn't think of that. So what brings you here at ... Whoa. It's already 11 a.m. I must have been more tired than I thought from returning yesterday. I believe you have slept longer than you believe because you returned 2 days ago. Shino said, as he rubbed the back of his head. Naruto blinked and said, no joke. Damn. I didn't mean to sleep through yesterday. I am definitely not going to drink again after this time. Was it Kotsu and Izumo? Shino inquired. Yeah, I guess they set you up as well. Hush, Shino, Naruto said, blinking. Indeed, I came here for 2 reasons. The first is to inform you that I am aware of your unique status as a symbiotic life form like myself. Shino said, in a half-questioning tone. Naruto rubbed his chin and asked, what do you mean? I am aware of the kyuubi that was sealed in you. And I also realize that you and it are 2 separate beings. Just as I and my hive are 2 separate beings who live in the same body. Shino said. Naruto froze in his place for a moment before looking at Shino and saying, are you sure you're okay with that information? And how did you figure it out? I and Shikamaru both deduced the truth and confronted the Sandaime with our theory when he gave us both the rank of Chunin. And we also deduced that you are the son of the Yondaime Hokage. Shino explained, as he reached for an apple. Naruto frowned and asked, is the reason you accept me because of who my father was? No, Shino replied. I see you as someone who is unique. Like my family. But I would like the opportunity to get to know you as a friend because we share so much. As Shino caught the apple, Naruto tossed it over his shoulder and said, there's a worm in the apple. I know it's not the same as your hive, but I figured you could place it where it belongs better than I could. Thank you, Naruto. And I will take care of it on our way to our duty, Shino said, looking at the apple. What duty? Naruto inquired. That is the other reason I am here right now. Shino explained. You and I have guard duty at the main gate in an hour. And I have done it 3 times while you are away. So I am qualified to teach you what is required to perform this duty. Then I need to get ready. Naruto nods. Is there anything else? No. That's all, Shino replied. Naruto walks into his room and begins to gather his belongings, pausing for a second to say Shino. Thank you. Shino shined away in a swarm of bugs. A small smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In Naruto's room, he sat down on his bed and wiped a tear from his face. Thinking, Shino knows about the fox and accepts me. That is something I could not have seen coming and I appreciate it. Shikamaru also knows and he did not act any differently toward me. Perhaps he will accept me as well. I am finally being seen as me and not the fox. As a small smile appeared on his face as he got up and quickly took. When he arrived, he saw Shino and a pair of Chunins he didn't recognize standing there. Both Chunin nod to Shino and leap away. While Naruto approached and asked, so? What do we do? All we have to do is observe those who are coming and going, write down who they are, what time they left or arrived, and look for anything that could be considered suspicious. Shino turned to Naruto and said, All we have to do is observe those who are coming and going, write down who they are, what time they left or arrived, and look for anything that could be considered suspicious. If we find anything that we suspect, we are to inform the ANBU who are nearby by using this hand sign, Naru, as you can see. That hand sign is very unique and would not be used for anything else. When you use that hand sign with chakra, it emits a small pulse that any ninja in a 4-block radius would detect. Other than those duties, we are to simply stand here or sit in the booth to your right, Shino explained. Seems simple enough. Naruto said, how long is our shift? That's why this duty is so frowned upon. Shino said, frowning. All shifts are 12 hours, so we'll be here until midnight. Well, at least I can send a Kagebenshin to get us some ramen if you don't mind later. Naruto sighed. That's fine. I'll have a vegetarian ramen to avoid irritating my hives, Shino said. All right, I'll send it around 6 to get them so we can enjoy a hot meal. Naruto said. Shino nods and stands at the gate. And Naruto sighed as he leaned against the wall, looking at his hand, and chakra began to gather in his hand. And Shino looked over at him as a small disk of chakra appeared and faded from view after several seconds. And he asked, what was that? If I may inquire. Oh, that. It's a jutsu I invented off of one my father first created. I call it the Rasen Shuriken. It's still not complete though, so I figured I can work on it a little bit since it's mostly just chakra control at this stage. Naruto said, it appears to be a very powerful jutsu. Shino says, nodding. Naruto drew his hand back and threw it at a tree across the road outside the gate. It went right through the tree and dissipated after about 60 yards, and Naruto said, that is what it does. I hope to get it to the size of a demon windmill shuriken when I am done. That is most impressive. Shino said, looking at the hole in the tree. You said you created it off of one of your father's jutsu. Which one? Naruto raised his hand again. This time the chakra forming a Rasengan, and walked toward the same tree he had sliced earlier. Drew back his hand, screamed Rasengan, and slammed his hand into the tree, blowing it to pieces and causing the tree to fall backwards into the woods. The destructive force of that jutsu had caused Shino's glasses to fall off his face. And Naruto walked back over and said, that was my father's jutsu. Pretty impressive, huh? That is very impressive. Naruto, Shino said, putting his glasses back on. I can honestly say that nothing in my skills would come close to either of those jutsu. They're not that complicated, but it takes a lot of chakra control and power. I've always had a lot of chakra thanks to that. But I've also had very little control. I would have learned it a lot sooner if I hadn't had to work my control up from low genin to high chunin or low joun. That is still an impressive increase, Shino said. And I didn't detect any abnormal chakra from you. So that was all you, correct? Naruto frowned and said, yeah, I guess you could say I finally grew up. Shino nods and says, well, I am honored to know you, as he lets a few bugs fly out of his coat sleeve toward the woods before walking over and moving a chair in the check-in station back against the wall and sat down, much to Naruto's surprise, slouched down, and set his feet on the desk. What? Guard duty is still a pain and boring as hell. Might as well sit down if you can. I will meditate, Shino said, seeing Naruto's eyebrows raise, as he walked over and sat down. Naruto chuckled and said, I guess you're right. Nothing was said until Naruto dispatched a Kagebenshin to get them both some ramen. During that time, only ANBU and 3 jounin left the village, as the day came to an end. Shino said, thank you for not disturbing my meditation, before disappearing in a swarm of bugs. Naruto was relieved by another pair of chunin he didn't recognize. But one of them glared at him. As he returned to his apartment, he sighed and thought, well, at least I got some respect now. He took a shower, ate, and went to bed. Someone knocked on his door again the next morning. Waking him up, he jumped out of bed and opened the door, blinking as he saw who was standing there, and said, hello Sakura, what are you doing here? Sakura blinked as she noticed the Chan missing from her name and asked, Baka, why haven't you been at our team meeting spot? Tenten returned to her team yesterday as Naruto had had enough and clamped his hand over her mouth and glared at her, causing her to freeze. Naruto said, look, I just got off guard duty at the main gate around midnight last night and I need to check in with the Hokage to see if I am still on Team 7. Now be a good girl and go bitch at the Sasuke team and Kakashi team. He stepped back before she could finish drawing her breath to scream and slammed the door in her face. Sakura huffed and stomped away for about 3 steps before stopping and thinking, wait, why would he not be on Team 7 and why would he have guard duty? Only Chun. No way. That Baka got chunin. said inner Sakura. Sakura returned her gaze to Naruto's door before sprinting toward Team 7's training grounds. Naruto quickly left his apartment after taking a shower and getting dressed. Reloaded the senbons into his arm by following Eva's instructions, and traveled by rooftop until he reached the Hokage Tower. When he arrived, he noticed several people running around, so he quickly crept over to the Hokage office and knocked on the door. He heard the Sandaime say enter, and Naruto opened the new doors from where he had blown the previous ones off. And the third was sitting near Tsunade, who was rubbing her temples as she looked up, glared, and asked, "What do you want, brat?" "Well, I had guard duty last night, and I came today to find out what happens now. Do I get a new team? Do I get to train with a Rosanin, or what?" Naruto said. "Didn't Jiraiya come tell you he was going to start your training?" inquired the third. "I haven't seen him since I left the other day," Naruto said. Tsunade clenched her fist, and Jiraiya spoke up, saying, "Relax, Haim. I was giving him a couple of days to rest before I started teaching him Kuchiyos no Jutsu." Tsunade saw Jiraiya come in through the window and said, "Hey Gaki, how was it?" Naruto blinked and inquired, "How was it? What are you talking about, Jiraiya?" Tsunade inquired. "From what I hear, Gaki over here got his cherry popped by a cute NBU named Yugao," Jiraiya said. Naruto widened his eyes and inquired, "Who told you that?" with a shite-eating grin on his face. The third asked, "Is it true, Naruto? I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't see where it's any of your concern, Iro Jiji," Naruto said. "So I see your doctor did more than teach you about birds and bees. Must have been playing doctor as well." Tsunade smirked. Shizune, who was in the file room, screamed Tsunade. As she exited, Tsunade burst out laughing when she saw Naruto and Shizune's red faces and said, "Relax, Shizune. I am sure you were very proper when teaching him. After all, why would you need to use mud clones?" Shizune flushed. And Naruto said, "Granny, please change your diaper because I'm sure with all the shit that's coming out of your mouth, it must have come out of your pants as well." Tsunade turned red with rage as everyone else began to laugh. She cracked her knuckles, trying to think of something to say while the Sandaime held her shoulders. And Jiraiya grabbed Naruto while laughing and said, "Come on, Gaki. First we need you to sign the contract with the Toads, and then we have a mission to do. See you at the gate, Sensei." As they shushined away as the Sandaime nodded, they appeared in Naruto's apartment. And Jiraiya unrolled a contract and said, "This is the Toad contract. Normally it would still be with the Toads, but I got it before I came to get you at the Hokage office." Naruto cut his finger, smearing blood across his fingers, after Eva released the armor on his hand and signed his name before placing his handprint above it. "All right, kid. Prepare for about a month-long mission. Take this scroll and place whatever you feel you will need for that long in it by placing the item on the scroll and sending chakra into it. This is a mass storage scroll I made for you while you were having fun," Jiraiya said as he tossed a thick scroll to Naruto. Jiraiya said, "Don't worry. I'll be teaching you about seals while we're gone." Naruto caught it and opened the scroll, looking confused at the seals on it. "Where exactly are we going?" Naruto inquired. As he left in a swirl of leaves, Jiraiya said, "Suna, we are escorting Sensei and the children of the Lake Kazekage back to Suna to finish signing the new treaty. Now meet me at the main gate in 2 hours." Naruto sighed again as he looked around his apartment, thinking, "I don't have anything here I actually need besides my money. I still have that ugly orange jumpsuit in my closet besides what I am wearing ... Well, I could take a little of the food, but I don't know if it will last besides my ramen and a seal." Sakura was at Team 7's training grounds at the time, holding her left side of her face and crying as she looked down. Flashback. When Sakura arrived at the bridge where Team 7 met, she saw Sasuke and said, "Hey Sasuke-kun, guess what I just found out? Naruto got promoted to Chunin." With a little anger in his voice, Sasuke turned to her and asked, "What?" But Sakura had missed it. "Yeah, I went by his apartment this morning because Tenten told us yesterday that she was returning to her team because Neji's eyes were better now and that her sensei was back as well and that Kakashi sensei is actually on time now. Anyways, he was asleep and I started to yell at him when he told me he had guard duty at the main gate until midnight last night and he had to go see the Hokage to see it. Why was the dope promoted? He is the dead last idiot," clenched Sasuke's fist. "Perhaps it's because he beat Neji and Gaara when he turned into that monster. From what I hear," Sakura said, biting her lip. "How could the dope defeat both of them? I am stronger than him. And they promoted him while holding me back," clenched Sasuke's fist. "It could also be because he used that hidden mist jutsu. Or because he used an exploding clone. Or because he used those exploding senbons. Or because he leaned to fly," Sakura explained. Sasuke clenched his fist harder and harder as blood slowly began to flow from it. And when Sakura mentioned the last thing, Sasuke snapped and punched her right on the left side of her face, sending her flying as he screamed out in anger as the curse seal began to spread across his face, frightening Sakura, who had tears in her eyes as she held her face trying to scoot away from Sasuke, as he felt the power of the curse seal flow through him. Sasuke thought, "This village is holding me back. I need that power to kill my brother, just like this, just like he said they would do. They try to hold the power back from me to make me weak. I will learn what I can hear, and then I will leave to learn to use this power, and then I will find Itachi and kill him." After a few moments, Sakura noticed Sasuke's curse seal slowly receding, and he turned his back on Sakura and looked off the bridge. Finished the flashback. When Kakashi arrived at the bridge, he noticed Sakura holding her face and Sasuke with his back to her, and he asked, "Is everything okay?" As he saw Sakura flinch and Sasuke glare at her. "Teach me everything the dobe knows," Sasuke said to Kakashi. "You already copied the Kagebenshin with your sharing in Sasuke." Kakashi said, "I'm talking about all the things you taught him to make him Chunin." Sasuke said, glaring at him, "So that's what's going on." Sasuke knows about Naruto and he must have hit Sakura, but unless she says something, I can't do anything about it because Sasuke can claim it was a sparring incident. Kakashi thought, and added, "I don't know what Naruto knows since I trained you, remember? And it was useless," Sasuke said. "Because the dobe can fly, use the hidden mist jutsu. Use senbons like that hunter Nin did, and also knows how to make exploding clones. Teach me how to do those. I don't know how to fly, Sasuke." "And I doubt Naruto can," said Kakashi. Sakura cut him off and said, "He can. I saw it myself at the stadium," flinching once more as both Sasuke and Kakashi glared at her, both wishing she would shut up for different reasons. "As for the hidden mist jutsu, you don't have the chakra control for it yet because you're a fire element. I don't know how to use senbons enough to teach you. And as for the exploding clones, you don't have the reserves for it," Kakashi said, pulling out his book. "How does the dobe have control and reserves for it?" Sasuke demanded. "Think about it, Sasuke. Naruto has always had larger reserves than you. The control he learned tree walking like you. And water walking, I figure. But after that I don't know because I don't know who taught him those things. Then where is the dobe?" "I will ask him myself," Sasuke said, turning his back and clenching his fist. "Quite a prodigy you have there, Kakashi. No wonder you turned your back on your other students for him," a voice said, causing Kakashi to flinch and the other two to look at a man walking up with white hair, red marks on his face, a huge scroll on his back, and a demon headband with the kanji for oil on it. "What can I do for you, Jiraiya-sama?" Kakashi inquired. Jiraiya said, "Oh, I just came to tell you that Naruto will no longer be coming to your team assignments anymore because I have taken him as my apprentice," which made Sakura's eyes widen and Sasuke clench his fist to the point where the bones began to snap. "I understand," Kakashi said. "I don't think you do, Kakashi. Do you have any idea what kind of prodigy you let slip through your fingers? Naruto has not only learned the Rasengan but also improved on it, creating a long-distance version of the racing. Don't you think Naruto is not mad?" Kakashi asked as he was sent flying by a punch to the face from Jiraiya, who appeared in front of Kakashi and delivered a kick to the ribs that grabbed his ribs as Jiraiya cold-cocked him in the side of the head over his good eye. Kakashi collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. "Don't even think about finishing that sentence. If you had used the brain behind that fucking eye you are so proud of, you would realize that he is not only more mentally mature than you could believe, but he is also smart enough to know when to use it and when not to. I am beginning to teach him Kuchiyos no Jutsu, and I expect by the time he returns from our mission, he will be summoning Gambunta. Why the hell do you train the dobe? He is an idiot," Sasuke finally said. Jiraiya clenched his fist when he saw the bruise on Sakura's face and decided enough was enough as he walked over to Sasuke and punched him in the stomach, knocking the air out of him, before chopping Sasuke on the back of the neck. The pain from the punch in the face stopped Sakura from saying anything, and Jiraiya pulled out a bottle of ink as Kakashi stood up and asked, "What are you doing?" holding his stomach as he slowly stood up. "You're a disgrace, Kakashi. The boy here attacks his teammate and you do nothing about it. Let me guess. You thought as long as she didn't say anything, you wouldn't have to do anything right. Look at her, Kakashi. She's scared off him, as of right now, Kakashi. This boy has lost his bloodline," Jiraiya said as he finished the seal he was drawing and activated it, causing Sasuke to, as he walked over and noticed a seal beside each of Sasuke's eyes. Kakashi asked, "Is it permanent?" Jiraiya stated, It is until I unseal it, and I won't until not only do I see that you have made a complete turnaround, but also that he is punished correctly and nobody in this village except me can unseal it, and the council or Tsunade Heim order me to release it won't work. Girl ... if I were you. You either need to quit being a ninja or find a teacher to teach you, because Kakashi here is. Kakashi looked down at Sasuke and Sakura, who couldn't meet her teacher's gaze, and thought, am I really that bad of a sensei? Forgive me, is he right? Is Kakashi-sensei just going to let me die? Sakura wondered. Later, Naruto was walking into the Wolf Claw when he noticed Dustin sitting behind the counter, who sat up as Naruto approached and asked, "What can I do for you today?" Naruto took a look around and inquired, "Is your daughter here?" "No. She's getting ready for a mission," Dustin said, looking at Naruto with narrowed eyes. Naruto said, "I wanted to talk to you without anyone listening in. Why were you going to give me my order free the other day? I just want to say I am impressed with the way you have turned out. I mean the way you are willing to face the devil himself, kicking and screaming to show the world who you are." Dustin smirked. "More than you know." Naruto thought and asked, "Is that the real reason? Not everyone is out to get you." "Naruto, some people want to actually help you along the way. They may have their own reasons why, but there are some who do, and I am one of them." "Thank you," Naruto said, biting his lower lip. Dustin smiled and inquired, "So, what do you require today?" "I need some supplies. Hiro-san gave me this scroll and told me to pack for a month-long mission to Suna. This scroll is supposed to be able to hold several items, but I'm not really sure about it. I need supplies and to put them in this scroll," Naruto said, sounding perplexed. "All right. I think I understand," Dustin said to Naruto. "You want to get some supplies for this mission, but you don't know what you need or how to use that scroll, right?" "Yeah, I just have trouble understanding sealing for some reason. I know how to unseal stuff, but everything else about it confuses me, and I've never been to Suna before, so I'm not really sure what to expect on the mission. And I guess because I've never actually had money to buy correct supplies before, I don't know what I should pack," Naruto said. "My late wife used to say the answer to any problem is to first understand what you have a problem with. Then you solve that problem, and then you go from there," Dustin said, as he considered what Dustin said. Naruto blinked and said, "So if I know I have a problem with seals, then I should solve that problem." "Yeah ... but seals will take a while to learn," Dustin said. "I can give you a book on basic sealing to help you learn. It's where I learned them. I'd like that," Naruto said with a smile. "Good ... Now how about we solve your other problem about getting your supplies for your mission? And what have you sealed so far?" Dustin said. Naruto shrugged and said, Nothing." Dustin's sweat dropped and he said, "Okay, what about your clothing?" "Well, I was wanting to get new clothes," Naruto explained. Dustin nods and says, "Well, I can help you with that. Anything specific you were looking for?" I'm not sure. All I've ever been able to buy before were those orange jumpsuits, so I don't really know what to wear besides that. These were bought for me while I was recovering from injuries," Naruto said. "What injuries?" Dustin inquired. "I am ... sort of broke my left arm," Naruto said, scratching his head. Dustin thought, "Must have been the thrust cannon. Wonder what happened to the safety shock absorbers," and said, "I see. Well, it's good to see you're back to normal. So let's get you some cloths." As he put his hand to his chin and looked at Naruto before walking around the store, grabbing a few things before putting them back and then going into the stockroom. When he returned, he handed Naruto a pile of clothes and said, "The dressing room is over there near the number 1. Just go in and try them on and let me know if you like them or if they're the wrong size." Naruto nods and walks into the room, closing the door and thinking, "Eva, can you drop the suit for a few minutes?" As the suit fell, Naruto took off his clothes and slowly began to slip on the cloths. Eva said, "Yes." When he was finished, he looked in the mirror and thought, "Wow, this is cool." He had a pair of black ANBU pants, black combat boots, and a black modified Chunin ANBU armor vest with multiple pockets for scrolls. Naruto blinked and rubbed his chest and thought, "Wonder how this was able to mold around the power cell so perfectly ... It is almost like it was specifically made for me somehow." Dustin gave Naruto a nod before saying, "You now have the appearance of a Chunin, Naruto. I went ahead and bought you 2 weeks worth of the same type of clothing with a few green, blue, and red accents, but there's something missing." I found it as he walked back into the back and emerged with something that made Naruto's eyes widen. Dustin stated, "I figured you might want something to shield you from the elements a little. This should work," he said as he held up a black cloak with blue flames on the bottom and cuffs of the sleeves. as well as a hood that would cover the top of Naruto's head. Naruto reached for it slowly, saying, "It looks so much like Yondiame's coat, except it's black instead of white." "Well, hurry up and see if it fits," Dustin said. "I can't believe how well this fits me," Naruto said as he slipped it on and pulled the hood up. "What can I say? I have an eye for detail," Dustin explained. Naruto nods and inquires, "How much?" .14 changes of clothes, including the one you're wearing, plus 4 first aid kits. Ninja wire, 10 sets of shurikens and 10 sets of kunai, plus 10 more boxes of senbons just in case, Dustin said. Naruto was about to say something when Dustin interrupted, saying, "Oh, I forgot. Look at the flames on your cloak sleeves." This caused Naruto to look at them. "What about them?" Naruto inquired. "Inside the flames is a storage seal on each arm, because drawing weapons from your weapon pouches will take time that could cost you your life. I designed those for quick access for shurikens and kunais." "You're right-handed, right?" Dustin explained. Naruto nods, and Dustin says, "Good. Then store your kunais in your right sleeve and your shurikens in your left, like this." As he opens a box of shurikens and throws them into the flames, which go up in smoke. "Amazing, Naruto. How do I unseal them?" Naruto inquires. As he touched Naruto's forearm, Dustin said, "Just send chakra into your arm around here and one will unseal," before paying Dustin. Naruto nods and quickly loads all 10 boxes of shurikens and kunais into his sleeves. Dustin quickly grabbed the scroll Naruto brought in with him and quickly showed Naruto how to seal the cloths, the book on basic sealing, and the other items, and Naruto went into the changing room grabbing his old cloths, sealing them, and having Eva turn his armor back on under his cloak, and he walked back out and Dustin said, "Well, aside from getting some food and water, I think you're set." "Will food spoil if it's sealed?" Naruto wondered. "No. A sealed item is frozen in time exactly as it was when it was sealed as long as the seal holding it was drawn correctly," Dustin explained. "All right, that sounds good. I guess I should get going then," Naruto said as he began to walk away. "Have you considered a melee weapon yet?" Dustin inquired. Naruto paused, blinked, and inquired, "What is a melee weapon?" "Like a sword, whip, scythe, club, or staff," Dustin explained. "Remember, I have a scythe and a sword, if he has anything on either of them. Along with a staff, you should get it so you can learn to use them," Eva said. "Do you have anything on a staff, scythe, or sword?" Naruto inquired. Dustin nods as he walks into the back and emerges with 6 books, saying, "I have 2 on each, so here you go, free." As he hands them to Naruto, Naruto took them, sealed them, and quickly left, saying, "Thank you again for everything. I have to get some food and only a little time to do it." "Saya." Dustin smiled and said, "Good luck, kid." As Naruto entered a grocery store, a gruff voice said, "Get out of here. We don't want your kind in here," prompting Naruto to scowl at the man behind the counter before turning and leaving. He sat down on a bench outside the store after hearing Eva say, "Relax, Naruto. You can't change everyone just like that, but you've made a good start. Don't ruin it by trying to get revenge." Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath before exhaling. And when he opened his eyes, he saw a pale-eyed girl around 9 years old staring at him from about 3 inches in front of his face. "Can I help you?" Naruto asked as he leaned back. The girl tapped Naruto on the chest and inquired, "Why does my family taijutsu not work on you?" "Secret," Naruto said. "Why does my sister like you so much?" The girl scowled. "I don't see anything about you that should make her obsessed with you other than being immune to our family jutsu." "Who is your sister? And who are you, little Hyuga?" Naruto inquired. "She is Hanabi-sama, sister to Hinata-sama, youngest daughter of Hayashi-sama," a voice Naruto recognized said, causing Naruto to look at Neji with a scowl on his face. "So, did you ever apologize to Hinata for what you did to her?" Naruto asked. "Why should I?" Neji asked. "Because all she had to do to beat you in that match was activate your seal and she would have won. But she let you attack her. I think she wanted to make peace between you and her. Or maybe between the branch and main family." Naruto sighed, shaking his head. "And what makes you think you know anything about the Hyuga family affairs?" Neji asked, his eyes narrowing. Naruto stood up, causing Hanabi to move, and said, "Not much besides what I can see and hear. Of course it looks like I can see better than you can because I can see Hinata loves you. Too bad you're too much of an idiot to see it. Hope you take after your sister Firecracker, because if you follow the same path as him then all you're going to have is loneliness." Saya screwdriver. Hanabi blinked as she saw Naruto walk away and looked at Neji, who was red-faced, thinking strange. He shows no fear of Neji or me even after he finds out who I am. He is different. What in the world? Neji saw this and said, "Come Hanabi-sama. I must return you to the compound before I have to go to see the Hokage." As he turned and began to walk away, a shout of "Hey boss" caught his attention a few moments before Naruto walked away. Naruto turned to see Konohamaru, Yuden, and Mogi approaching him and said, "Hey gang, what's up?" As they came to a halt in front of him. "Hey boss. I heard you made Chunin," Konohamaru said. "Yeah, what's the big deal?" said Naruto. "Looks like you're one step closer to being Hokage than I am." Konohamaru said, "Actually, I am 2 steps ahead of you. First, I graduated from the academy, and second, I am Chunin while you are still in the academy." Naruto said, putting his hand to his chin. "No fair, boss." Konohamaru grumbled, "Life is hardly fair." Konohamaru, "If it were, a lot of people who died would still be alive," Naruto said, as he remembered Haku, Zabuza, and Hayate. "That's no fun, boss." Konohamaru said, frowning, "You need to think happy thoughts, not sad ones. I know that, gang. I was just remembering a couple of people who are no longer here." Naruto said, smiling, "Tell you what, guys. I don't have much time before I have to leave on another mission, but how about I teach you all something really cool?" All 3 children's eyes widened and they began to jump around, attracting Hanabi's attention as they fled. After about 5 minutes, they were all 4 standing at the academy. And Naruto said, "All right, gang, what I'm going to teach you is how to walk on trees." As he walked up the side of one of the trees, wide-eyed, "That was so cool, boss." "How did you do that?" said Mogi, as he jumped off. Naruto said, "This is a chakra control exercise. What you have to do is channel chakra to your feet and use it to stick to the side. Too much and you blow off, too little and you fall off. This is an exercise that requires an exact amount of chakra. Use a kunai to mark how far you make it. Just watch, boss." "I'll learn this and catch up to you soon," Konohamaru said, as he turned to leave. Naruto smiled and said, "I hope so, Konohamaru. I hope so. Look, I just remembered I have one more place to go before I need to leave. So take care of each other and I will see you when I get back." Saya, "All right, gang. Let's show the boss we can do this by the time he gets back from his mission," Konohamaru said as he gathered chakra and ran at the tree, only to fall off. Naruto took about 10 minutes to get to his destination, and he looked around and thought, "This is the right place, Eva?" "Yes," Eva replied. Naruto nods and walks over to the door, knocking. A few moments later, the door opened and Yuuga appeared in the door frame, saying, "Well, hello again. Naruto, come to rob my panties again?" "No." Naruto exclaimed, "I just wanted to tell you that I have a month-long mission to Suna and you wanted to tell me so I wouldn't worry about you." Yuuga smirked as he felt a finger on his lips. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and said, "Well, not in so many words. But I just didn't want you to think I was avoiding you," and he blinked and asked, "Eva, did you just drop the helmet?" But received no response. Yuuga smirked as she felt actual flesh and saw the look of confusion on his face and said, "Looks like you got sold out." As she pulled her hand back and stepped forward as she put her arms around Naruto's shoulder and said, "Why did you come here, Naruto? I mean, you could have left without telling me and I wouldn't have gotten mad. So why did you come here?" As he looked into her eyes, Naruto swallowed and said, I think I understand. You take care of yourself, Naruto. I know we were supposed to be Suna's allies again, but one of them killed Hayate. He was killed with a wind jutsu. You come back alive and I will be glad to see you return," Yuuga said, when Yuuga pulled Naruto into a hug and said, "Be careful," as she stepped back and closed the door. Naruto smiled a little and said, "Thanks, I guess I better get going." Saya, Naruto smiled as he walked away. Inside Yuuga's house, she entered her front room and saw Kurenai, who asked, "So, what's up?" "Oh, it was Naruto," Yuuga said. "He came by to tell me he had a mission and wouldn't be back for a while." Kurenai gave her a stern look and said, "Really? Sounds like something someone in love would do." Yuuga sat down and took a sip of her tea, deep in thought, saying, "Or someone who wants someone to be glad they came back alive." I think he wanted to make sure that I didn't feel alone again." Kurenai inquired, "But why you? For someone you claim you didn't do anything with? Sure seems friendly." Yuuga shrugged and said, "You are reading too much into it, Kurenai. All he is to me is a friend, something I have needed a lot lately." Kurenai sighed and said, "All right, I believe you, but I wanted to make sure you didn't get hurt again. He's 7 years younger than you, and you're still recovering from Hayate. I don't want to see you using him as a rebound because you both deserve better." "Well, if you don't mind, Kurenai, I've got patrol tonight and I need a few hours of sleep, Yuuga says. Nodding, Shiranai nods and quickly leaves. And Yuuga sighed as she walked toward her bedroom, listening to the silence and thinking. It could also be because he knows the pain of being alone, something I am getting to know very well. When Naruto arrived at the main gate, he saw Sandaime and Jiraiya standing there, as well as Tenten, who was glaring at Temari, who was smirking, and Jiraiya said, Agaki, I see you could make it and only 5 minutes late. Sorry. I had to buy new supplies and, said Naruto, looks like you got them from my dad's shop, and I recognize the cloak you're wearing as one dad's been working on recently. Tenten said. The third person took a look at it and said, interesting design. Naruto, yeah, I think it's sort of nostalgic. Naruto said, cutting his gaze from Jiraiya. Very, reminds me of my last student in some ways. Jiraiya said, now, if you don't mind, I think we should get going, don't you, sensei? Yes. We need to get these 3 back home, said the Sandaime. Tenten asked, still staring at the smirking Temari. What exactly am I here for? You're here because you're on the same team as Naruto. Sandaime said, widening both eyes. Wait a minute. Why is she on my team when she's already on Super Fuzzy Brow's team? Said Naruto. Currently, we have 2 Genin teams that are unable to do missions, Team 7 and Team 9. When you were removed from Team 7 due to your advancement and being selected as Jiraiya's new apprentice, I suggested to Tsunade that Neji be placed as the 3rd member of Team 7 as their scout, the position that you previously held because of your Kagebenshin, even though you are Jiraiya apprentice. He won't be your full-time sensei, but what about Lee? He's like a son to Guy. Naruto inquired. Jiraiya sighed. Odds are. Naruto, Lee will never be able to resume duty again. He is nearly as bad of shape as you were. And you nearly died because of your arm. All 4 genin were wide-eyed. Tenten frowned and inquired, well, if he and I are on the same team, who will be our 3rd member? You will learn later. We must go. The Sandaime said as he began to walk out the gates, ignoring Naruto and Tenten's questions. Tenten sighed as she approached Naruto and raised her hand, saying, it's a pleasure to be teamed up with you. She shook Naruto's hand and blinked, narrowing her eyes at how his hand felt. Thank you, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Naruto said. Temari grumbled, damn it. All this tree-hugging nonsense is getting on my nerves. Can we go so I can get my fan back? Gaara walked over and, much to his siblings' surprise, extended his hand and said, it's good to see you again. Naruto, how you doing, Gaara? Naruto asked as he shook his hand. I'm sleeping well because of you, Gaara said. What are friends for? Said Naruto. Temari shook her head as Naruto began to walk out the gates. And Gaara began to walk behind Naruto. And Tenten quickly walked up to catch Naruto and set pace beside him. And Temari and Kankuro began to walk behind them, with Jiraiya following. Another meeting was taking place in the Hokage office as they were leaving the gates. When Team 7 entered the office, Neji was already there, and Tsunade saw Kakashi and said, so this is Team 7. Now I am sure you noticed that you are currently short 1 member and ... What is your problem, Uchi? Release my Sharingan, Sasuke demanded, turning to face her. Tsunade blinked and turned to face Kakashi, who explained, Jiraiya-sama sealed off his Sharingan earlier. Tsunade widened her eyes and inquired, and why did he do that? Because he, said Sasuke, because Jiraiya-sama did not approve of the way Sasuke interacts with his other teammate. Kakashi interrupted, causing Tsunade to look at Sakura and notice the bruise on Sakura's face. Tsunade inquired, I assume the bruise on her face is what you're referring to, and that it was not caused by a spar. No, it wasn't. She just doesn't know when to shut up to her superiors, Sasuke said, causing Sakura to flinch and look down and Kakashi to think, oh shit. Tsunade released a small amount of Kai on Sasuke and said, first, your attitude is most disturbing, and I find your lack of support in your teammate appalling. You will show me the proper respect, GNNIN, or I will seal off your chakra as well as your bloodline. Sasuke screamed, you can't do that. You senile bitch. Tsunade released a massive amount of Kai on Sasuke, causing Sakura and Neji to freeze. While Kakashi was sweating and thinking, oh god, we're all dead. All I wanted was to do things at my own pace, read my book, and enjoy life. Tsunade stood up from her desk and grabbed Sasuke by the neck, lifting him off the floor and saying, now you little pissant, I don't like you and I don't care who your family was. As far as I am concerned, the only good Uchiha is a dead one. This made everyone wide-eyed. Tsunade continued, your clan has been nothing but a headache for years. And to tell the truth, When I heard about your clan massacre, I bought the entire borrow round of drinks. Hell, if it was in my power, I would have Itachi given complete pardon and a hero welcome back to Konoha for doing such a great deed. Now you will mind your place, follow orders, or I will send you to join the rest of your clan, Kakashi. I expect the next time you bring your students into my office, they show the proper respect, or it will be you receiving their punishment, she said as she returned to her seat. Neji Hyuga. You are now a member of Team 7 replacing Naruto Uzumaki. Neji smirked as he watched Sasuke get owned and said, I understand Hokage-sama. What about Naruto? Sakura inquired. Tsunade asked. Naruto has been taken as the official apprentice of Jiraiya when he is in town and will be on Team 9 under Guy along with Tenten and another. Now I have a question for you. I know your sensei failed at teaching Naruto, so what has he taught you? Causing Kakashi to flinch and look down. What do you mean Kakashi sensei failed Naruto? He taught him tree climbing like he did me and Sasuke. Sakura inquired. Is that all he taught you, Sakura? Tsunade inquired. Sakura looked perplexed and said, Well, yeah, why? Tsunade glared at Kakashi and said, Sakura, did you know that your sensei's own words about putting you in the Chunin exams was that he only put you in them to gain experience and to let Sasuke become a Chunin? He never expected either you or Naruto to pass the exams, and when Naruto did, Kakashi turned his back on Naruto and told him he wasn't worth his time. If nothing else, he was worth more of your time than the Uchiha. After all, he was able to defeat me, Neji reasoned. Sakura asked quietly. Is that true, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi sighed and nodded. And Sakura looked down, remembering Jiraiya's words, and looked at Tsunade, asking Hokage-sama, I don't have any skills besides having perfect chakra control and the 3 Academy Jutsu. I would like to ask permission to become your apprentice. This caused Kakashi to turn and look at her shock. And he looked down after that, thinking I really have failed as Tsunade looked at Sakura and said, Shizune, which opened the door to the side of the room and allowed Shizune to exit. Yes, Tsunade-sama, Shizune inquired. I want you to get a copy of the first 10 books that I had you study when I took you as my apprentice and give them to Sakura here when you get them ready. When she has memorized them, I want you to test her on her knowledge, if she can learn them all and pass your test, as well as learn 3 medical jutsu that all field medics know. I will consider letting her become a medic nin, Tsunade said. Hello Tsunade-sama. I can have it by tomorrow, Shizune said. Sakura, wide-eyed, inquired. Does that mean you'll teach me? Shizune looked at Tsunade. And Tsunade said, perhaps, but only if you truly impress me. After all, Shizune here is my only apprentice so far, and she will always be my top priority because she is one of my precious people. Which made Shizune smile. Realizing she was referring to Naruto, I will master Tsunade, Sakura said, making everyone blink. Tsunade inquired, Master, I like the sound of that ... Now the mission Team 7 has washing the Hokage monument. The fires from the invasion deposited large amounts of ash on the monument faces, and I don't want them complaining about hazard pay from the ash, so you are to wash the monument ... As for you Uchiha, you are responsible for 5D rank missions a week by yourself as punishment for your failure of the invasion. Tsunade ignored the snicker and said, You're all dismissed. Sakura bowed and began to walk toward the door, saying, Hi Master Tsunade. Everyone walked in silence for the next 4 hours until they came to a fork in the road, at which point Naruto stopped while the others continued walking. Jiraiya stopped in front of Naruto and asked, Is something wrong, Gaki? Drawing everyone's attention, the Sandaime returned Naruto's gaze, noticing Naruto's distant expression. Boy, what's your problem? We're all going this way, Temari said as Naruto continued to look down the road and asked, Hey Jiji ... How long does it take to get to Suna from here? It's 2 days of hard travel from here if we went full out all the way, said the Sandaime. As he looked at the Sandaime, Naruto asked, Do we have a set day to be in Suna? We have to be there in 10 days, said the Sandaime. I just remembered that Konoha still has to collect the extra cash for the mission Team 7 did in Wave that was upgraded. It's only a half-day travel from here and we could get a warm bed and hot meal for tonight. And we could leave tomorrow with only about a half-day extra travel if we go by trees. Naruto said, That may be true, but we have the 3 Suna shinobi here to think about, and they want to go home. So unless you have a good reason to head that way or they agree to it, I don't see any reason to make the trip there right now. I see, Naruto said, frowning. What is so important that you wish to go to Wave, Naruto? It's not like you to ask for something unless you have a very good reason. the Sandaime inquired, as he began to walk towards Suna. Naruto bit his lip and said, "There is a private matter I need to take care of there." "I apologize for stalling everyone." Everyone turned to look at him. And Sandaime inquired, "What is the private matter you need to go there for?" "There was something special I ordered there that should be done now. And I was going to come back after the exam to get it, but with everything that went down, I haven't had a chance, and I'm worried that when we come back in a month, it might not still be there," Naruto said. Jiraiya rubbed his right arm, where Naruto's arm had broken, and asked, "Does it have anything to do with that?" "No, it's just something I needed to order because of what happened on Team 7's mission to Wave," Naruto explained. "Do any of you have a problem with making a small detour?" the Sandaime asked, frowning and looking at the Suna siblings in a pleading tone. Naruto said, "If it helps, I am willing to pay you each $500 for the day of wasted time. And with the way Wave has recovered, I am sure you all might be able to find something there you like," Tenten said. "I don't see a problem with it," as she looked at Naruto's pleading expression. Gaara saw the expression and said, "We will do it," to which Temari replied, "Gaara, you can't do that." "I mean we." Gaara interrupted her and said, "Please Temari, he is one of my precious people. If it weren't for him, I would still be unable to sleep and Shukaku would be able to attack and kill you." Temari's eyes softened as she looked at Gaara. Tenten inquired, "Who is Shukaku?" causing everyone to frown. Shukaku is the Ikabai no Shukaku, the one-tailed demon, the weakest of the Biju. And it was sealed into me by order of my father to make me a super weapon for Suna, Gaara explained. Tenten began to speak when Naruto inquired, "Tenten, is a kunai sealed in a scroll the same as the scroll?" "Of course not," Tenten said, blinking. "Gaara is the scroll. Shukaku is the kunai," Naruto explained. Tenten looked at him and said, "I already knew that. I use sealing a lot, so I understand the difference. But I was wondering why Shukaku could get free before but not now." Based on what everyone was saying, before the invasion, Gaara had a weak seal with a berserker seal on top of it, making him unstable and preventing him from sleeping unless the demon took control of him. After the invasion, I put a new seal on him and it made it so Gaara can sleep without worrying about the demon, Jiraiya explained. "How were they able to seal a demon into Gaara? And what effect did it have on you other than being able to take over your body?" Tenten inquired. "Shukaku was sealed into me while I was still inside my mother, and it cost her life," Gaara explained. "Aside from not being able to sleep, I have larger chakra reserves than a normal person, along with my ability to control sand and my automatic defense that protects me." "But why did they seal it into you before you were born? Why not put it in an adult?" Tenten inquired. "An adult's chakra coils are already developed and cannot handle the strain of having the demon's chakra put into his or her coils, releasing the demon back into the world, killing the adult. The only way to successfully seal a demon is to seal it into an infant who is either about to be born or only a few hours old, so that as the child grows up the coils would adjust and release the demon," Tenten inquired. "Wasn't that sand creature you transformed into during the invasion Shukaku?" Gaara nods and looks at Naruto, asking, "How do you know so much about it?" "Naruto, and how were you able to defeat a demon?" "The Yondaime did it, but it cost him his life. And he was the Hokage. You were a genin ... And what did you mean when you said that when Kyuubi met you, it was fucked during the exams?" As he resumed his walk, Naruto sighed and said, "My birthday is the same as your name. Figure it out." Tenten blinked and thought, "Tenten, October 10th. Her eyes widened as she realized that was the day Kyuubi attacked. And she inquired, "So you're like Gaara?" The Sandaime closed his eyes and said, "Jinchuriki, the power of a human sacrifice. That is what those who have a demon sealed into them are called. Gaara here was turned into one to make him a weapon. Naruto here was chosen to save our village by the Yondaime. There were those who wanted to turn Naruto into a weapon like other villages such as Suna. I refused to do that and I wanted him to have his normal." As he began to walk towards Suna, Naruto said, "Let's just go Jiji. You don't have to explain your actions or the actions of others because it won't matter. You should know that by now, people will believe what they want. I have come to terms that I am nothing more than a sacrificial lamb who pays for all those who were hurt or died by the actions of who or what is a part of me." Tenten thought to himself as the Sandaime looked at Naruto. "That's almost what Dad said about Eva." Flashback. Dustin nods and says, "Good. I hate to tell you this, but you can't tell anyone about what you saw. If ... if people find out about my connection to Eva and what she represents, People will come for me and will use you to get to me. Eva, what Eva represents is my sins. What your mother and I created was something we wanted to help save people ... But in the end it ended up destroying hundreds of lives in a country. Final flashback. Tenten pondered. Could Naruto be the sacrifice he used? And if so, what connections does he have to Eva? He was there right before Eva appeared. Tenten looked at Naruto, thinking, his hands ... They felt like metal. Temari bit her lip as Kankuro placed his hand on her shoulder and whispered, "Let's do it, sis. The past few weeks have been great not having to worry about being killed by being close to our brother." He actually asked in his own way and is trying. "I know I want to go home as well. But a day isn't really that long." Temari sighed and said loudly, "Fine, but you have to pay us like you said. And you had better be right about a hot meal and a soft bed." As he ran back the 100 feet he had made it down the road to Suna and began to go down the road toward Wave. Naruto smiled and said, "I am, just you wait. Come on, let's go." The Sandaime looked at Jiraiya as the group began to follow Naruto down the road. And Jiraiya nodded as he began to follow the group. After a few hours, the group arrived at the Great Naruto Bridge, and everyone's eyes were wide, except Naruto's. And Kankuro asked, "What the hell? Why is this bridge named after you?" As he started across the bridge, Naruto looked back sadly and said, "Because this is where my innocence died." Everyone seemed perplexed about this, including the Sandaime, who thought, "Damn you, Kakashi. If you had been a true sensei to all your students and not shown favoritism in your reports, I would know what he is talking about." As the group followed Naruto across the bridge and into town, they noticed that a swarm of children ran up to him, screaming for him to pick them up and play with them. Adults were nodding toward him, smiling and giving small bows, and several girls were blushing as they looked at him. When Jiraiya saw Naruto relax around the people here, he said, "Sensei ... This is how he should have been seen in Konoha. If this is how they see him, then someday he may come here to live if Konoha does not change. Consequences be damned," the Sandaime reflected, as the kids tugged at his pants and yelled his name. Naruto smiled and said, "Hey everyone, tell you what, if I show you all a cool trick, would you all let me in my company through? It's been a long journey, and I have a lot to do in a short amount of time." As they got excited, several of the kids said, "Yeah." Naruto nods and leaps into the air, beginning to float, surprising Kankuro, Temari, and Tenten, who had missed seeing him fly due to the fighting. "But we already saw you fly," several of the kids exclaimed. Naruto closed his eyes and held his left hand above his head, and all the ninja tensed as they felt chakra begin to gather in his left hand but could only barely see the blue glow. And then Naruto raised his right hand and jerked it a second before a blue ball of chakra shot out of his left hand. An explosion rocked the sky around 100 feet up, followed by 9 others, and the kids screamed fireworks. Naruto landed slowly on the ground and said, "See? Neat trick, huh?" As the kids all cheered and began to return to their parents, who clapped and listened to their children cheer. When the crowd had dispersed, Naruto's smile faded slightly and he began to walk away, saying, "All right, sorry about the wait. I will show you all to where we can stay the night." What is he? Bipolar. He goes from happy and excited to sad and depressed at the drop of a hat, Temari inquired, as he began to follow Naruto. Sandaime sighed and said, "It's because he let his emotional mask drop. What you all saw was probably something he has hardly ever shown anyone. The real him, not the happy-go-lucky idiot who screams for attention like you all saw in the exams." As he followed the group, Jiraiya thought, that's also how his mother was. She carried her emotions on her sleeves. They soon arrived at a 2-story house, and Naruto approached the door and knocked. When the door opened, Tsunami appeared and her eyes brightened and she said Naruto, as she pulled him into a hug, and he smiled as he hugged her back and said, "Hello, Tsunami. How are you doing?" Tsunami let go and kissed his head, eliciting a confused look from him as he felt the kiss. And he said, "I've been good. I got promoted like I said I would. Congratulations. Come on in and ... Who are all these people?" "Naruto," Tsunami said. "Oh, let me introduce you. This is my new teammate Tenten, my part-time sensei Jiraiya, the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha, and this is our diplomatic escort to Suna, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara. Well, it's a pleasure to have such an honored group here. And normally I would let you all stay here, but the K's Nami Inn just opened 2 weeks ago, and I figure you'd want your guests to stay there, right?" Tsunami said. Naruto ignored the stunned expressions on everyone's faces and said, "Yeah, but I still don't understand why you're all doing that for me. Because you turned down the job of being the feudal lord here in Wave. Forcing me to take the job, you blonde baka. A voice said, bringing a smile to Naruto's face. The Sandaime asked as he recognized the newcomer. What do you mean, feudal lord Tazuna, and it is good to see you again. Exactly what I mean. After Gato was killed, the people here ran the old feudal lord out of the country, vowing to kill him if he ever returned because he sold us out to Gato. When the kid here came back to Wave, the people here asked him to be our new feudal lord because he was the hero of the country. He said he did not think he was old and wise enough to do the job. So he asked that the real hero, why did you turn down the offer? Naruto, that was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tenten inquired. Now, you old drunk bastard. What the hell is this Kazunami crap I was just hearing about, and I thought I was going to be a silent partner, not owner? Naruto said, well, the inn, as you know, was originally used for Gato's slave prostitution ring, and when you were here during those 3 weeks and took out those men who were still running it, freeing those girls, it just felt like the right payment to give you the building, so after remodeling it and hiring a few of the girls who stayed and offered to work there in exchange for room and board since they didn't have anywhere to go after Gato killed their families, we all felt it was the right payment to give you the building. As he stared at Tazuna, Naruto sighed and said, and the name? Oh, that, well, there are 2 reasons for that. One is that you are the wind of change for the land of Wave, and you already know the second. As he began to rub his temples, Naruto said, must not kill drunk, must not kill drunk. I take it they know about that, Naruto. Sandaime said, as he looked at Tazuna. Naruto said, they know part but not all, and drop it. So would you mind setting all these people here in a couple of rooms? I still need to see someone before it gets dark. Sure, after all, it is my duty as the feudal lord to welcome as many diplomats as possible. Please follow me and I will show you to the inn where you can stay. Tazuna replied. What about our money? Temari inquired. Naruto came to a halt, turned his right arm away from everyone, pulled out his wallet, counted out the cash, and handed it to them all, and Jiraiya asked, where are you going, Gaki? You know it's not safe for. As he took off toward the town, Naruto said, around and don't go there. I've been taking care of myself since I was 4. If anything happens, follow the explosions. Tenten inquired. Where is he going? Tazuna sighed and said, he's going to the shrine, drawing everyone's attention to him. What do you mean? We came all this way so he could go to some shrine? Temari inquired. Forgive my father. The shrine is the name the people of Wave have given to the graves of the 2 missing nins Naruto team fought to save our country. In the end, they both died to save our country, so we honor them for that, but for Naruto it's personal. I don't know the exact details because I respect his privacy, but something happened between the boy Haku and Naruto. Tsunami said. Tenten blinked, recalling what she had read. And the Sandaime inquired. Naruto mentioned something about losing his innocence on the bridge. Do you know what he was talking about? No, I don't. Sorry, Tsunami replied. The Sandaime nods, and Jiraiya inquires. Where is this shrine so we can get there faster if he gets into trouble? Did you notice the cliff about a mile south of the bridge when you were crossing it? Tsunami asked, drawing a nod from everyone. It is at the top of the cliff. Jiraiya nods and says, well, let's go get checked in so we can eat and maybe I can do some research. As he begins to follow Tazuna. Tazuna was followed for about 10 minutes until they arrived at a 4-story inn with a blue-black sloped roof, 60 windows, the top half painted sky blue and the bottom half painted sea blue with the 2 blending together in the middle, and a gold plaque with the name Kazunami Inn on the front. So Naruto owns this place. Looks nice, Tenten said. As he glared at the Sandaime, Tazuna said, yeah. The people of Wave love Naruto ... even after we learn what he has in him. The group came to a halt, and the Sandaime inquired, did Naruto tell you about that? The ninja you sent here with the adjusted price for the mission asked why we chose a demon like him as our village hero. When we defended him and asked why he called Naruto a demon, he told us about the cube by being inside him. When Naruto came here, a child asked him, and Naruto said it was true and started to leave, but the people here told him we still saw him as our hero and even modded him. The Sandaime shook his head and said, I'll check to see who I sent here. And he'll be spending time with Ibiki and Anko both. Don't. Naruto already defended your village and said only a few saw him that way. Not everyone. I don't know why he would protect your village by lying. But we won't dishonor him or his sacrifice now, please follow me. Tazuna said as he walked inside to the reception desk, and Temari and Tenten were both shocked to see a girl the same age as them behind the counter, remembering hearing about slave prostitution, and for a moment both girls. Hello Isis, how are you today? Tazuna asked. I am doing well, Tazuna-sama, Isis said. How are you today, and who is our honored guest? This is a few honored guests traveling with Naruto, Tazuna explained, with an excited expression on her face. Isis exclaimed, Naruto-sama is here? Where is he? I want to see him again after he freed me from Gato and his men. He's gone to the shrine, Isis. But you can check in his guest, Tazuna said, as she turned the registry around for them to sign. Isis said, of course, please sign the guest list and the rooms will be on the house for the night since you're with Naruto-sama, Tenten asked. As the group signed the list, what should we do now? Sandaime-sama, since the sign says 2 hours until dinner, I guess since you all have your room key. You can do whatever you want until then, but please leave your hiat in your pocket so people don't suspect you of being ninja and we don't get accused of being idiots like a certain people. The Sandaime said, with distaste in his voice. Tenten watched as Sandaime and Jiraiya ascended the stairs, then turned to see the three Sand siblings looking at each other and shook her head before turning and leaving the inn. Naruto walked through town for about 10 minutes after leaving the group until he found the shop he was looking for and walked in. Oh hello Naruto-sama. What can I do for you today? Said the man behind the counter. I was wondering if that order was ready. Naruto said, yeah, but do you have the money? Says the man, nodding. Naruto took out his wallet and handed the man $5,000 while the man took out a scroll and asked, do you know how to unseal items? Yeah. Naruto replied, good. Then just make sure that scroll is in the center of where you want to set it because it will unseal 10 seconds after you drop blood on the seal and it will be next to impossible to move again. Got it? The man said. As Naruto turned to leave, he nodded and said, thank you. When Naruto arrived at the graves of Zabuza and Haku, he closed his eyes for a moment before hearing a voice ask, so it was Zabuza Mamachi that Team 7 encountered on your mission here? I thought that was just a rumor. This prompted Naruto to turn and look at Tenten, who walked out of the woods. What are you doing here? Naruto inquired. Tenten said, I'm a weapon master who respects other weapon users. I heard the rumor that Zabuza had died and I wanted to see if the rumors were true. And since I recognized Zabuza's famous head-chopping cleaver, I can see it is true. They were as you can. So if you don't mind, please leave. Naruto frowned. I also wanted to see the grave of the so-called hero claimed by Naruto Uzumaki on a tree in Konoha who goes by the name Haku Mamachi. Tenten said, crossing her arms, as he turned away from the grave. Naruto's eyes widened and he said, so you found that? Huh, would you like to talk about it? Tenten inquired as she approached, in an accusing tone. Naruto asked, why are you really here? You're my teammate, and you look like you're hurting. And I want to help, so why are you so defensive? Tenten said. Naruto ignored her question and walked over to where the sword of Zabuza and the cross with Haku mask were, removing both from the ground and setting the scroll on the ground where they had been before he opened it and unsealed his hand, cutting his finger with his thumb's nail and letting some blood hit the seal. A few seconds later, a puff of smoke covered where the scroll had been, and there stood a marble platform with a statue that looked exactly like Haku and Zabuza stood. And Naruto looked at both sadly as he took Zabuza's sword and placed it on a slot on his back, and the sword clicked when it got into position to look like he was caring for it. And he took Haku's broken mask, and he looked at the mask and said, I broke this. Tenten sat down on a rock and inquired, what happened on the bridge? You said you lost your innocence there. But I'm not sure what you mean. Why are you putting in so much effort for the dead? Some call that bridge the Bridge of Destiny as well as the Bridge of Heroes. I call that bridge the Bridge of Lost Innocence. On it, for the first time in my life, I faced true evil. Evil that wanted nothing more than to stick its hands through the chest of its enemy and pull the heart out while it was still beating. Evil that was so powerful that it could and would have destroyed everything in its path. And that evil was in my own. Tenten inquired, so you met the Kyuubi in some way? Naruto shook his head no and said, no. There on the bridge for a moment the masked hunter Nin, who was Zabuza's partner, had used me as bait to get Sasuke to defend me so he could be taken out, and it worked. Sasuke took what appeared to be a fatal strike to save me. It was the second time that someone took a strike to protect me because I was too weak. Sasuke died in my arms and I felt no. Tenten inquired, what happened? She appeared concerned and a little scared. Naruto stood up, closed his eyes, and touched the mask on Haku's face, saying, like this mask, I was broken inside. When I saw Haku's face, I fought myself to regain control of my body. I heard the whispering asking, why do I resist now? When it could have been me there dead, and I fought against the whispering thinking it was Kyuubi I was going against. It wasn't. It was the part of me I always denied listening to. The part who always wanted to hurt those who hurt me. Unfortunately, All of this realization came at a high cost. Haku told me why he was there and why he had nothing left to live for since I destroyed him in battle, rendering him useless as a tool to Zabuza. He asked me to kill him and stain my hands with his blood. It was to be the last request from my first true friend. I went to fulfill it, but he had one last duty to Zabuza and shushined away and took a Chidori FR. So that is why you put so much effort into honoring their memory, to punish yourself for what happened that day. Tenten said sadly to Naruto, I am a sacrifice. It is my responsibility to be the one who suffers, not the one who causes suffering, Naruto explained. Tenten got up and went to slap him in the face when Naruto heard Eva scream a warning in his head and grabbed Tenten by the side and leapt back as she screamed, what the hell are you doing? Before an explosion hit where they had been standing as Naruto landed and took a defensive stance in front of her and said, hello Sushi. Where is your partner? As he began to look around and curse himself as he saw where. Tenten turned and paled as she saw Kasama and recognized him as a member of the Seven Swordsmen as he stood there where they had been moments before withdrawing his sword from the ground, as she also began to look around and thought, shit, we are trapped on the ledge here. I can tree walk down the side, but I don't know if he can, but Naruto seems to know him and he asked about a partner. Not good. Well, what have we here? I came to pay my respects to my old buddy Zabuza and I find the Kyuubi and his girlfriend. Tell you what, you come nice and easy and I let her go, Kasama said, as his eyes darted around looking for Itachi. Naruto asked, and Uchiha Itachi is just going to let her go as well. Tenten paled again as she recognized that name, as he prepared to attack. Kasama smirked and said, Itachi not here right now. He's got his Pocky addiction to feed right now near the border of Wind and Fire Country. Imagine his surprise when he finds out I already captured our target. Did you find him anywhere, Eva? Thought Naruto. No, it appears he is telling the truth and is alone. Eva replied, I don't think she has any weapons. I need to lead him away from her. Naruto thought as he quickly devised a plan in his head. You think you can beat me, Kasama? You're nothing without Itachi to save you and your sword. Remember, I put both of you on the ground the last time. You surprised me last time, but this time you have nowhere to run. And your girlfriend here also needs protecting, Kasama said. I'm not his girlfriend, and I don't need to be protected, Tenten explained. For once. Shut up and listen to your superiors. You're always going around unarmed unless you're expecting battle. You've been warned before about it, but this time it will cost you. You need to think more like me and seal your weapons in your cloths like I do. In my sleeves I have hundreds of kunais in one sleeve and shurikens in the other, and all I have to do is send chakra into the arms like this. Kasama charged toward Naruto, who deflected both weapons, but that was all the time Naruto needed to throw the cloak off his shoulders, and gravity pulled it off his arms as he charged forward to meet Kasama, letting it hit the ground. Kasama saw Naruto charging toward him and swiped his sword from the side at Naruto, who deflected it with his left arm, raising his right arm, and 3 senbons launched out of it toward Kasama, who dodged to the side, allowing them to fly by and explode on a tree behind him. Shit, Naruto said as he ducked under the next swipe from Kasama, who laughed and said, oh ... did your little senbon trick fail this time? I saw it enough last time to know you have some kind of senbon launcher on your right arm, as he brought an overhead slice down toward Naruto's head, who crossed his arms above his head making an X, and Kasama said, wrong move, kid, Simhata Dosen. Tenten used the opportunity to unleash a barrage of kunais and shurikens she had unsealed from the Naruto cloak she had put on, and Kasama jumped back and began to deflect them as he charged toward her, saying, should have stayed out of it, girly. Now I am going to kill you, as Naruto charged to intercept Kasama. He thought to himself, Eva, drop the weights. Kasama saw this and changed his attack from Tenten, who was back completely on the edge, to Naruto, who was going full speed, and he sliced Simhata across Naruto's stomach, making the sound of metal on metal as small pieces of metal flew into the air. Kasama blinked, looking at Naruto, and said, what the hell, you're not losing chakra to Simhata. And now every time I attack you, there's some kind of armor protecting your body that I can't see. It stinks for you that I know the secret to chakra metal, Naruto said, looking at Tenten and asking, you okay, Tenten? Yeah, but I don't have much room to fight. And it appears that I have the same problem I had with Temari here, Tenten said. Naruto frowned and began to inquire, can you sorry kiddas. Not this time, Kasama said as he began to flash through hand signs, and a water dragon appeared and charged toward Naruto and Tenten. Tenten screamed as she saw it coming, with no way to escape, and Naruto turned and grabbed her, leaping into the air and carrying her as he flew over the dragon's head. He landed on a tree away from the edge of the cliff and sat her down, only to hear Eva say, "Behind you." Naruto turned, raising both arms to block another strike from Kasame. Unfortunately, it grazed Tenten's right arm, shredding some of her shirt, his cloak, and her arm slightly, causing her to scream in pain before he could deflect it. Naruto gritted his teeth as he kicked Kasame in the side, knocking him off the tree, and charged toward Kasame, forcing him to jump back as he ducked under another slash from Kasame. "Yeah, but give me a minute if you can," Tenten said as she wrapped her arm to stop the bleeding. "Get out of here and get help," Naruto said as Simhata fell to the ground in front of him. Tenten raised her head as she finished the last knot and said, "No, you're not going to last long." Naruto frowned and considered status Eva. Damage to both arms from blocking those attacks has made using the Senbon launcher and the thrust cannon currently impossible, Eva explained, and damage to the stomach prevents prolonged flight. 10 seconds burst at best currently unless you want to risk damaging the chest plate. Kasame noticed Naruto standing there, looking at Tenten, who had unlocked more weapons but were still waiting. And Naruto thought, no choice, Eva, Chakra Saber and Chakra Scythe. Understood. Reach both hands behind you to each ass cheek but do not take any damage at this time. Chakra Saber on left. Send Chakra into each to activate, Eva said. Naruto jumped into the air again as he reached his hands behind him to his ass and 2 4-inch rods shot out of his cheeks and Naruto screamed, "Tenten, catch," as he spun in the air throwing the rod in his left hand at Tenten as he brought the right around sending Chakra to his right hand and the rod extended to over 5 feet long and a 3-foot-long curved blade of Chakra shot out the top. Tenten saw Naruto leap into the air as she used the opportunity to throw the weapons she had unlocked at Kasame, forcing him to dodge. And she heard Naruto scream, "Tenten, catch," as she looked up and saw a 4 inches rod coming toward her, which she reached out and caught. At that moment, she heard a strange noise and looked up to see Naruto holding a scythe made of Chakra as he brought it down toward Kasame, who blocked it with Simhata. "What is this?" Tenten screamed as she began to unseal more weapons. Kasame knocked the scythe out of Naruto's hand, sending it flying toward a tree, causing it to deactivate and return to a foreign rod before slamming Naruto in the side with Simhata, sending him into a tree. Naruto groaned from the blow and began to stand up when he felt a punch in the side of his helmet and was sent flying 4 feet away from Kasame, who shook his hand and said, "Damn it, you got armor everywhere." Naruto gradually approached all 4 and said, "Chakra, send Chakra into it." Kasame quickly turned to Tenten and threw a kunai at him while sending Chakra into the rod in her hand, causing a 3 feet long blade to appear and she exclaimed, "Holy shit, it's the Raijin." Kasame frowned and began to flash through hand signs again, and 5 water-based sharks flew at Tenten, which she quickly sliced through, but Kasame appeared behind her and hit her in the back of the head, knocking her out, and as he prepared to kill her with his sword, Naruto kicked him in the side, sending him flying. Kasame hit a tree feet first as he launched toward Naruto after rebounding, and Naruto grabbed the Chakra Saber and began to block Kasame's strikes as he was forced back toward the cliff as Kasame's strikes became faster and more powerful. As Naruto approached the edge, Kasame said, "Now I got you, and when I'm done with you, I'll finish off your girl," as he went to slice Naruto down the middle with Simhata. But Naruto held up his left arm, taking the strike again, and Naruto went to slice Kasame in the side with the Chakra Saber. But Kasame grabbed Naruto's wrist, stopping the strike, and he began to. Just then, a kunai hit Kasame in the back, causing him to scream and turn his body in case more were coming. And he saw Tenten, who had woken up long enough to attack again, pass out again. But the moment of distraction was all Naruto needed to take Kasame's motion and pull both of them off the cliff. As they fell, Kasame let go of Naruto to prepare to land on the water, and Naruto used his flying ability to get behind Kasame and quickly wrapped his arms around Kasame, saying, "Here's a move I saw Lee do," before spinning both of them head first into the water below. He let go of Kasame as they hit the water, and he heard Eva say, "Structural integrity down to 60%. Minor stress leak in the stomach section. Be careful, Naruto. We're not completely airtight at the moment. I'd say 10 minutes of air before you have to surface due to water intake." Kasame was underwater, shaking his head, when he noticed Naruto turn himself right side up, and he wondered, does he actually intend to fight me underwater? My bloodline allows me to breathe underwater thanks to my gills. Naruto activated his Chakra Saber, frowning as his power level dropped from 70 to 69.68, 0.67. He turned it off and wondered, how do I seal it, Eva? Just place it on your left ass cheek. And I'll do the rest, Eva said. Naruto did as she instructed, and it was transformed into a seal. Kasama took Samehada and tested his swing under the water before swimming quickly toward Naruto, who turned and began to go deeper into the water. Kasama followed until they were about 200 feet below the surface, when Naruto turned and clasped his hands together, and two more Naruto appeared, splitting up into three directions. Kasama came to a halt and looked at all three, thinking, stupid clones, which one is the real one? When they were about 60 yards away from Kasama, all three came to a halt, faced him, held their hands out to the side, and began to gather chakra as Raisen's shuriken appeared. Kasama's eyes widened and he said, shit, as all six were thrown at him, but under the water they only moved about half as fast as they normally would, and the two Kagebenshin vanished. Naruto saw Kasama use Samehada to eat the closest two and turned to get the second two, and Naruto saw he only had 5% of his chakra left, and he looked at his hand and saw that his cloak shield had dropped, and he charged toward Kasama, who had Samehada eating the closest two Raisen shurikens and had his back to Naruto. And Naruto got there just as Kasama began to turn, and he grabbed Kasama, who was screaming in agony, was swimming to the surface as quickly as he could to slow the blood loss from the slash in his side and the stump where his arm had been. Naruto saw this and laughed for a moment until the HUD display went out and everything inside the armor went dark, at which point he asked, Eva, what's going on? Stand by, Eva said. Naruto paused for a moment as he tried to move as he felt his body hit the ocean floor, then asked, Eva, with a fearful tone in his voice, stand by please. I am very busy, Eva said. Naruto felt water inside the suit up to his waist and was becoming increasingly concerned when Eva said, beginning power-up sequence. As the HUD display appeared again and Naruto noticed the sonar display was on and asked, what's going on, Eva? Sorry about that, but I had to divert resources toward repairing the damage to the stomach section of the suit. The pressure from the water caused the suit to crack in that area. I was able to seal off everything above the damage area to keep the water from going any higher than that, but it took nearly all of the remaining power you had. But after I got it into position, I was able to release a little Q-by chakra into the power cell, and currently we have 15%. Eva said, but what about the Samehada? I don't want Kasama coming back and getting it. Naruto pondered. Based on where we ended up and where it started to fall, I would say it is somewhere within 100 square yards of our current location, but I can't tell you in which direction, Eva said after a brief silence. Can you give me inferred as well as sonar? Perhaps the body heat from Kasama's arm can help us find it, Naruto thought as he looked at the sonar display. Naruto noticed the HUD display change and looked around. Noticing several heat sources beneath the water, he formed a circle and asked, that one? The one that is getting cooler quickly, do you have a lock on it? Yes, Eva replied. All right, let's check that out, Naruto said as he moved slowly toward the heat source. A few minutes later, they came across a bed of coral, and Naruto saw Kasama's arm but did not see Samehada. So he grabbed the arm and looked around, thinking, damn it, do you think if we come back when we get more chakra, you could still find that area where it might be? As his chakra levels slowly decreased. Yes, but the range is getting wider by the minute, Eva said, as he began to walk toward the surface. Naruto sighed and said, fine, it's a lost item then. When he reached the surface, he looked around and saw that Kasama was nowhere to be found, and he suddenly felt lighter because all the armor had been sealed. And he wondered, Eva, what's going on? I need to work on repairing the damage to the suit. And it would look strange with the cracks in your clothes where the damage was, wouldn't it? Eva said, as he swam toward the wall and used chakra to climb to the top. Naruto frowned and thought, all right, just let me know when it is ready again. When he reached the top, he noticed Tenten was still unconscious and frowned as he ran over to her, tapping her on the arm and saying, Tenten, Tenten, can you hear me? Wake up. Tenten groaned as she turned a little. And Naruto thought, well, at least she's alive. As he looked around the clearing, his breath caught as he looked at the statue, and he saw the mask Haku wore was completely shattered. And he shed a tear. He then stood up and grabbed all the weapons, blinking as he found the chakra scythe and thinking, well, I'll have to wait until the suit is repaired to reseal it. As he placed it in his vest's pocket, he then walked back over to where Tenten was and he picked her up and began to carry her back to town. Gaara was in the middle of the road yelling no. Make it go away, please stop. As he held his head with a crazy expression on his face, Kankuro asked on a bench by the side of the road. Funny, before when he was like this, I would be running and hiding. Temari slapped her head and exclaimed, I can't believe him. How embarrassing. Hey, you can't blame him, Kankuro said. Gaara stood up straight and took some of the money Naruto had given him, saying, I will have another please, as he saw Naruto coming down the road with Tenten in his arms passed out. A man said, Look kid, I know you like the slushies, but if you keep drinking them that fast, the brain freeze you're feeling is going to get worse. Now what? Naruto-sama, is everything alright? Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari all turned, and Temari saw Naruto's cloak on Tenten and snickered. Looks like she was easy after all. Naruto glared at her and asked, Do any of you three know any medical jutsu? All three of them blinked. Kankuro, who had been snickering at the time, was the first to recover and inquired, What's wrong? She likes it rough. Naruto kicked him in the nuts, causing him to scream in pain before collapsing to the ground. Holding himself, Naruto glared at him and asked, Now, do you know any medical jutsu? No. Naruto, why don't we? Gaara replied, Get your siblings and follow me. Naruto said, We were attacked by a missing nin. At this point, all three became serious ... or as serious as one can be while holding himself. But Temari inquired, Who was it and what happened? Tenten shifted in Naruto's grip, and Kasama's stomach arm fell to the ground, causing a woman nearby to scream and the slushy vendor to pale as he began to walk toward the inn. Naruto said, He got away, but not without us getting a piece of him. Pick that up for me. I need to get Tenten some help. As he began to follow Naruto, Gaara picked it up with his sand and said, Come, did you see that arm? It was blue. Who the hell has blue skin? Kankuro said, frowning. Temari looked at her brother and said, Did you notice anything wrong with that picture? Though, other than having wet cloths, he looks unharmed. Kankuro paused for a moment before saying, Hey, you're right. As Temari ran to catch up with Naruto and Gaara, she rolled her eyes and said, I'm always right. It comes with being a woman, come on.
I will continue the story in next part, so turn on the bell notification so you never miss an upload. Till then, be Weeb offline.